Chapter 1592. Scales fluttered in the sky. It could be described as magnificent. However, the Dragon Clan martial artists who had their scales stripped away were no exception. All of them collapsed on the ground as if their bodies had been hollowed out. Could it be that what they lost was their essence? In fact, it didn't matter if they lost a scale. The reason why they were weak was that when the dragon scales were taken away, the dragon essence in their body was also taken away. The difference between the Dragon Clan and other demonic beasts was that there was no crystal core in their body but dragon essence. Whether they were strong or not, it was up to them to decide. Dragon essence was similar to energy. It could be brewed if it was gone, but it would definitely become weak if it was suddenly drained. Whoosh! Whoosh! The scales that carried countless dragon essence gathered together and flew toward the Dragon Clan graveyard like the Milky Way falling from the ninth heaven. Soon they formed a vortex and suspended above the little dragon that broke out of the cocoon. Then they were pieced together one by one on its body. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. At this moment, not only was his contracted beast regrowing dragon scales, but its vitality was also getting stronger, enough to indicate that it was out of danger. Not only that, as the dragon scales were pieced together, the dragon essence also merged with its body, filling its flesh and meridians. Dragon horns gradually appeared on the little dragon's head, and dragon whiskers began to gather at its nostrils. Although it had vitality after breaking out of the cocoon, because of the previous lack of various aspects, it looked like a smooth loach. Now it had completely taken the form of a dragon, and it was even too colorful. The Dragon Clan's body was not of a single color. Now, a scale was taken from each of them and arranged irregularly on the little dragon's body. It could be said to be gaudy. The eyes of the three dragon kings gradually widened. Suddenly, they remembered a sentence recorded in an ancient book. My clan's ancestor was a 9-colored divine dragon that soared in the depths of the universe. Later, he went to the upper realm and opened up the dragon domain for generations to rest and recuperate. Because of the long history, it was treated as a legend. Now, the little dragon gradually stood up from its crouching position with colorful dragon scales draped over it. The shock and astonishment in the hearts of the three dragon kings was even stronger, because they saw 5 claws, 6 claws, 9 claws. For so many years, the descendants of the Dragon Clan are mutated and had many different colored scales. But there were always only 4 claws, because as long as there was one more, they would have the identity of the Dragon Clan's emperor. 9 claws. Jun Changshao was also stunned. The multicolored dragon scales were already very eye-catching, but the little dragon now had 9 claws. This transformation was a bit too big. Unbelievable. The system said, "This is unbelievable." Swish! At this moment, little Long Long leaped into the air and circled above the blue dome of heaven. It raised its head and let out a dragon roar that shook the mountains and rivers. Sound waves visible to the naked eye rippled outwards. Buzz! Buzz! Layers of space folded and instantly filled the entire dragon field. Those dragons who had fallen into a weakened state because their dragon essence had been taken away all turned over with great difficulty and knelt down as strong reverence arose in their hearts. The 3 dragon kings' faces were abnormally malevolent. They were the closest to the little dragon, so they could hear and feel it the most intensely. There was only one thought in their mind, and that was to quickly kneel down. However, because they were nailed to the stone pillar, they could not move at all. "Wow!" Xiao Maxian exclaimed. "How beautiful!" The little Long Long was no longer covered in cuts and bruises like before. It could even be said that it was glowing, as if it had been reborn from the ashes. At this moment, Jun Changshao did not care about his dazzling appearance. He was more concerned about his strength, especially from the aura he was emitting. It seemed that he was much stronger than himself. That's right. The system said stronger than the host. What level? Upper, truth-seeking realm. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. First, Yao Menjing inherited the innate holy demon body, and her realm rose rapidly. Now, the contract beast was reborn from the ashes and directly soared to the upper truth-seeking realm. On the other hand, what a failure! Bah! The system spat out a mouthful of phlegm. It was undeniable that Gou Xing was a bit of a failure in terms of realm, but he was still far ahead in terms of cheating. For example, when he was possessed by the system just now, he had the strength to trample the peak of the truth-seeking realm. This was something that Yao Menjing and the little dragon could never do. At this moment, the 3 dragon kings were completely dumbfounded. With a gorgeous appearance and 9 dragon claws, this was definitely the legendary form of the dragon ancestor. 5-clawed dragon, dragon emperor. As far as the current situation was concerned, it was too inferior. Who? The little dragon withdrew its vast dragon might and slowly landed on the ground. Under a flash of 5-colored light, it turned into a young human form. Layers of scales formed a noble outfit. It smiled brightly and said, "Master." The 2 short words made the atmosphere very warm. Jun Changshao touched his shiny forehead and then silently took out a tear gas bomb. Boom! Billowing smoke filled the air. The camera turned. A master and a servant hugged each other. Bean-sized tears flowed down, moving the heavens and the earth. Such a strong realm couldn't resist the tear gas bomb? It was very simple. They were almost separated by life and death. Now that they were safe and sound, they wanted to cry for no reason, so they used it to help at the critical moment. Woo, woo, woo. Xiao Maxian, who was standing on the side, also began to cry. Although there was a tear gas component, it was more tears of joy. The 3 dragon kings were the kind of people who wanted to cry, so it was natural for them to cry. The 3 dragon kings who were nailed to the stone pillars were injured and weak. They couldn't bear the stimulation of the tear gas and started to cry loudly. They cried until their snot flew 3,000 feet. After losing the dragon emperor body, the little dragon became a 9-colored, 9-clawed divine dragon. Its strength greatly increased. It could be considered a blessing in disguise. All of this was because of the earthen horn dragon's heart that was rewarded for leveling up. Even the tear gas bomb was used to reunite the master and servant. It could be seen that the author's plan was exquisite and amazing. Of course, things weren't over yet. The Blue Abyss Dragon King, who seized the Dragon Emperor body, was still alive, but he was in a severe coma. Moreover, the 3 Dragon Kings weren't punished. Little Dragon, Jun Changshao said, "This is an internal matter of the dragon race. I will leave them to you to deal with." Little Dragon walked in front of the stone pillar. As he looked at the half-dead Blue Abyss Dragon King, his eyes flashed with an intense killing intent. Because of him, he had obtained a great lucky chance. But this was different from rebelling against his superiors and seizing power. Thus, death was inevitable. "Master," Little Dragon said, "this fellow has inherited the Dragon Emperor body and has a powerful dragon essence within him. I will refine him." The 3 Dragon Kings broke out in a cold sweat. As for them, Little Dragon looked over and waved his hand, removing the dragon nails from their bodies. He coldly said, "Seeing that they didn't help the villain, I will spare them." The 3 Dragon Kings fell to the ground in distress. Ignoring the pain all over their bodies, they hurriedly knelt down and said in panic, "Thank you, Emperor, Ancestor, for sparing us." Blue Abyss Dragon King had failed in seizing power, and Little Dragon had become the ruler of the dragon race. They naturally recognized the situation. But the other party had a 9-colored, 9-clawed body, the legendary form of the dragon ancestor. Thus, he could not be called emperor, but ancestor. Jun Changshao didn't say anything. After all, this was an internal matter of the dragon race. Shua. Little Dragon raised his hand, and a vast dragon might howled out, covering Blue Abyss Dragon King, who was nailed to the pillar of shame. Then, with a miserable howl, he condensed into a resplendent crystal core. Hiss! The 3 dragon kings sucked in a breath of cold air to casually condense a peak truth-seeking realm martial artist into dragon essence. This was absolutely the power of the dragon ancestor. Let's go. Jun Changshao said, return to the dragon race and inherit the dragon race. Little Dragon nodded. Hey, Xiao Maxian followed, curling her lips. Do you think you're so amazing right now that you haven't even looked at me? Fuck off. Get away from me. Chapter 1593. The matter of the dragon race had basically come to an end at this point, but the most important part was still missing, which was to inherit the throne. Although Little Long Long didn't have the Dragon Emperor body, it had merged with the heart of the Earth Horn Dragon and obtained the stronger Dragon Ancestor body. It was certain that it would become the ruler of the entire dragon domain. Ka! Outside the clan hall, Zhong Yi led the Mecha clan to clean up the battlefield until a large number of dragon scales were piled up and kept into the space ring. The dragon race was also a beast. Therefore, the things on them were extremely valuable. If it wasn't for Little Long Long, Jun Changshao would even order his disciples to pick up the dragon meat and give it to Lu Wanshi to make a sumptuous dragon feast. Phew! Paige landed on the training field and activated its earth element to repair the deep pit. Li Qingyang's construction team was responsible for filling the stone slabs. As Go Sheng's first contracted beast, it had never been shown fighting. It was really sad that it had to appear immediately after doing hard work. It couldn't be helped. As an earth element expert, Paige's role was to be in charge of logistics. For example, Purple Electric Spirit Tiger, Beating Rooster, and other contracted beasts were envious. After all, some of them didn't appear in the camera for hundreds or thousands of chapters. In just a few days, the dilapidated dragon palace that looked like a slaughterhouse looked brand new. Because Li Qingyang was in charge of the renovation, it looked even more magnificent than before. High Priest Jun Changshao, who was standing in front of the clan hall, said, "How about Little Long Long ascend the throne tomorrow?" "Okay," the High Priest, who was standing at the side, said. This dragon race's upper echelon had undergone a huge change compared to when he visited the mansion previously, especially his temperament. The reason was simple. The previous high priest was actually someone sent by Qing Ming Dragon King to impersonate him. The real high priest was imprisoned because he strongly opposed the latter succession. Unlike the 3 dragon kings who stayed out of the matter, he always supported Little Long Long, even if the latter's dragon emperor body was taken away. As for the dragon race in the dragon domain, except for Qing Ming Dragon King's subordinates, everyone else was kept in the dark. Previously, they came from all the major cities because of the Dragon Emperor body's summon. To be exact, they were treated as cannon fodder. The next day, the Dragon Emperor succession ceremony began. The 3 dragon kings and the senior members of the dragon kind, who hadn't fully recovered from their injuries, lined up neatly in the palace. Their faces were filled with shame and self-blame. Some of the dragon race experts were not subordinates of the Green Abyss Dragon King, but they were forced to compromise due to their fear of his strength and the dragon monarch physique. Now that the new dragon monarch had ascended to the throne, they would definitely be ashamed of themselves. Little Long Long was aware of this, so after inheriting the throne, he did not seek revenge. There were too many high-ranking officials involved in this power struggle. If they were to count them one by one, they would face a situation where there would be no generals available. After the inauguration ceremony, Jun Changshao asked, "Are you sure you don't want to punish them?" Many people were forced into it. Little Dragon said, "Now that Qing Ming Dragon King has been executed, if we continue to pursue the mistakes of others, it might shake the foundation of the entire dragon race." Jun Changshao nodded and said, "You've grown a lot after this disaster. Come, relax your mind." Little Dragon did not know what he meant, but he still did as he was told. When he felt the connection between them being severed, he said in shock, "Master, Jun Changshao patted his shoulder and said, "You're now the leader of the dragon race. The future of the dragon race depends on you." After Little Dragon successfully hatched, the two of them automatically signed a master-servant contract. However, Go Sheng had never treated him as a servant beast, but as a family member. Now that he had inherited the throne, the contract that was almost non-existent could be officially abolished. "Master," Little Dragon said sadly, "you don't want me anymore?" "Call me Patriarch." "Jun Patriarch!" Bang. Jun Changshao punched him in the head, then threw the entry form and shouted, "Remove the word monarch!" Little Long Long clutched its head and grinned. So it was not that he did not want him anymore, but that the master-servant relationship was changed to that of a sect. "Okay, no objections." He picked up the pen and said hesitantly, "I don't think I have a name." Both Hualong and Little Dragon were nicknames, so they could not be used as an official name. Simple. Jun Changshao said, "Pick one." Little Dragon scratched his ears and cheeks as he pondered. Why would such an uncultured fellow become my contracted beast? Why would such an uncultured fellow become my contracted beast? Jun Changshao first despised him in his heart, then had a flash of inspiration and said, "Since the dragon race has the surname Long, why don't we call him Long Outyin, meaning to look down on the heavens?" All right, Little Dragon happily accepted. From then on, he was no longer a contract beast, and had a real name, Long Outyin, as one of the 4 great surnames, whose status was not inferior to Yilin Xiao's, coupled with the fact that he looked down on the heavens. He was absolutely tyrannical to the extreme. The bright red sect seal was stamped. Disciple Long Outyin. Little Dragon straightened his body and cupped his hands. "Greetings, Patriarch!" From a contract beast to a disciple. Theoretically speaking, their relationship was a little distant, but their relationship had been sublimated after this experience. Yao Menjing controlled 1,000,000 devil soldiers. Long Outyin controlled the entire dragon race. Jun Changshao was the leader of the stone statue race. The 3 most powerful races in the upper realm were all under the control of the sect of all times. With this power gathered, they could really wrestle with the 10 major immortal sects. No problem. Li Qingyan, Xiao Ziji, and the others' natal contracts were also the favorites of the major races. Add them in, will that do? Jun Changshao, who developed in the lower realm, relied on cheating and his realm, as well as challenging the major sects and participating in various competitions to make the sect of all times a legend step by step. Since coming to the upper realm, although he had just entered the realm of truth-seeking, his disciples and the power he controlled were enough to fight against the top forces. A few days later, Jun Changshao led everyone out of Dragon City. It was almost time to go back. Patriarch, Little Dragon sent him to the door and said seriously, "When I'm done with the matters in the race, I'll return to the sect." He had just become the ruler of the dragon race and still had many internal affairs to deal with, so he did not plan to return to the sect of all times with Jun Changshao for the time being. Go Sheng expressed his understanding. However, before leaving, he thought of something and said, "The people of the star spirit world might come at any time. Your dragon race should also make preparations to avoid being affected." "Understood. Let's go." Jun Changshao waved his sleeves and led everyone away. Humph! Xiao Maxian glared at Little Dragon and angrily followed her master. "My emperor." Watching them leave, the high priest said with a dignified expression, "You, Patriarch, are extraordinary." Blue Abyss Dragon King's seizure of power was almost irreversible, but because of his arrival it had turned into nothingness. He had truly turned the tide. If you have too much contact with the Patriarch, Little Dragon proudly said, "you will understand that extraordinary is not enough to describe me." Elder Lu. In front of the stone dragon high-speed transmission array, Jun Changshao said, take them back to the Sect first. I still have to make a trip to the stone statue race. F*CK. Let him take us back. Ding Xingwang, Li Qingyang, and the others instantly recalled the painful memories they had when they first came to the dragon territory. Whoosh! Whoosh! The high-level figures and disciples of the Sect of all times left one after another. Jun Changshao brought rows of flowers and followed Gongsun Roly back to the stone statue race. He could have directly returned to the Sect of all times, but as the patriarch of a race, he had to make arrangements in advance. My son. On the way, Gongsun Roly said, Your wife seems to have some special supernatural powers, but her strength is too weak. How about following me and cultivating for a period of time? Aren't you going to leave the upper realms to find that heartless man? A year or 2 won't matter. All right. Although the patriarch of the stone statue race was a woman, she was stronger than Jinren Tonggu. With her teaching rows of flowers, she would definitely advance by leaps and bounds in a short time. Crack! Ka-ka! Above the West Sea, space slightly collapsed. Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light squeezed out from the crack. Then there was a sinister laugh. Kikik! This ancestor has finally come out. Who? The most tragic villain in this book, the demon ancestor. Chapter 1594. After the Dragon Clan incident ended, Jun Changshao returned to the stone statue territory. However, as soon as he stepped into the main city, he felt weak. The reason was that the side effect of using the opening seal talisman was still difficult to suppress. In fact, after the effect was over, he should have been weak, but because the system controlled his body, he had been suppressing it until now. My son. Gongsun Ruoli was worried. What happened to you? No, nothing. Jun Changshao said, I used too much strength. I just need to rest for a while. Gongsun Ruoli was enlightened. She was even more certain that her son must have used some kind of powerful magical power to kill the 3 dragon kings. Now that he was weak, it should be a side effect. Although she was curious, she did not ask. Her son must have had a special opportunity outside. On the other hand, as a father, she did not fulfill her responsibility. It was also this guilty mentality that made her decide to cultivate her daughter-in-law, Rose of Flowers. It's okay. Jun Changshao secretly rejoiced. It's only the side effect of the unstoppable blade. The threat of the system's possession to avenge the little dragon. He was prepared to bear more tragic side effects. In the end, not only did it not appear, even his 3 points were not emptied. He was happy. Don't be so happy, the system said. There's something I must tell the host. What is it? My power can't be withstood by the dragon territory. After it appears, it will cause deep damage to the space, resulting in unpredictable consequences. For example, I don't know. Jun Changshao was speechless. However, the system said again, I've already analyzed it in the dragon territory. The space system is normal, it shouldn't be damaged. Since it's fine, that's the best. Jun Changshao said. The system said, I'm afraid there will be hidden dangers. Sorry, it had already become a hidden danger. Just as Jun Changshao was possessed and instantly reached the dragon palace, the deep space was damaged. Why was the dragon territory fine? Because the virus had been transferred to the demonic territory. The ancestral lands of the various clans all relied on the small space of the upper realm, so they belonged to the same system. Otherwise, there would not be stone dragon high speed. The demon ancestor, who was trapped in the demonic territory, suddenly found a small crack gradually appearing in the sky when Jun Changshao was abusing the 3 dragon kings. So he was overjoyed. Someone shook the seal. Opportunity. This was a great opportunity. Demon Alpha did not hesitate to fly over. She dived into the crack. She went through a process similar to the birth of a baby. Finally, she came out of the wild demon area. During the battle on Hidden Soul Island, Jun Changshao and Ryu Sinan had carelessly trapped this villain in the ancestral land. Now that the system had possessed him, he had carelessly released him. It could be said that his success was due to Gosheng, and his failure was due to Gosheng. In the depths of the West Sea, the background music of Cut Plum Blossom began to play. Demon Ancestor was stunned as he hovered in midair. After a long time he roared, "Where is my island?" That was right. The area he was in was where Hidden Spirit Island should have been. But now, not only was he unable to see it, he couldn't even feel the aura of the array formation. It was as if it had completely evaporated. Understood. No wonder he was trapped in the ancestral land. No wonder the teleportation formation failed. It must have something to do with the disappearance of the island. Pooh! The fiend ancestor's blood was unable to be suppressed and spurted out again, relying on the formation to enter the demonic domain. He didn't find anything at all. When he finally came out, his base was gone. It was true. Demon Ancestor's mentality was too strong. If it were anyone else, they would have been angered to death after suffering consecutive blows. Ancestor. At this moment, the remaining members of the buried Moon Pavilion, led by the Great Guardian, flew over from afar. Their eyes flickered with excitement, as if they had found a lighthouse in the darkness. The island. Demon Ancestor roared, "Who stole it?" The Great Guardian and the others fell silent because they didn't know either. Jun Changshao rested in the stone statue domain for a few days. Although his cultivation hadn't recovered, he at least had the ability to move. Therefore, he held a banquet for the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers to thank them for helping him in the dragon domain. "This is what a subject should do," the Grand Preceptor said. After the incident with the Dragon Clan, they admired this new patriarch very much. After all, it was too exaggerated for a lower-level truth-seeking realm expert to kill a peak-level truth-seeking realm expert in seconds. Everyone. Jun Changshao raised his glass and said, "My father did manage the internal affairs much before. Thanks to your help, the clan has developed in an orderly manner. Come, I toast you with this glass of wine." The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers hurriedly picked up the wine glasses in front of them. The Grand Preceptor said, "Since we have been entrusted with such an important task, we should help the Patriarch solve his problems." In that case, Jun Changshao said, "Then continue to manage the clan on my behalf." Huh. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers were dumbfounded. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "To be honest, because I used a certain divine power, I will fall into a very long period of weakness. Only by returning to the sect can I recuperate as soon as possible, so I can only continue to entrust the clan's affairs to you." With that, he picked up his wine glass again. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers looked at each other. They finally understood why the Patriarch invited everyone to a banquet. It was not to thank them, but to be a hands-off boss. "Please." Jun Changshao drank the wine in his glass. Everyone broke down. Since the Patriarch had already said so much, they definitely couldn't refuse. "All right," the Grand Preceptor said. "Since the Patriarch thinks so highly of us, we will definitely do our best to manage the clan." The old Patriarch had previously handed over the internal affairs to everyone, and the new Patriarch intended to be a hands-off boss, so they could only continue to shoulder the burden. In ancient times, Song Taizu gave away military power with a glass of wine, and today, Jun Patriarch gave away power with a glass of wine. Of course, he definitely wouldn't really be a hands-off boss. After all, Gong Sun Ruoli was passed to him, so he definitely had to take responsibility. Besides, soon, the Star Spirit world would invade. Not to mention whether the 10 major immortal sects and the entire upper realm could withstand it. He had to be prepared in advance. Got it. Jun Changshao said to himself. After returning, send Hall Master Shui here and let him be in charge of training the Stone Statue Clan so that they can enter a formal military state as soon as possible. The Stone Statue clan also had an army, but it was more messy and didn't have a good commander to command. Although their strength was good on the surface, they might not be able to perform well in a large-scale battle. Battle armor. Jun Changshao said, "It's time to give them everything." Since the Star Spirit World dared to come to the upper realm again, they must have sent a lot of people. He needed to make a comprehensive arrangement. If the 10 major immortal sects couldn't withstand it, he could only lead everyone to fight. Sigh. Go Sheng shook his head and said, "Am I going to save the world again?" In the Falling Star continent he had saved many times. Now that he was in the upper realm, he still had to go back to his old ways. No wonder the readers would crazily complain about his repetitive routines. Bah! The system spat out a mouthful of phlegm at an inappropriate time. That's right, resisting the invasion of foreign races was an act of saving the world. But the host's real purpose was not for himself, but for reputation points. No matter what the purpose is, I saved the world anyway. Is there anything wrong with that? Jun Changshao said. The system was speechless. Indeed, no matter what the reason was, he had saved it. This was hard to deny. A few days later, Jun Changshao brought Gongsun Ho and left the stone statue region to return to the sect. Rose of Flowers did not leave because she had already left with Gongsun Roli to cultivate, temporarily for about 2 years. Chapter 1595. It still smells the same. Standing in front of the sect's main hall, Jun Changshao felt very comfortable as he felt the cool breeze. Although he was the Stone Statue tribe's patriarch, this would always be his home. Lass, Jun Changshao said loudly, "Prepare the food. We'll have a party tonight." The 3 tribes were all under his direct or indirect control. Diablo and the Devil Army had also displayed extraordinary combat strength in the dragon domain. They definitely had to celebrate. Okay. Lu Wanshur led the canteen members and started to get busy. When night fell, a huge bonfire was lit and a sumptuous meal was placed on the table. The upper echelons and disciples gathered at the training ground to eat, drink, and laugh. Yi Xingqian also participated. He pressed one hand on Su Xiaoma's shoulder and looked at the 10 jars of drunken life on the table. He said calmly, "If you don't drink it all today, don't even think about leaving." The Wine Dao Supreme was fearless. Z. Jun Changshao raised his wine cup and said with interest, "You've changed quite a bit after going to Blade, Mountain Flame, Sea Guild." The Purple King's mouth twitched. He had been training in Blade, Mountain Flame, Sea Guild for a long time. Although there were no scenes, the suffering he experienced was enough to make his scalp tingle. Of course, there would be returns with effort. Before going in, the Purple King was only at rank 7 or rank 8. Now he was comparable to a truth-seeking realm cultivator. I heard. Jun Changshao drank another mouthful of wine and smiled. You can tear a spatial rift and easily bring people into the ancestral lands of other tribes. The Purple King muttered in his heart, "Do you still need to hear? Haven't you already seen it with your own eyes?" Z. Jun Changshao poured wine and said meaningfully, "This ability of yours is good. When you're free in the future, you can bring me to visit other tribes." The Purple King's face was crumbling. He had a feeling that this visit had another meaning. The celebration party lasted until midnight. It was rare for the disciples not to think about cultivation. They had a lot of fun. Plop! Su Xiaoma finally collapsed under the table. Tisk! Yi Xingqian put down the wine jug. Seeing that this fellow was on the verge of collapsing, a look of disdain appeared on his face as he said, "You really can't hold your liquor." Anyo was not drunk. Instead, the more he drank, the more sober he became. After the banquet ended, a person came to the top of the mountain and looked at the sky with a complicated gaze. "What are you thinking about?" Jun Changshao's voice came from behind. Yi Xingqian did not turn his head. He said, During this period of time, I can feel another soul in my body moving restlessly. Pei Eniu? Yes. Jun Changshao sat on a rock at the side with his legs crossed and said, "From this, it can be seen that although you have taken over his body, you have not taken over his soul." Yi Xingqian smiled bitterly. "Perhaps this is a chance given to me by the heavens to make up for my mistakes." "What mistake?" "You have implicated an innocent life." Jun Changshao was flabbergasted. Regarding the matter of taking over Pei Eniu's body, from the point of view of the era he had lived in, it was definitely wrong. But as a knight emperor who lived in a world where martial arts were respected, it was really a little unbelievable that he could think so. It should be known that the experts in the martial arts world never cared about trifles. Patriarch Yi Xingqian said seriously, "As I have a deeper understanding of the sacred soul-tempering skill, I found that this martial art can help me make up for my mistakes." "What do you mean?" Jun Changshao asked. "The sacred soul-tempering skill is used to temper the soul. When it reaches the peak, you can control the soul at will. Maybe you can transfer it from the original body to another body." "So magical." Jun Changshao was stunned. He had not practiced the sacred soul-tempering skill recently. In order to become stronger, Anyo had been comprehending it day and night, so his understanding was much stronger. "What a pity." Yi Xingqian shook his head and said, "Transferring from another body to another body will also implicate a life, so I am very conflicted now." "It's simple." Jun Changshao said, "Find a corpse." Strictly speaking, he was also taking over the body, but unlike Yi Xingqian, who took it by force, he inherited it after the death of the original owner. So he did not feel guilty and did not have to worry about being criticized by the readers. If I merge with an ordinary corpse, I may have to cultivate from the beginning. This was what Yi Xingqian was most conflicted about. He really wanted to leave this body and let Anyo regain control. But he was afraid that if he were to transfer to another body, more than 10 years of hard work would go to waste. If there was no hatred, Yi Xingqian might choose to start over. But now that he had a 10-year promise with Empress Lingyao, he certainly would not allow himself to start from scratch. Indeed, Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "If the corpse and the soul do not match, there may be unknown problems. So we must consider carefully. Don't rush." He comforted, "There is still a long time, one step at a time." In fact, Goxing had thought about whether to separate Yi Xingqian and Anyo, but there was no good way. Now that the soul-tempering, sacred, celestial technique had this function, he would definitely take it seriously, such as finding the body of a fallen expert. Hua! In the clear lake, a strong body gradually floated to the surface and then stopped by the shore. Who? The demon ancestor. After being trapped in the demonic region for so long, he could finally take a bath. Kakik. Turning around, looking at the body reflected on the lake, he said proudly, "Perfect body." There was nothing wrong with the reconstructed body, but it would take a lot of time to recover his previous cultivation. "It's not a big problem." The demon ancestor comforted himself. "I just need to find a place with good feng shui and recuperate for a few hundred years." The million demon army in the demonic region was gone, and the hidden island was also gone. But it was not enough to completely defeat him, because the death and failure he experienced 100,000 years ago were more serious than that. "My ancestor," the great guardian said, "what should we do next?" The demon ancestor's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he said, "Think of a way to get rid of the sect of all times." He did not know that the disappearance of the soldiers and the destruction of the base were directly related to Jun Changshao, but he knew that his sacred demon body was stolen by his disciple. Since the 10 immortal sects could not cause trouble, he could only do it himself. The great guardian said worriedly, "The sect of all times has just been recognized as a mysterious sect. I'm afraid." The demon ancestor pointed at his head with 2 fingers and said, "Is your head used to store paste?" Don't you know how to use some tricks? Understood. The great guardian suddenly understood. The ancestor did not mean for him to fight the sect of all times openly, but to use tricks and tricks behind their backs. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. The demon ancestor said lightly, I'll leave the matter of dealing with the sect of all times to you. You must do it beautifully. Yes. The great guardian immediately raised his head. However, he said weakly, My ancestor, where do you plan to cultivate in seclusion? I can't stay in the West Ocean. The demon ancestor thought for a while and said, I can only go to the East Ocean. The stone statue race's entrance is in the East Ocean. If they find out, the demon ancestor said proudly, if I want to hide, I won't be found by anyone. If the dead members of the buried moon pavilion were still alive, they would definitely cry. My ancestor, you said the same thing in the hidden island. In the end, you were still found and wiped out. Chapter 1596. The demon ancestor went to the East Sea, found a small island, set up a formation, and began to cultivate in seclusion. It did not matter if he did not have the million-strong demon army. As long as he could recover to his peak in the world as soon as possible, he could still stir up trouble in the upper realm and do whatever he wanted. Mentality. It was very important. Jun Changshao, who was in the sect of all times, also began to think seriously at this moment. Since the soul-tempering sacred celestial technique could separate Yi Xingqian's soul, he must find a suitable body for him. The prerequisite was that it must be qualified and would not start over after merging. It's very difficult, the system said, unless it's at the truth-seeking realm. Jun Changshao rubbed his temples and said, That's not easy to find. The truth-seeking realm was already considered a powerhouse in the upper realm. Not to mention finding a corpse, it was difficult to even find one when going out. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Jun Changshao thought of something and said happily, Didn't the demon ancestor resurrect? He should have reconstructed a very good body. From the buried moon pavilion branch leader, he learned that the demon ancestor's soul still existed. Since he was resurrected, his body must be intact, and it could carry the lord of the demonic domain. It was definitely sturdy. The system said, It's good enough that he doesn't come looking for trouble, and you still want his body. This old demon has been resurrected for a while. Jun Changshao said there's no news yet. He should be hiding in a corner to recuperate. If we catch him, won't Anyo's body be solved? After saying that, he went to the drizzle hall. Li Luochio said, Although the 10 great immortal sects have been investigating, they still haven't found the demon ancestor. These people are so inefficient. Jun Changshao said disdainfully, The 10 great immortal sects could not be blamed. If there was anyone to blame, blame it on the fight with Ryu Sinon in the West Sea, trapping the demon ancestor in the demonic domain. Even if the upper realm was turned upside down, they would not be able to find him. Jun Changshao went to the array hall again, not to ask about Mechs, but to ask if there was any progress on the teleportation formation. The upper realm was too big. If it could achieve fixed-point teleportation, it would save a lot of time. Brett, the old man from Taixien, said, Although the formation recorded in your Chimin 32 formations is low-level, the method of setting it up is mysterious. Elder Zhen, Shangguan girl, and I tested it repeatedly and we barely succeeded. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. However, the Taixien man added, It consumes a lot of energy. How much does it cost? Back in the lower realm, when the super teleportation array was set up, teleporting martial artists required spirit stones. Even if it was possible to teleport to a higher upper realm, it would consume a lot of energy and the price would be even higher. It costs 1 profound stone per person. Just one? Jun Changshao was stunned. The value of magnetite was definitely far greater than the spirit stones of the lower realms. But with Go Sheng's current status, there was no pressure to let 100,000 disciples casually pass it around for fun. Furthermore, if they ran out, they could go to the Jia Hall or the 10 great immortal sects to ask for more. After taking control of the three major tribes, Jun Changshao became a little complacent. He even began to think about when he would have the time to settle old scores. Of course, the star spirit realm would invade at any time, and the 10 major immortal sects still had to be the main force to resist. They could not do too badly and just compensate him with some money. One profound stone should be able to teleport from the sect of all times to the east coast, the old man from Taishan said. Damn! Jun Changshao said in surprise, so far. The super teleportation formation that Zhan Dejuan and Shangguan Xingyao had researched in the lower bound had a certain distance. From the southwest Yangzhou to the central sovereign state, they had to change stations continuously. Now, with the research of their master, one mystical stone could be sent to the Eastern Sea, which was at least a few falling star continents away. A technical geek. Awesome. Plus, however, the old man from Taishan shook his head and said, although the cost of teleportation is not much, just setting up a teleportation array requires 100,000 true stones. The smile on Jun Changshao's face gradually froze. He did not hear wrongly. It was 100,000 true stones, not 100,000 profound stones. After the old man from Taishan carefully studied the strange gate 32 arrays, combined with his understanding of arrays, he boldly and decisively improved the super teleportation array. The teleportation distance had greatly increased, but the price was that the cost of the teleportation base was extremely high. Pa! After a struggle, Jun Changshao slapped his thigh and said, even if it's 1,000,000 true stones, we still have to build it. Although it was painful, with the teleportation array it would bring many conveniences, such as support and information transmission. Not to mention, the star spirit realm was about to arrive, and with this kind of array, it would be better to face it. Our teleportation arrays set up in the entire upper realm. Jun Changshao broke down and said, I also want to, but my strength doesn't allow it. 100,000, 10 million, and 100 billion. So many true stones. Even if he sold himself, he would not be able to gather so many. Choose the important places to set up first. Jun Changshao took out the map and picked a few important areas, including the entrances and exits of the stone statue domain and the dragon domain, so that they could visit and support each other in the future. After receiving the instructions, the array formation hall set out. First, they needed to choose a location. After all, the teleportation array could not be set up casually. First, they had to ensure that it was hidden and not discovered. Secondly, they had to ensure that the array was safe and could not be maliciously destroyed by external forces. It was easy to choose inland, but the difficult part was in the East Sea. I think, Shangguan Xingyao looked at the map carefully and said, we can choose some extremely remote islands. That's right. Zhan Dejuan agreed. Jun Changshao said, I will send people to the East Sea to explore and find islands that can be used to build teleportation arrays. Swish, swish. On that day, the disciples of the Sect of all times, led by the Purple King, flapped their rainbow wings and flew out of the Sect toward the East Sea. Among them were Li Tiantian, Sima Zhongda, and Rinshan. Sending this koi fish over, Go Sheng hoped to rely on him to find ancient treasures left behind in the sea. Great Guardian. Outside the Sect of all times, a voice came from the dark forest. The disciples of the Sect of all times are out. How many? 300 to 500. Very good. The Great Guardian walked out of the dark environment and said with a cold gaze, Today they will never return. The demon ancestor had given him the mission to target the Sect of all times. Therefore, after much consideration, he decided to hide outside the Sect and wait for their disciples to come out for a sneak attack. Although the method was clumsy, it was a good way to attack Jun Changshao. If they fought head-on, they wouldn't even be able to enter the Sect. They would be beaten until their parents couldn't recognize them. Let's go. Swish, swish, swish. The Great Guardian led his subordinates and followed. After confirming that the disciples of the sect of all times were heading to the East Sea, he sneered in his heart. Just nice. I can make my move without worry. A few days later, Hall Master Z brought the disciples of the sect of all times to a small island in the East Sea. After careful inspection, he nodded and said, "This place is not bad. Start setting it up." Yes. The members of the Array Formation Hall landed and opened up an empty space. Then they placed down real stones and drew the array formation and lines according to the method taught by the Taishan elders. Swish! With a flash of light, a barrier appeared. Sect of all times. After the teleportation array on the island was activated, Shengguan Xinyao reported, "Patriarch, we have established a teleportation connection with the East Sea region." Jun Changshao drank a mouthful of tea. His hands were trembling. Establishing a connection between the two arrays meant that 100,000 real stones were gone. Sigh. Go Sheng said to himself, "If you want to make it convenient, you have to spend money." Swish! At this moment, the teleportation point flashed with a bright light, and Li Shangtian appeared out of thin air. F***CK. Although a piece of magnetite was cheap, this kid couldn't be in a hurry to teleport back after setting up the array formation. "Patriarch," Li Shangtian hurriedly said, "Hall Master Z and the experts of the Buried Moon Pavilion are fighting." Chapter 1597. Great Guardian, the disciples of the sect of all times have landed on a small island. They really know how to find a place to bury themselves. When do we take action? Don't panic. Let them lower their guard first. The members of the Array Hall were busy setting up the teleportation array on the island. The Great Guardian and his subordinates were hiding in the dark like venomous snakes. Actually, he had wanted to make a move before he came to the East Sea, but he was afraid that he would alarm the other cultivators, so he could only endure. Until he came to the Endless Sea, there was nothing to fear. The best thing was his ancestor was cultivating in seclusion in the East Sea. If he killed the disciples of the sect of all times and brought their heads to see him, he might even be able to win his favor. The more the Great Guardian thought about it, the more excited he became. After about 15 minutes, he decided that the time was right. He immediately waved his arm and said, "Kill them all!" Yes. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the members of the Buried Moon Pavilion, who were hiding nearby, unleashed their cultivation and rushed to the nameless island as fast as they could. "Hall Master." At this moment, a member of the Array Hall said happily, "We've already contacted the sect. We can teleport at any time." Hall Master Z nodded. After experiencing the trials of the Mountain of Blades and Sea of Flame's secret realm, he was more mature than before. Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, waves of air surged from outside the island. Purple craggy beast monarch looked back and saw black-robed and masked cultivators descending from the sky. Buried Moon Pavilion? Die! The Great Guardian was the first to rush over with monstrous, demonic aura. He completely unleashed his mid-level truth, seeking realm strength. He had already confirmed that the disciples of the sect of all times were generally at the core transformation realm. Not to mention himself. Even his subordinates could deal with them. "You want to fight?" Z quickly took off his clothes and went forward in only a red underwear. Whoosh whoosh! The pink heart-shaped boxing gloves instantly covered his hands. He punched out in the air and said, "I'll accompany you to the end." Boom! Demonic aura and demonic aura collided, causing waves to rise. Swish! The chief protector was sent flying over 100 feet away, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. No matter how he looked at it, that guy seemed to have just entered the truth-seeking realm. Why was his power so barbaric and powerful? Shwa! In an instant, the Purple King turned into a purple light and shot out from the overlapping waves. Every inch of his muscles and every meridian exploded with violent power, causing the space around him to gradually distort. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out incessantly, and waves of energy surged into the sky. The Purple King, who seemed to be the incarnation of Big Brother, unleashed a series of dazzling attacks, forcing the Great Guardian to continuously retreat. At the same time, a thought appeared in his mind. This is not a human. Not bad. Z was not human. He was a demon king without the Bulgarian prefix. Boom! Boom! Z directly activated the Dragon Ball mode and started fighting in the air at the fastest speed possible. His combat power soared with every punch and kick. Although the Great Guardian couldn't get used to the rhythm and was beaten into a sorry state, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. This was because his subordinates had already rushed onto the island and surrounded the disciples of the Sect of all times. You are very strong, but what about us? Kill! The Great Guardian dodged as he roared, "Kill them all!" Yes, the eyes of the Buried Moon Pavilion members flickered with brutal demonic light. They gathered all kinds of energy and blasted it toward the 100 disciples of the Sect of all times who were huddled together. They were stronger in numbers. It was an overwhelming advantage. However, the disciples of the Sect of all times didn't have any changes in their expressions, as if they didn't realize that they were about to die. Had they given up on struggling? Were they planning to face death with a calm attitude? Kakik, a Buried Moon Pavilion member, laughed strangely and said, "Death is a very painful thing. Go and experience it." Huff! Huff! All kinds of energy came pressing down, and the momentum was vast. The array formation hall member in charge of setting up the array formation didn't make any defensive or escape movements. He even crossed his arms in front of his chest confidently. This angered the Buried Moon Pavilion members even more. They immediately unleashed even more powerful energy, wanting to wipe them all out. Huff, huff! The powerful demonic aura was like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves. However, at the critical moment, the teleportation formation flickered. The black and white Rakshasa flew out first, followed by Ding Xingwang and the other upper echelons of the Sect. With their appearance, the demonic aura that had gathered on the island immediately retreated. The Great Guardian, who was fighting with the Purple King, widened his eyes. This was because thousands of disciples of the Sect of all times had gathered on the island in a short period of time. They were all at the core transformation realm, and there was no lack of truth-seeking realm. Ta! Outside the formation, Xiao Ziji set up the chairs. Jun Chang Xiao sat down and crossed his right leg over his left leg. He lowered his head and lit a cigar. He said calmly, "You didn't take the path to heaven, but you came to hell without a door. Disciples, listen up. Take down all these trash for me." Yes. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the pocket-sized Diablo was summoned. After the disciples entered the Diablo, huge mechas instantly filled the entire island. It was a magnificent scene. As for the members of the Buried Moon Pavilion, they were dumbfounded. They had a strong aura at first, but in the face of the sudden appearance of tens of thousands of disciples of the Sect of all times and thousands of mechas, they were like pitiful caterpillars. "We're in trouble." The Great Guardian hurriedly said, "Retreat!" Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding space rippled, and his entire body seemed to be wrapped in plastic wrap. Ryu Sinan waved his hand and pulled him down. He said, "I let you escape last time, but you won't be able to escape this time." The Great Guardian's eyes were filled with shock. He had fought with Ryu Sinan before, but when he saw that he was no match for him, he found an opportunity to slip away. He did not expect to meet him again today when he came to bully the disciples of the Sect of all times. When one person was in danger, the whole family was mobilized. This was a long-standing tradition of the Sect of all times. Therefore, the Great Guardian and a few hundred subordinates of the Buried Moon Pavilion did not put up any resistance at all. They became captives and squatted on the ground, holding their heads. "Patriarch!" Li Qingyang walked over and said, "There are 10 million Xian stones in the spatial ring. Not bad, not bad. Jun Chang Shao walked in front of the great guardian and pulled him over by the collar. He said with a cold gaze, "Where is the demon ancestor?" He did not kill these people because he wanted to find the mastermind. The great guardian was completely controlled, but he was very stubborn. He said, "I won't say it even if you beat me to death." "What if you don't?" "I won't say it either." "Man." Jun Chang Shao let go and patted him on the shoulder. He said with a smile, "I admire people like you the most because you can show the value of the Tianyuan prison pagoda." What the hell? Whoosh! The great guardian had just finished speaking when his vision blurred. When he came back to his senses, he was in a dark environment. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Suddenly, a strange and sinister laughter rang in his ears. 3 ghosts, like faces under the light, suddenly appeared in his vision. It shocked him so much that he felt a strong chill run down his back. The prison trio appeared in a flash. On the deserted island, Jun Chang Shao leisurely sipped his tea. Since he had spent a Xian stone to teleport here, he definitely had to enjoy the sea view. Otherwise, it would be a waste to return. Patriarch. At this time, Ren Shan's shout rang in his ears. "I found a treasure island." Chapter 1598. Purple, craggy Demon King didn't gather all his disciples on one island. Many of them had spread out in search of a base to build the array formation. For example, Rin Shan. He and more than 10 of his fellow disciples went in another direction. They saw many islands, but most of them were too small to be used as fixed teleportation arrays. "Wait a minute." On the way, Rin Shan said, "I need to go to the toilet." Li Tiantan said, "This is the deep sea and there are no female disciples here. Can't you just take off your pants?" "No." Ran Shan said seriously, "The Patriarch always teaches us that we must be a quality disciple of the sect of all times when we are outside." "That's right. Go Xing did say that." "Okay," Li Tiantan said. "Then go quickly, don't waste time." Rin Shan hurriedly flew to a nearby deserted island. After making sure there was no one around, he took off his pants. As a result, he was bounced back and splashed on his clothes. "Haha!" Li Tiantian and the others laughed so hard that they could not straighten their backs. However, the laughter on their faces completely froze, because the space on the island was slightly distorted, and a flowing light barrier gradually appeared. Rin Shan pulled up his pants and reached out to touch it. Suddenly, he was bounced back as if he was electrocuted. He then turned his head and exclaimed, "There's an array! There may be treasures here." Swish! Swish! Li Tiantian and the others hurriedly landed. After confirming that it was an array, they hurriedly gave a thumbs up and said, "As expected of a koi, just by going to the toilet, we can find an opportunity." The island they were on was very small. Because most of it was bare, it belonged to the kind of existence that couldn't be seen if it was thrown into the group of islands. Now that there was a special formation, even if one thought with their toes, they could guess that there must be something hidden. "Hurry up and inform the Patriarch." Huff, huff. Huff, huff, huff. On a deserted island with an area of only a few hundred square meters, thousands of Diablo floated around. The energy waves produced by the jets shook the surrounding space and waves. "TSK, TSK." After the Taishan elder confirmed, he concluded, "From the internal structure of the array, it has at least 100,000 years of history." 100,000 years? Jun Chang Shao said joyfully, "Could it be that a barren island with no blinking of an eye is hiding a shocking treasure? Can it be broken? Although this formation has been around for a long time, its strength has already weakened. There shouldn't be too much of a problem." "All right," Jun Chang Shao said, "I'll leave it to Shizhuan." Although the Taishan elder was depressed that he seemed to have been turned into a tool, he was quite moved by the ancient array, so he carefully studied it. Jun Chang Shao summoned the ancient warship and sat at the bow, sipping his tea. After a while he felt bored, So he took out his fishing rod and started fishing in the East Sea. Buzz. A few days later, the formation on the deserted island suddenly distorted and gradually dissipated into the void, revealing its original appearance. I'll go, Jun Changshao said in surprise. So big? Before the formation was broken, the island was similar to a small courtyard. After it was broken, it instantly expanded to at least a few dozen acres. Moreover, there were bamboo forests, mountain rocks, lakeside, and buildings inside. It was as if it was a man-made imperial garden. Could it be? Jun Changshao's eyes were burning. Is this a small house in the heart of the sea, built by an old senior? Swish! At this moment, monstrous demonic energy surged out of the room, accompanied by a roar. Who dares to disturb my secluded cultivation? Someone's here? Jun Changshao was stunned. Since the formation had existed for 100,000 years, wouldn't the person living on the island be an old monster? Trouble. The Taishian elder collapsed in his heart. I've provoked a hidden cultivator. Swish! The door of the room opened, and even more dense demonic energy surged out. Then a burly young man floated proudly in the air and said angrily, "All trespassers must die." This voice, this appearance, that's right. It was the demon ancestor. It was very frustrating to hide in the East Sea from the West Sea. However, he was disturbed by a group of martial artists when he just found a small island to cultivate. He must be very unhappy. Of course, he dared to come out directly because he realized that the cultivation level of the intruder was only at the middle level, truth-seeking realm. If it was the 10 major immortal sects, he would definitely run faster than a rabbit. But now, I can't bully the immortal sects, but can I bully you rookies? Senior. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "We didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive us." Living in the 100,000-year-old array, this person's body and voice seemed to be as young as Yi Xingqian. Perhaps his strength was not inferior to Jinren Tonggu and Gong Sanruoli. The demon ancestor, who had been suppressing his anger during this period, did not intend to be considerate, so he gathered demonic energy without hesitation and blasted it over. He felt bitter and wanted to kill someone. Whoosh! Whoosh! Gloomy demonic energy erupted wantonly. Boom! 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 The brilliant explosion light flickered in midair. After it gradually dissipated, Ryu Sinon hovered in front of him. The space barrier he condensed was faintly discernible. With a serious look, he said, "Your demonic energy is very strong. Your identity should not be simple." The demon ancestor's current cultivation level was not high, but after all, he was the lord of the devilish clan. The demonic energy released by his every move was too strong. It was completely incomparable to ordinary demonic cultivators. Even Yao Menjing would be much weaker in front of him. "Senior," Jun Changshao asked, "may I know your name?" The demon ancestor said with a cold expression, "Trash! You are not qualified to know my identity." He was not deliberately pretending, but he did not dare to reveal his true identity. After all, if it was revealed to the 10 major immortal sects, he would definitely be in a bad situation. "Patriarch," Ryu Sinan said telepathically, "there is something wrong with this person." Could it be someone from the buried moon pavilion? Jun Changshao asked. "I suspect." Ryunan was silent for a moment, then said, "It is very likely that he is the demon ancestor that the 10 major immortal sects have been searching for." He had been dealing with the buried moon pavilion for more than a day or two. Although the demonic energy was strong, there was still a limit. The demonic energy emitted by the young man in front of him was truly terrifying. It was definitely something that he had never seen before in his life. Demon ancestor? Jun Changshao's expression froze. Die. At this moment, the demon ancestor once again gathered a monstrous demonic energy and blasted it over. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to get rid of this group of martial artists who had disturbed him as soon as possible. Then he would change to another island to cultivate in seclusion, lest the 10 major immortal sects find out. However, he probably did not know that the greatest threat to the upper realm was not the 10 major immortal sects, but the sect of all times in front of him, especially Jun Changshao, after hearing Ryu Sinan's judgment, regardless of whether the other party was the demon ancestor or not. He immediately shouted, "Capture him!" Who? Who? 1,000 mecha began to move. The black and white Rakshasa and many higher-ups unleashed their cultivation. Boom! Boom! All kinds of energy bloomed like fireworks on an inconspicuous island, a power that shook the heavens and earth erupted. Although the sect of all times had the advantage in numbers, the demon ancestor was not weak either. Even when facing the mecha and the upper echelons of the sect, he still did not fall into a disadvantageous position. In fact, the more he fought, the more energetic he became. Damn it! Seeing that he could not take down the enemy after a long time, Jun Changshao immediately took out a special stone and a special dragon scale from the space ring and shouted, 3 ministers, 9 ministers, Dragon Realm Dragon King, come out quickly! Buzz! Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the space in the 2 regions of the East Sea rippled slightly. The 3 ministers and 9 ministers of the Stone Statue region and the 3 Dragon Kings of the Dragon Realm quickly flew out and rushed to the scene of the battle as soon as possible. The demon ancestor, who had just sent a few Diablo mechas flying, saw the experts of the 2 clans coming over and said in disbelief, "This guy can mobilize the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan." Jun Patriarch, the White Dragon King, said, "We're here." Jun Patriarch? The demon ancestor subconsciously thought about it and felt that it was a little familiar. Wait a minute. Suddenly, he realized that all the martial artists around were wearing the same uniform and had the word "Ancient" engraved on their chests. Could it be that he was the patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changshao? Patriarch. At this moment, Yao Menjing flew over from afar and said, "This person's aura is exactly the same as the one in the land of demon affinity." Damn, Jun Changshao was enlightened. So it's really the demon ancestor. Yi Xingqin's eyes lit up because this guy's body was too perfect, too tempting. Not good. The demon ancestor, who was surrounded, felt a strong sense of uneasiness. He vaguely heard someone singing, snowflakes fluttering, northern wind whistling, heaven and earth vast. Chapter 1599. The demon ancestor, who had been hiding for a long time after his resurrection, was finally trapped by Jun Changshao on a deserted island in Donghai. In the distance, there were the disciples of the sect of all times and thousands of Diablo. Nearby, there were the top experts of the Stone Statue race and the Dragon race. He was surrounded by a large number of police cars, pitiful and sad. Hee. Jun Changshao covered his face with one hand and let out a strange laugh. He had been thinking about the demon ancestor before, but now he had accidentally found him when he was building a transmission base in Donghai. It was really easy to find what one was looking for. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers and the 3 dragon kings were speechless. They swore that they had never heard such a despicable laugh. Sigh. The demon ancestor sighed helplessly and said, "So I've been exposed." The experts of the Stone Statue race and the Dragon race frowned. It was hard to imagine that this young man in his early 20s was the lord of the demon race, who dared to fight against the top 10 celestial sects 100,000 years ago. So what? The demon ancestor puffed out his chest proudly. The situation was very unfavorable to him, but it didn't matter. He was a hero of a generation who had seen all kinds of storms. He wouldn't be afraid of anyone in adversity. Whoosh! Whoosh! A majestic, demonic aura gathered, and his eyes gradually turned cold. Not bad. I am the demon ancestor, the lord of the demon race. After a few words, the aura of a hero became stronger. The readers present were not only in awe, but also in deep thought. Who was the villain in this book? He he he. Jun Changshao laughed again and said, "Do you admit it?" Kid, the demon ancestor's eyes almost popped out. Your disciple stole my connate sacred demon body. This is a blood feud. Sooner or later, take him down. Jun Changshao didn't wait for him to finish and shouted, "Swoosh! Swoosh!" The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers and the 3 dragon kings rushed over. Because the other party was an expert from 100,000 years ago, in order to show respect and caution, they completely unleashed their peak truth-seeking realm. The demon ancestor's expression became interesting. If he was facing a middle-level expert like Ryu Sinan, he was confident that he could fight 300 rounds. But with his current strength, he would definitely die. "Brat," he said hatefully, "just you wait." Schwa. His 10 fingers interlaced, and his eyes instantly turned red. He roared, "Demonic seal!" His voice suddenly stopped as a majestic aura appeared above his head. He hurriedly raised his head and saw a huge pagoda with an ancient aura pressing down on him. Not good. Ancestor Devil's expression changed. In an instant, a strong sense of foreboding and uneasiness welled up in his heart. He couldn't let it hit him. He had to dodge it. Great teleportation technique. In the nick of time, the demon ancestor cast some kind of magic. However, before he could finish his sentence, there was a loud boom. The heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda was like a huge mountain pressing down on the small island. Powerful energy rippled out, causing the surrounding sea to boil. The experts from the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan were stunned. What the hell was that? Why was it emitting such a terrifying aura? Ever since the heaven origin soul suppressing pagoda was changed to the pagoda of confinement, it was rarely used to smash people. Today, it made its debut in the upper realm. What about the devil ancestor? He was locked inside. However, when Jun Changshao took back the soul-suppressing pagoda and held it gently with his palm, his spiritual thoughts entered it. He found that the guy was lying on the ground, lifeless. He said in surprise, "He died just like that." He ran away. The system said only a body was left. Just now, the demon ancestor had used the great teleportation technique, a secret technique of the demon clan. His soul and body quickly separated and disappeared into the void. "Damn it," Jun Changshao said rather angrily. "He escaped." "That's normal." The system said the 10 major immortal sects and the various clans could only watch him revive. With the host's current strength, how could he catch him? If he was just an ordinary, truth-seeking realm cultivator, he would definitely not be able to escape in such a situation. However, the demon ancestor was the demon ancestor after all. If he didn't have a life-saving trump card at a critical moment, he wouldn't be worthy of being a super, free anti-rich child sect. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head. However, he soon smiled. Although the demon ancestor ran away, his body was left behind. It was just right for Yi Xingqian to use. Return to the sect. Yes. The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times returned home. The powerhouses of the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan also returned to their respective ancestral lands. On the way, he kept thinking about whether he was too weak to fight the demon ancestor of the 10 major immortal sects and various clans 100,000 years ago. There was no other way. He had just been revived, and his cultivation was less than 10% of his peak. Otherwise, not to mention the upper echelons of the 2 clans, even the half-step Gongsun, Roly would not be afraid. In the end, the reason why the demon ancestor was so tragic was that he had not recovered. Otherwise, he would definitely beat up Gosheng until he called him daddy. In the vast universe, starry sky, dozens of steel warships were moving at high speed. They came from the star spirit realm and had been rushing for nearly 2 years. Boom! Boom! In a cabin, there was a loud bang. Numbers kept appearing on the barrier that was similar to an array formation light screen. It increased from the initial 5,600 to more than 9,000. General, a voice sounded. You have reached your limit. Boom! The bare-chested, muscular middle-aged man punched again before stopping. He then took a bath towel from his subordinate and wiped the sweat on his face. He said, How long will it take to reach the upper realm? General, the subordinate said, About a year. The general sat down and covered his head with the bath towel. His deep eyes flashed with fighting spirit. He said, Before the Third Fleet was destroyed, they sent a message saying that there are powerhouses with combat power over 10,000. Waiting for another year is a bit urgent. General, the subordinate said weakly, Your combat power is only 9,000. I'm afraid. Boom! The general suddenly stood up and punched the barrier. Beep! Beep! The originally fixed value of 9,000 instantly soared to 10,000. He said coldly, Are you questioning this general? The subordinate's face suddenly changed. He had not broken through 10,000 after so long. How did he suddenly reach it? General, at this time a voice sounded from the warship. According to the investigation, there are unstable factors in the space system of the Azure Ocean Realm. We can rely on the distortion array to connect with it and reach our destination faster. How fast? About 3 to 5 months. Inform everyone to activate the distortion array. Yes. Whoosh! Dozens of steel warships had just arrived at the Azure Ocean Realm. Relying on the turbulence caused by the space, they instantly drilled in, indicating that the catastrophe of the upper realm was about to arrive early. General, soul body found ahead. Capture it. Yes. The bottom of the main warship opened, and a thick muzzle appeared. Then a stream of light was shot, and then it turned into a large net, capturing the soul floating in the deep space. General, this is a soul from the demon realm. Its combat power and potential are evaluated at 6,200. Demon realm soul? The middle-aged man sitting in the cockpit was surprised. Why is it in the distant Azure Ocean Realm? Is it an ancient immigrant? Inject the soul-controlling liquid. Place it on number 9527, level 1 servant. Yes. Chapter 1600. In the upper realm. Heaven and earth collapsed, mountains collapsed, and rivers dried up. The demon ancestor sat proudly on a throne made up of countless corpses and bones. His entire body exuded an aura of disdain. Below him were the heads of the elites of the 10 great celestial sects and the head of the patriarch of the sect of all times. Around him were millions of demon army soldiers, lined up neatly, making his domineering aura even more intense. Hee-hee! Hee-hee! The joyful laughter of taking revenge rang out in the sky. Whoosh! Suddenly, a basin of cold water broke, and the demon ancestor woke up from his dream. Damn it! So it was a dream. Sigh. The things that happened in the dream could only happen in the dream. What's going on? The demon ancestor's mind gradually became clear. He realized that he was in a light barrier, so he held his head that felt like it had exploded. Wait a minute. Why do I have hands? The demon ancestor's memory was still stuck on using the great travel skill. This was one of the mystical abilities of the demonic seal. When in danger, it could quickly separate the soul from the body and hide in a deeper space. 100,000 years ago, he had used it. Although the elites of the 10 great celestial sects found out about it and intercepted it, a remnant of his soul managed to escape and was resurrected. This time it went smoothly, but the demon ancestor lowered his head and looked at his thick arms. Then he looked up with difficulty and saw himself through the mirror-like barrier. He was so shocked that he took a few steps back and almost blurted out, "Who is this ugly monster?" The body he was occupying now was much stronger than the one he had previously reconstructed. However, his face was abnormally ferocious and looked very scary. He looked like an orc in a game, especially his green skin, which made him look like a giant in a movie. "What's going on? What's going on?" The demon ancestor clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with rage. He had used the demonic seal's great travel skill to escape from his perfect body, but when he woke up, his soul was placed in the body of an extremely ugly monster. This was hard for him to understand and accept. Beep. Vital signs normal. Potential development normal. Combat power 6,200. Suddenly, a voice came from the barrier. "Who is it?" The demon ancestor quickly became alert. "Who's talking? Who?" At this moment, the barrier around him disappeared into thin air, and an indescribable building appeared in his field of vision. Several cultivators in tight-fitting clothes stood next to it, holding various small notebooks in their hands as if they were doing statistics. "Who are you?" The fiend ancestor's eyes turned cold. His face looked even scarier. "Ta!" A middle-aged man in a neat military uniform walked in from the outside. His leather boots made a rhythmic sound as they touched the ground. Then he sat in the front seat in a suave manner. He clasped his white-gloved hands together and said indifferently, "Star Spirit Sector, First Fleet." "Star Spirit World?" The expression on the demon ancestor's face changed from vigilance to dullness. During the meeting held in Divine Saint City earlier, he had heard from his subordinates that the invading warship seemed to be from the Star Spirit World. How could he have encountered someone who had used a divine ability to drill into the void? This matter. It all started with Go Sheng using the system's power. In short, obtaining great power also brought about many unpredictable problems. "Listen carefully." The middle-aged man said indifferently, "I am the captain of the First Fleet. You can call me General or Master, because from today onwards, you are my slave, number 9527. "Slave?" The demon ancestor's eyes flashed with anger as he rushed forward. His green and thick arms pressed down as he said angrily, "Go to hell!" "Protect the general." Shwa, shwa, shwa. The guards beside the middle-aged man hurriedly stood in front of him, but they still could not withstand the powerful punch and were instantly sent flying. Jie, the demon ancestor, suddenly stood in place and looked at his fist in a daze. This power, this strength. Could it be that I have recovered 60% of my cultivation? The middle-aged man said indifferently, "Although your soul is very weak, your potential is very high. That's why it was quickly stimulated after fusing with a level 1 corpse servant." Corpse servant? Fusion? The demon ancestor's mind was in a mess, but he could roughly guess that his sudden recovery of 60% of his strength was related to this guy. "I will make you stronger." The middle-aged man said, "Isn't it natural to be a slave?" His tone was always calm, even with obvious disdain, as if he had already entered the role of a master. The demon ancestor was furious. As the master of the demon clan, it was a great humiliation to be treated as a slave. Die. Whoosh! A powerful demonic aura burst out, and violent power gathered in his right fist. The strength close to the peak of the truth-seeking realm completely erupted. With the demon ancestor's current strength, although he might not win if he faced Jun Changshao and the powerhouses of the two clans again, he did not need to use the risky demon seal secret technique at all if he wanted to escape. Whoosh! The wind howled and the air froze. However, just as the powerful iron fist was about to hit him, the middle-aged man raised his hand and caught it. He said indifferently, "The 9th law of the Star Spirit Realm, 23rd case, slaves are not allowed to attack their masters, or their lives will be taken away." You, the demon ancestor's eyes widened. This person did not reveal any aura from the moment he appeared, but he could easily catch his full-strength attack. He even felt powerless, as if he had punched cotton. "Since you are not a creature of the Star Spirit Realm," the general released his hand and said indifferently, "I will spare you this time." Whoosh! Whoosh! The demon ancestor mobilized all his strength again and poured it into his left and right arms, launching a rainstorm-like bombardment. Swoosh! Suddenly, the middle-aged man lightly waved his sleeves, first clasping his hands, then pressing them in front of his chest. His other hand conveniently clasped his neck, raising him high. His gaze was cold and stern as he said, "Don't use your temper to challenge my patience." His gaze was extremely domineering. The restrained demon ancestor's eyes were filled with intense fear. It had nothing to do with his realm. Even if he was at his peak 100,000 years ago, he would definitely feel a chill down his spine when he saw this gaze. The third step. He must be at the third step. Plop! The middle-aged man threw the demon ancestor on the ground and patted his slightly wrinkled military uniform. Your potential has not been fully explored yet. You will recuperate in the health cabin next. With that, he turned and left. Oh, right. He stopped at the door and said indifferently, "As a slave, you must have the consciousness of a slave. If you dare to offend me again, I will easily take away your cultivation and soul." Until the middle-aged man's back completely disappeared, the demon ancestor clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with anger as he said, "Damn it!" In the next few days, he gradually familiarized himself with the main worship and also experienced the benefits of the health cabin. Then he suppressed all his unhappiness and unwillingness and began to meditate and cultivate. Slave? I don't agree. But if he could recover his cultivation as soon as possible, why not take advantage of the opportunity? Boom! In the test room, the demon ancestor punched the barrier. Beat. Combat power, 6,700. The middle-aged man sitting outside nodded and said, "In just a few days, it increased by 500. Your potential is not bad. After a while, follow Master to conquer the upper realm. You should have a good performance." As expected, this guy was the same as the previous worship. He was going to invade the upper realm. Very good, very good. Returning to the cabin, the demon ancestor looked at the dark, starry sky through the window. His ugly face gradually became ferocious. 10 celestial sects, sect of all times. When this ancestor returns, I will personally destroy all of you. Kikik. Kik-kik. Bang. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. A few soldiers surrounded him and punched and kicked him. They scolded, "Your clothes haven't been washed, the dishes haven't been washed, and you still have the face to laugh here. I'll go now. I'll go now." Chapter 1601. Sect of All Times. Jun Changshao sat in the study room. After thinking for a while, he said seriously, "The demon ancestor cannot be left alive." The system was speechless. After being constipated for half a day, it finally came up with a villain's line. After returning to the sect, Jun Changshao had been thinking about the demon ancestor. If he was not eliminated, he would become a big problem in the future. How should he put it? Yao Menjing obtained a Saint Devil body and took away General Gui Ba and the Million Devil Army. Now he took away his reconstructed body. In summary, it should not be less than the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife. The system said he revived with great difficulty and used some kind of magical ability to escape in soul form. He must have suffered a serious backlash. He should not appear for a while. Then we have to find him. Jun Changshao's attitude was firm. He had to deal with the demon ancestor. He could not let him rise again and target the sect of all times. Patriarch. At this moment, Yi Xingqian walked in and said, "That body." After returning to the sect for 3 days, he thought about it day and night. However, Jun Changshao did not mention it. In the end, he could only ask shamelessly, "Do you have the confidence to fuse with it?" "Yes." "Okay, take it." Jun Changshao took out the perfect body. Yi Xingqian hurriedly put it into the spatial ring and entered the space-time secret realm without looking back. Phew! Taking a deep breath, his eyes flashed with excitement. Under normal circumstances, there was no guarantee of success when taking over a new body in soul form. If he failed, he would suffer a huge backlash. However, Yi Xingqian was very confident now because he cultivated the soul-tempering, sacred, heavenly technique. Shua. He sat cross-legged on the ground and concealed his spirit and qi. Yi Xingqian closed his eyes. His soul began to move. It flew out like a ghost and merged into the demon ancestor's body. After he left, the other soul in the main body was freed. It began to gradually control his thoughts and every inch of the body's muscles and blood. Who? Pei Aniu. This former woodcutter had always been suppressed by Night Emperor Soul. Although he would take over his body under special circumstances, it was only when he was drunk. Really, what An Niu did had nothing to do with Yi Xingqian. Now, after being suppressed for more than 10 years, he was finally released and could regain control of his own body. He was miserable. He was also lucky. The sad thing was that his body was possessed when he went out to chop firewood. Once he was possessed, it happened more than 10 years ago. Fortunately, after Yi Xingqian left, he left behind a body that had undergone countless tempering and reached the 5th transformation. As long as he completely fused with it, he would no longer be an ordinary person. Furthermore, his fiancée was also in the sect of all times. She had already become a martial artist and had a longer lifespan. This, it could be considered as compensation. Space-time secret realm. Yi Xingqian was fusing with his new body. In the sect of all times, the disciples continued to cultivate as usual. In just half a month, the members of the Array Formation Hall had set up the teleportation portals in various key areas of the upper realm, achieving real-time, fixed-point teleportation. Patriarch Zhan Dejuan reported, 100 teleportation portals have been set up. Jun Changshao clutched his chest, his heart aching. It can be opened to the public. The system said, to make up for the host's loss of 100 million true stones. Bullshit. It's 1 billion. 100,000. How can 100 be 1 billion? Patriarch. Just as the two mathematics prodigies were arguing, Shengguan Xingya walked in and said, the light spot from the star spirit world has suddenly accelerated. Jun Changshao hurried to the complete unmanned aircraft. When he saw that the light spot on the star map was much faster than before, he frowned. It has indeed accelerated. The system said, according to estimates, it will reach the upper realm in half a year at most. Half a year. Jun Changshao fell into deep thought for a moment and said, I still have to strengthen myself as soon as possible so that I can protect myself when the catastrophe comes. On the same day, he gathered all the higher-ups of the sect and gave them multiple instructions. First, he ordered Fan Yezi to work overtime to research the armor. Second, he ordered Zhen Deshuai to work overtime to research the extreme mech. Third, he ordered Shui Rungui to head to the Stone Statue region to train the Stone Statue tribe soldiers. Fourth, he ordered the procurement hall to purchase as many ores and herbs as possible. The entire sect of all times became lively in an instant. The members of each hall turned into tools and entered 997 mode. Jun Changshao did not stay idle. After giving the order, he left the sect of all times alone and headed to the extreme cave abode. The first thing he said when he saw his master was, hurry up and inform the 10 great immortal sects to come to the sect of all times. I have something important to discuss with them. Uft. Zhenren Tonggu spat out a mouthful of tea. He wanted the 10 great immortal sects to go to his sect to discuss something? Did this kid think he was very shameless? Master, Jun Changshao said seriously, this concerns the safety of the upper realm. Please don't delay it. The people from the star spirit world are coming? At most half a year. Jinren Tonggu's expression became solemn. The invasion of foreign enemies was indeed related to the entire world. Therefore, after some consideration, he brought Masato Kitano to the 10 great immortal sects. However, When they heard that they were going to the Sect of All Times, they almost asked them to leave on the spot. What a joke! They were an immortal sect. If word got out that they were going to a Xian sect to discuss something, wouldn't they become a joke? Sigh. Jinren Tonggu left the Lingtian immortal sect and shook his head. Is our reputation more important than the crisis of the upper realm? Masato Kitano said, Your disciple doesn't have much weight in the upper realm. Why should he go to the Sect of All Times to discuss something? Sect of All Times. Jun Changshao was not surprised to know that his master had made a wasted trip. In fact, he had his own little plan from the beginning, which was to take the opportunity to increase the prestige of the sect. The 10 great immortal sects had specially sent powerhouses to the Sect of All Times to discuss something. If this was known by the other forces, what would they think? Unfortunately, they did not cooperate. Disciple. Jinren Tonggu ate a bowl of fried rice, wiped his mouth with a tissue, and said, The invasion of the astral spirit realm is the business of the 10 great immortal sects. Don't worry about it. Jun Changshao was speechless. Master, do you think that I don't have the ability to face it? Do you have the ability to face it? Jinren Tonggu asked in return. All right. Jun Changshao did not explain. Although his realm was not high, he had already controlled the 3 major tribes. Instead, he said, When trouble comes, I will stay out of it. That's right. Jinren Tonggu said, Killing a friend and not killing me is the true way of the world. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched slightly. Of course. Jinren Tonggu said, All you juniors can do is become stronger in the future. As for the upcoming catastrophe, he stood up and said seriously, It's better for us old bones to resist it. Jun Changshao understood. His master's true meaning was to use his own body to create a stronger future for his descendants. Admirable and admirable. Disciple, Jinren Tonggu said, Pack 10,000 fried rice for me. That day, he and Masato Kitano left the sect. Looking at their departing figures, Jun Changshao said in his heart, Master, I will give you a big surprise in half a year. Ka. In the Array Formation Hall's factory, mecha parts were being assembled. Ding, ding. In the Foundry Hall's factory, the foundry facilities from the demonic region began to operate semi-automatically under the power of crystal cores and magnetite. The disciples turned into assembly line workers and carefully assembled the second-generation mecha. Stone Statue region, outside the main city. Shui Rangui, who was wearing armor, stood with his hands behind his back, watching hundreds of thousands of stone statue soldiers practicing formations and tactics on the field. Patriarch, junior brother Li is back. Patriarch, junior brother Tian is back. Patriarch, junior brother Long. In the next few months, Li Fei, Tianqi Longxing, and the other disciples returned to the Sect of All Times. Sitting on a huge rock on the highest mountain, Jun Changshao clasped his fingers together, looked up at the sky, and said proudly, The Sect of All Times is not afraid of war. Chapter 1602. Although the 10 great celestial sects did not go to the Sect of All Times to discuss, they still had to do what needed to be done and deploy what needed to be deployed to prepare for the upcoming disaster. However, they were a little flustered. Referring to the previous invasion of 10 warships, they had gathered a lot of forces to destroy one. If more came, the situation would not be optimistic. Grand Supreme Elder. In the secret chamber of the Lingtian Celestial Sect, the current patriarch, Lin Haoyan, stood outside the stone door and said respectfully, Soon there will be a calamity in the upper realm. Please come out of seclusion and help. Don't worry. An ancient voice came from inside. If the upper realm is in trouble, I will not stand by and do nothing. Lin Haoyan heaved a sigh of relief. In his opinion, as long as the Grand Supreme Elder appeared, the problem would not be big. The other upper echelons of the celestial sects were not idle either. They used various methods to contact the old antiques in the sect, hoping to fight against the external enemies when the time came, establishing a foothold in the upper realm and establishing a realm hall. The 10 great celestial sects still had a foundation and power. Of course, Go Sheng was also clear. Therefore, this time when the star spirit world invaded, they would definitely not act as a big shot. What they could do was to protect the sect and come out to deal with the underlings when necessary. It would be best if they could obtain some high-tech from the invaders. In the space-time secret realm, the corpse lying on the ground suddenly opened its eyes. After a long time, Yi Xingqian finally finished fusing with the body of the demon ancestor. Perfect. He stood up, clenched his fists, and smiled. Because of the soul-tempering sacred heavenly technique, Yi Xingqian's soul and body were 100% compatible. It was as if this body was originally his. Suddenly, the word attack appeared on his forehead. From this, it could be seen that although the soul had transferred its identity, it still retained the special text effects of the Lingyan Pavilion. You succeeded? Jun Changshao walked in. Yes. Yi Xingqian nodded, his eyes filled with gratitude. If not for the patriarch's help, he would not have inherited such a perfect body, and he would not have whoosh. His aura erupted. His peak revolving core realm cultivation was fully released. After the demon ancestor was resurrected, after a short period of recuperation, he already had the strength of a middle-level, truth-seeking realm expert. Now that his body was occupied by Yi Xingqian, he naturally inherited part of his strength. The soldier gave it to the sect of all times. The technology was given to the sect of all times. His body was given to the sect of all times. His cultivation base was given to the sect of all times. If the fiend ancestor soul was by his side, Jun Changshao would have cupped his hands and said, "Old Tai, thank you." Patriarch, Yi Xingqian said, "This disciple wishes to take revenge." Although his appearance had changed, his voice had not changed. His sharp gaze and arrogant temperament had not changed. It was still him. What's more, it was a man. Jun Changshao said, "The star spirit world is about to invade. It won't be too late to settle the score with that woman after dealing with this matter. What's more, you still have a dual agreement. Naturally, you have to wash away your shame in front of everyone." Understood. Yi Xingqian suppressed the thought of taking revenge on Empress Lingyao. He was no longer the knight emperor who did as he pleased. Instead, he treated the sect of all times as his true home. My head hurts." Pei Anyo, who was lying beside him, held his head and stood up. Tisk! Looking at the body that he had used for more than 10 years, Yi Xingqian snorted arrogantly. The self-blame in his heart had dissipated by quite a bit. All these years, had not come to disturb him. However, he knew that she had been watching him from the shadows. At first, he was very annoyed. However, as he acknowledged the sect of all times and accepted his fellow disciples, he gradually felt a sense of guilt. It was me who had taken over her fiancé's body. It was me who had single-handedly caused the two of them to turn from lovers to strangers. Every night, when he was in seclusion to cultivate, the self-blame would quietly rise in his sea of consciousness. The sense of guilt would also grow stronger. What should he do? He had to separate from his body and let Anyo return. After cultivating the soul-tempering, sacred heavenly technique, he realized that he could choose a new body. Yi Xingqian desperately wanted to free himself to help them. Today, his wish came true. After Pei Anyo gradually got used to it, he saw Jun Changshao standing in front of him and immediately bowed. "Greetings to the Patriarch!" "Oh." Go Sheng was surprised. "You know me." "Not only do I know the Patriarch, I also know all the senior and junior brothers," Pei Anyo said. Yi Xingqian's expression immediately sank. This kid definitely had self-awareness when he was in control of his body. Didn't he know all the embarrassing things that he had done in the past? So annoying. I really want to kill him to silence him. Reader. Not only did Peanyo regain control of his body, he also had rank 5 cultivation and even inherited the green bull bloodline. It could be said that he had obtained the greatest compensation for losing his freedom for more than 10 years. Of course, the one who joined the sect was Yi Xingchen. Thus, Jun Changshao helped him with the entry procedures again. Peanyo, Sect of all time's disciple, listen up. Yi Xingchen raised his hand and pointed at the camera, saying in a threatening tone, "From today onwards, he and I are two people. Don't call me Anyo anymore, otherwise, Anyo." Jun Changshao said, "Come and try this second-generation battle armor. Yes, Patriarch, on the mountain peak." Hui Er and her senior and junior sisters were talking and laughing as they walked out. However, just as they reached the staircase, they suddenly stopped and looked back at Yi Xingchen, who was posing in front of a big tree. "It's senior brother Yi. Why is he here?" The female disciples discussed quietly. These nameless disciples still admired Yi Xingchen a lot. After all, he was strong and handsome. "He's walking over. What is he trying to do? Is he looking for senior sister Hui Er?" Just as everyone was discussing, Yi Xingchen had already stopped in front of Hui Er. He stretched out his hand and said affectionately, "Are you willing to grow old with me?" The female disciple standing at the side was stunned. God, was he confessing to senior sister Hui Er? Was this still the cold and aloof Prince Charming that everyone knew? Senior sister. Xia Shuiyun tugged at the corner of Hui Er's clothes and said telepathically, "Hurry up and answer." She knew the story between the two. Now that he suddenly confessed, she definitely hoped that the lovers would get married. Hui Er didn't answer. However, she couldn't stop her tears from flowing. To outsiders, what he said just now was really tacky. But to her, it meant that the real brother Anyo was back. "Don't cry." Yi Xingchen raised his hand to wipe away her tears and said, "My heart will ache." "So handsome. Senior brother, Yi is so manly." The female disciples put their hands together and looked at their senior sister with envy. "Brother Anyo." Hui Er finally couldn't control her emotions. She threw herself into the man's arms and cried even more. Pei Anyo hugged his fiancée tightly and lowered his head to whisper in her ear, "I've wronged you all these years. I will use the rest of my life to make it up to you." An expert. On the mountain peak in the distance, Su Xiaoma gave him a thumbs up. Old Wei also nodded and said, "A loyal and affectionate man." Then he looked at Jun Changshao and the real Yi Xingchen on the other mountain peak with disdain on his face. These two people, they were destined to be alone for the rest of their lives. Eh? Yi Xingchen snorted coldly, but his state of mind was unprecedentedly comfortable. It was as if he had been freed from a prison of sin. The sky was bluer and the water was clearer. Chapter 1603. Roar. Roar. A deafening roar could be heard from the primitive forest. Swish. Suddenly, a 2- or 3-year-old child jumped out from the bushes, holding an egg that was much bigger than his body. Boom! A few gigantic, dinosaur-like, demonic beasts smashed through the rocks and trees and chased after him. Their eyes were filled with anger as if they had gone berserk. That egg was their child. They must be furious that it was snatched away. "Come on," the child shouted as he ran. "Come and catch me." If there were martial artists from the Falling Star continent present, they would be shocked because this little guy looked like he was only 2 or 3 years old, but he was running so fast with his short legs. His aura was not inferior to that of a martial emperor. Could it be? Was he pretending to be young? Pretending to be a child? Wasn't he too inexperienced? Roar! Roar! At this moment, 2 demonic beasts of the same kind rushed from the side, blocking the path like mountains. They opened their bloody mouths and roared, emitting a foul smell. The child hurriedly stopped and shook his head. He still caught up. The little guy was wearing a red dudu, and his face was pink and tender. making people want to pinch his cheeks. Roar! Roar! The two demonic beasts strode over, gathering hot flames in their mouths. What? The child's eyes lit up. Are you going to make a fire and roast the egg for me? Bang! Bang! Two fireballs were shot out. The little guy dodged nimbly, then jumped up with the egg in his arms. He quickly approached one of the demonic beasts and kicked the air. Energy visible to the naked eye burst out and hit the demonic beast's head. The demonic beast fell down like a mountain. Roar! The other demonic beast opened its mouth and spat out rolling flames, setting the surrounding trees ablaze. Swish! The child jumped out of the flames and landed on the ground steadily. He smirked. You want to hurt me with this kind of flame? Boom! 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 At this moment, the demonic beasts chasing from behind rushed over, standing in front of him like mountains. The sun was blocked, and the scene was dark. The child's mouth twitched. His strength was not bad in the lower realm, but the demonic beasts were not bad either. Now that he was surrounded, the situation was a bit tricky. AI. He put down the egg and said innocently, "Can I return it to you now?" His cowardice was adorable. He had shown a cowardly attitude. However, the demonic beasts would definitely not give up so easily. They raised their large feet one after another and gathered their primitive strength to ruthlessly stomp down. All right. The child's eyes were filled with a coldness that did not match his age. Who? His cultivation base of the lower void piercing stage was fully opened, and his chi circulated in his dantian. Boundless spiritual energy instantly gathered in his meridians that had been tempered thousands of times. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Father! Save me!" Swish! In the blink of an eye, streams of light shot over from afar, mercilessly piercing through the skulls of the demonic beasts and causing them to fall to the ground like blooming flowers. Ta! A seemingly honest, middle-aged man floated down and picked up the child. He scolded softly, "Brat, you're running around again. If your mother finds out, I'll definitely be punished when I get back." The little guy stuck out his tongue, but in his heart he was on the verge of breaking down. It's too hard for me to pretend to be an innocent little brat every day. That's right. The little brat with the body of a child and the mind of an adult was Gu Zhaoxi. It had only been 2 years since he was reincarnated, and he already had the cultivation base of the lower void piercing stage. His growth speed was truly terrifying. "Son," Gu Tianxing said, "after a while I'll teach you martial arts." All right. Gu Zhaoxi's eyes lit up. He had such a cultivation base without even stepping into martial arts. If Go Xing knew, he would definitely cry in the toilet. Roar! Roar! At this moment, a roar came from the sky. Flying demonic beasts flapped their wings and flew over. The entire sky was dyed in a myriad of colors. "Father," Gu Zhaoxi opened his eyes wide and said, "Is this a war?" No. The expression on Gu Tianxing's face became serious, and he said, "There?" He paused, then smiled and said, "They're here to celebrate your birthday." Ah. Only then did Gu Zhaoxi remember that today was his birthday. At the place where the Gu couple lived in seclusion, all kinds of strange and grotesque demonic beasts were gathered in the surroundings. Looking around, they were densely packed together, mountain and sea realm. As the name implied, it was derived from the mountain and sea scripture. Therefore, the demonic beasts dominated the interior. Even the realm lord was an extremely rare crocodile beast. Why were they gathered here? That's right, to celebrate Gu Go Wa's birthday. Jun Changshao, who was still working hard in the upper realm, had no idea that his life-and-death brother had become the most dazzling existence in the mountain and sea realm at the age of 2. If you compare goods, you'll throw them away. If you compare people, you'll die. Son-in-law. In the room, the crocodile realm lord placed all kinds of heavenly treasures on the table and said with a smile, "Father-in-law can only give you these gifts." The corner of Gu Zhaoxi's mouth twitched slightly. Any one of these heavenly treasures was extremely precious. Why did it feel like they weren't worth it when they came from his father-in-law's mouth? In-law. Gu Tianqing put all the things into his bag and said with a smile, "You're too polite." It's my duty, it's my duty." The crocodile realm lord smiled, and his face looked even uglier. When he thought about how his father looked like, his daughter definitely wouldn't be any better. Gu Xiaoxi's desire to run away from the marriage became even stronger. "In-law," Gu Tianqing said, "when should we let them meet?" "Let's do it now." The crocodile realm lord said, "Let's do it today." "Okay, I'm so sleepy." Gu Xiaoxi rubbed his eyes and lay in his mother's arms. He held in his heart, "Is it too late for me to run now?" Creak. The crocodile realm lord walked out of the thatched cottage. Gu Tianqing sent him off. Just as he was about to cup his fists and say something, he hurriedly looked up at the sky and saw a visible ripple, as if space was folding. The crocodile realm lord was shocked. Gu Xiaoxi's mother walked out with Gu Xiaoxi in her arms. She looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky and said solemnly, "Husband Gu, what kind of power is this? It can stir up the deep space of the mountain and sea realm?" "I don't know." Gu Tianqing released his will to probe the energy fluctuations. The moment he touched it, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Thump, thump. Gu Tianqing retreated several steps and said in shock, "Unfathomable!" Gu Xiaoxi, who was lying in his mother's arms, stared with wide eyes. After 2 years of contact, his father was absolutely invincible in his heart. But now he was actually pushed back by the fluctuations in the sky. It was unbelievable. Could it be that there was someone stronger than him in this world? Crack! Crack! Gradually, the folding of space seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, forming a huge vortex. An incomparably cold wind blew from within. The Gu couple's expressions became even more serious. They couldn't be sure what this power was, but if it could tear apart the deep space of the mountain and sea realm, it had to be terrifying. In-law, realm, lord, crocodile frowned. "Is this a space-time passageway connecting the mountain and sea realm to another plane of existence?" "Let's go," Gu Tianqing said. "Let's go in and find out." Whoosh! Whoosh! The sudden appearance of the vortex greatly piqued their curiosity. "I'll go too," Gu Xiaoxi's mother said. Gu Xiaoxi, who was lying in her arms, breathed a sigh of relief. This rift appeared at the right time. Otherwise, my eyes would have been injured. Whoosh! The 3 of them walked in front of the vortex. Gu Xiaoxi felt a sense of familiarity as he felt the wind blow by his ear. He was shocked. Could the other side of this space-time tunnel be the higher realm? Chapter 1604. At the Sect of all times. The majestic aura of advancement enveloped all the peaks. Who's breaking through? The disciples released their spiritual senses and looked towards the source. They immediately caught sight of Yi Xingchen standing on the peak. F***CK. Su Xiaomao was surprised. It's only been a few days. How did he break through again? At this moment, the entire sect knew that Yi Xingchen had left Pei Aniu's body. Therefore, they represented 2 people now. However, he had just fused with the fiend ancestor's body and was at the peak of the core transformation realm. How did he break through again in just 2 or 3 days? Could it be? Jun Changshao sat in front of the main hall and thought to himself, the energy in his body hasn't been completely digested? That was part of the reason. However, what truly allowed Yi Xingchen to peek into the true realm was that Pei Aniu and Hui finally got married and he was completely freed from his guilt. Mentality, mental state, overall sublimation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The aura of advancement lasted for more than an hour before it gradually subsided. Yi Xingchen stood alone on the peak of the mountain with an unfathomable aura around him. He had broken through. He had entered the truth-seeking realm. There was no agitation or excitement. After experiencing rebirth and a change of body, Yi Xingqian's mental state had undergone an even greater sublimation. Standing on the peak of the mountain, he seemed to have become one with heaven and earth. He, Knight Emperor, he was not born to be funny. Empress Ling Yao, Yi Xingqian raised his head, and his deep gaze seemed to pierce through the void. The grudge between us is about to be resolved. He would never forget his hatred at any time. In fact, it was this power that was constantly spurring him on step by step to get to where he was now. In the past, revenge was out of reach. Now that Yi Xingqian had entered the truth-seeking realm, he was not qualified to fight Empress Ling Yao, unless the author forcefully strengthened that woman at the last minute. Not bad. Gou Xing smiled. After Yao Menjing, the sect had another second-step expert. This made him very satisfied. Su Xiaoma, Li Fei. Yi Xingqian shouted, "We're not going home until we're drunk tonight." Su Xiaomu and Li Fei directly fell to the ground. "Brother, we were wrong, okay?" Jun Changshao was also very happy that Yi Xingqian had successfully broken through to the truth-seeking realm, so he held a small celebration party that night. "Come." Knight Emperor stepped on the chair and raised Drunken Dream. "I'll drink first as a sign of respect." Gulp, gulp. He gulped it down. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were sitting at the side, shivering. If they could turn back time, they would never have forced Yi Xingqian to drink when he was drunk. It was a pity. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Yi Xingqian remembered the two of them. As long as they were in the sect, as long as they drank, they would immediately go all out. After careful calculation, the scene of Su Xiaoma and Li Fei falling under the table had happened countless times. Today, they would definitely be carried back by second senior brother. Sigh. He regretted it so much. Plop! Just as Su Xiaoma and Li Fei were mentally prepared, Yi Xingqian, who had raised his head to drink, suddenly fell to the ground drunk. So they looked at each other, and a bunch of question marks appeared on their heads. Jun Changshao was speechless. Did he not inherit his alcohol tolerance? Yes. Yi Xingqian inherited everything that could be inherited, except for his alcohol tolerance. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Su Xiaoma and Li Fei laughed. This guy has returned to drinking in one gulp. What are we afraid of? Without Pei Aniu's soul spirit causing trouble, Yi Xingqian might be dead drunk, but he was carried back to his residence and slept until dawn. Damn it. Why did I drink so much that I blacked out? Knight Emperor hadn't experienced such a feeling for a long time. When he woke up, he immediately tried to recall if he had gone to the livestock pen or the spirit beast peak, right? Junior brother, Yi. Shall we have another round tonight? After walking out of the room, he met Su Xiaoma. This guy was also despicable. When he realized that Yi Xingqian's alcohol tolerance wasn't good, he started to act arrogantly and completely forgot how he was trampled on previously. Come. Knight Emperor still didn't realize his situation and accepted the challenge forcefully. As a result, he drank himself to a pulp and was carried back to his room by Li Qingyang. Why? The next day, he sat at the head of the Kong bed and hugged his head. Why? In the past, not only did he drink in one gulp, but he also made a fool out of himself. As a result, he started to practice his alcohol tolerance and finally became the supreme wine Dao. As a result, after changing his body, all his hard work went down the drain. Here came the problem. Could Pei Ania drink? Yes. He drank until Su Xiaoma and Li Fei collapsed on the table and even wet the bed. With a stronger body and cultivation, losing the alcohol tolerance that he had painstakingly trained was considered a gain and a loss for Yi Xingqian. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. The light spots on the drone's map intensified. The upper realm was getting closer. Rolling dark clouds gathered in half of the sky. The atmosphere was getting more and more somber. Disaster is coming. Jinren Tongu and Masato Kitano stood outside the cave residence. Their expressions were unusually solemn. Unlike the previous ominous signs, they were much calmer now that the enemy was confirmed. To be exact, if it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. Humph! Lin Haoyan stood in front of the main hall and said coldly, "How dare you invade the upper realm? You won't be able to return." The third fleet of the Astral Soul Realm was a surprise attack. It was difficult for the upper realm to form a force that could contend with it in a short time. After years of preparation, they were naturally confident. Sect of all times. Jun Changshao sat in the courtyard pond fishing. Occasionally he looked up at the dark sky and said, "The weather is changing again." The camera turned to the array hall. Tao Yuan and Zhang Dejuan were going through the handover procedures. After everything was done, the members of the War Cavalry Hall drove away the 1,000 Diablo mechs that had just been produced. All these years, the construction of the mechs had never stopped, so the number kept increasing. Now, the number had exceeded 20,000. Of course, the fastest was the second-generation mech from the demonic tribe. Because of the complete production line, everyone had one mech now. A large number of surplus mechs were even sent to the Stone Statue tribe. The Sect of all times might not be as powerful as the Truth and Path sects, but in terms of basic combat power, they were not inferior to any of the celestial sects. Why? Because of the large number of instant pills produced, rebirth core cultivators were everywhere in the sect. There were as many of them as dogs. Mechs, all kinds of rebirth core cultivators. How much power the sect of all times could unleash could only be known through actual combat. A few more days passed. Whoosh whoosh! A strong wind blew in the upper realm. The rolling dark clouds that had gathered for a long time gradually formed a huge vortex. Jun Changshao held a bowl of fried rice and leaned against the door of the cafeteria. He said, "It's here." The system was speechless. "You're still in the mood to eat?" After the vortex appeared, the upper realm fell into absolute silence. All the martial artists' faces became serious. They knew that a calamity was coming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The vortex made of dark clouds kept spinning. After a while, a steel warship gradually appeared. When it was completely suspended in the sky, a sinister laughter was heard. Beings of the upper realm, the 10 celestial sects, and the sect of all times, this ancestor has returned. You are about to meet your end. Kik. Demonic ancestor. Jun Changshao opened his mouth. Grains of rice fell into the bowl. The powerhouses of the 10 celestial sects were furious. That guy is indeed a spy. Chapter 1605. With the help of the space distortion caused by the vast ocean realm, the first fleet of the astral spiritual realm arrived in the upper realm half a year earlier. Whose fault was it? Without a doubt, it was Jun Changshao. If he had not used the system's power without permission, there would not have been space turbulence. Of course, even without Gosheng's interference, they would still come. It was just a matter of time. The demon ancestor, hearing the strange laughter from the main warship, Jun Changshao was a little confused. This guy had abandoned his body and escaped in soul form. How could he appear in the astral spiritual realm's warship? Could it be that the lie he casually made up was right? Was he really a spy lurking in the upper realm? Very likely. The system said, not long after the demon ancestor was resurrected, the third warship arrived. This is definitely not a coincidence. Moreover, from the pill formulas and forging facilities in the Moang region, it can also prove that the Moang clan is an outsider and has a very high level of technology. That's right. Jun Changshao agreed. Even Gosheng, who made up the lie, believed that the demon ancestor was a spy. The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects naturally believed it and were already furious. The demon ancestor, who had contributed everything, helped Jun Changshao cover up the lie. What a good person. Of course. He did not realize that shouting from the main warship was equivalent to confirming his identity as a spy. He stood in front of the big screen with his hands on his hips and sneered, "The entire upper realm will be plunged into misery and suffering." Because Jun Changxiao's intentional and unintentional actions had deeply hurt the demon ancestor many times, many readers sympathized with him. The phrase, "pity the demon ancestor," even made it to the hot search. However, it could not change the fact that he was a villain. Since he was here, he was definitely going to do something big. Whoosh! Whoosh! One after another, dozens of warships flew into the upper realm through the vortex. They were like moving mountains hanging in the sky. The scene was like a sci-fi movie. "TSK, TSK," Jun Changxiao said in surprise. "There are indeed many of them. Creatures of the upper realm, listen up." At this moment, a voice came from the main warship. "I am the captain of the astral spiritual realm's first fleet. I have only one purpose this time, and that is to conquer all of you." The tone was neither cold nor indifferent, a model of pretense. Humph! The patriarch of the Ling Tian celestial sect, Lin Haoyan, flew out of the sect and hovered in midair. He said coldly, "You're shameless." Swish! Swish! Patriarch and higher-ups of the other immortal sects also flew over. Although there were quite a number of them, they were clearly a little insignificant in the face of the 50 behemoths in the sky. Swish! Swish! The rogue cultivators, led by Genrin Tonggu and Masato Kitano, also flew up from the other side. The enemy had invaded. They will not run away. All of a sudden, most of the top-notch forces of the upper realm appeared. The aura that was gathered together was unusually majestic. "Master!" Jun Changxiao was immediately filled with deep veneration. "Smelly brat," Jinrin Tonggu said telepathically, "hurry up and activate the formation to protect the entire sect. Everyone is responsible for the rise and fall of the upper realm." Jun Changxiao said with a serious expression, "I'm willing to fight alongside you, Master." There was no mission. There was no reason. He was just influenced by Jinren Tonggu and wanted to be a hot-blooded man for once. "Disciple," Jinren Tonggu said, "this situation is not something you can participate in. Stay in the sect obediently and don't come out." Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "All right." "Set up the formation." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The entire Aeon Immortal Mountain was enveloped by flowing light. The first and second lines of defense were activated. Jinren Tonggu was relieved. He looked up at the dozens of battleships and said, "Old friend, you and I have known each other for a long time. We rarely compete in martial arts. Why don't we take the opportunity to compete today?" "How?" "Let's see who kills more." "All right." As Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano chatted and laughed, their eyes gradually filled with determination. This was a catastrophe, and they were prepared to die on the battlefield. Swish! Swish! The martial artists of the upper realm, who also realized that something was wrong, flew over spontaneously. They locked onto the invaders and released their cultivation, forming an invisible defensive layer that covered the entire world. Just as Jun Changxiao said, everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the upper realm. At this time, even if many people had hatred, they would unite in the face of a catastrophe. Roar! Roar! The powerhouses of the various clans flew out of the ancestral land in their true forms and roared at the dozens of battleships. "He he he! Have all the living beings of the upper realm come out. Just in time. Let's get rid of them together." Crack! Crack! The cabin door at the bottom of the main battleship suddenly opened, and the beast-like demon ancestor appeared. Then it turned into a green light and flew out, hovering above the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects. It stood with its hands crossed like a king returning. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched slightly. So ugly. Jun Changxiao, the demon ancestor, turned his head, his veins bulging. He roared, It's all thanks to you that I ended up like this. However, suddenly he smiled ferociously and said, if it weren't for you, how could I control an even stronger physical body? How could I recover to my peak cultivation in just half a year? So, as a thank you, I will destroy the sect of all times and slowly torture each of your disciples to death. What a standard villain. Go Sheng was simply weak in front of him. The expressions of the 10 major immortal sects, Jinren Tonggu, and the other powerhouses changed. They didn't care how ugly the demon ancestor's body was. What they cared more was that this guy had recovered to his peak. This is troublesome. Masato Kitano's expression was solemn. He hadn't experienced what happened 100,000 years ago, but he knew that the demon ancestor was very good at fighting at his peak. If he really recovered to his peak state, not to mention the invading battleships, he alone could challenge the entire upper realm. He. You may doubt it, but I need to prove it. Swish. As the demon ancestor spoke, he raised his hand. Majestic true spirit power gathered, and then he shot out a beam of light directly toward the Aeon Immortal Mountain. Crack! Crack! The beam of light contained supreme power and profound meaning. It instantly tore through the surrounding space. Judging from the traces left behind, it was as if it had been slashed by a sharp giant sword. Boom! A big explosion occurred above the Aeon Immortal Mountain, and a mushroom cloud appeared. Crack! 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 All kinds of arrays gathered outside the sect appeared crazily under the influence of the remaining power. They collapsed crazily and finally turned into nothingness. The Taishian elder's expression turned ugly. In the past 2 years, he had been improving the strength of the array. He was convinced that it would be far stronger than the last time the battleships invaded. In the end, it collapsed under the influence of the remaining power. In the face of absolute power, all defenses were futile. Whoosh! Whoosh! The violent airwaves roared, and the remaining power gradually weakened. In the explosion area, Jinren Tonggu crossed his hands together, and his white hair flew in a mess. He looked quite embarrassed, and in the end, he couldn't help but vomit blood. He injured the demon ancestor, who was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm, with one strike. The recovered demon ancestor was indeed terrifying. Master. The expression on Jun Changxiao's face became ferocious. Huh. The demon ancestor said lightly, Junior, you're not bad. You can take a casual attack from me. Chapter 1606. The beam of light released by the demon ancestor was extremely powerful. As long as it landed, the entire everlasting immortal mountain would turn into nothingness. Fortunately, there was Jinren Tonggu. After realizing that something was wrong, he immediately blocked the path that he had to pass through. Although he successfully resisted and protected Jun Changxiao and the sect of all times, he was inevitably injured. Jinren Tonggu could be considered one of the top experts, but in the end he couldn't withstand the beam of light released by the demon ancestor. This was too powerful. The experts from the 10 great immortal sects frowned. They were already certain that this great devil had indeed recovered his peak cultivation. Even if he didn't truly step into the 3rd step, he was at least half a step into it. TSK, TSK, TSK. The demon ancestor laughed strangely. Now, do you believe me? Being placed in an ugly body made him very resistant at first, but on the way here, he kept increasing his strength. Not only did he accept it, he even enjoyed it. Upper realm. You can tremble now. 100,000 years ago, he was killed by a joint effort. 100,000 years later, he was reborn. After experiencing all sorts of tragedies, the demon ancestor, who had recovered his peak cultivation, could finally hold his head high. Villains die from talking too much? No, I will break this law today. Don't worry, don't worry. The demon ancestor said with a sinister expression, This ancestor will slowly kill all of you. After shooting out the beam of light, he did not even look at Jun Changxiao, because this kind of trash could be easily killed with his own strength. Now, the first thing he had to do was to destroy the 10 great immortal sects and the various great clans. He had many enemies. He needed to follow the order. Moreover, the best way to take revenge was to make trash feel fear. Jun Chang Xiao did not feel fear. Instead, anger rose in him as he roared in his heart, "System, come out! Injuring master, I want to kill him." Although Go Sheng was currently in a state of rage, he knew very well that if he did not rely on the power of the system, even if he used all sorts of trump cards, he would not be able to shake the demon ancestor. Strength. This was Jun Changxiao's biggest weakness. "Sorry," the system said, "I can't help." It had no choice but to possess the body to assist in the matter of Little Dragon's power being seized. No matter what, it could not show its face again, because it would only disrupt the order of the world. "Don't threaten me," the system added. "The ultimate is on cooldown." Jun Changxiao was silent. Without the help of the system, he would continue to be invisible. 95-27. At this moment, an impatient voice came from the main battleship. "Cut the crap and do it." The fiend ancestor, who had been feeling smug, had a look of pain in his eyes. There was no denying it. He was very strong now, but because it was a corpse servant, it had to listen to the orders of others. Trash. The demon ancestor opened his arms and a vast aura erupted. He said coldly, "Welcome the darkness." Dozens of battleships opened their hatches one after another. Unmanned drones flew out and gathered behind him, forming a dense and dazzling formation. "Escom, are you afraid?" However, now that things had come to this, they had to fight for the upper realm. Who? As the drones gathered like a swarm of locusts, the martial artists of various forces and itinerant cultivators unleashed their cultivation, their eyes flashing with intense battle intent. Of Tonggu, the demon ancestor gave the order. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. An innumerable number of drones began to move rapidly, like dark clouds that filled the sky, pressing down on the enemy. Kill! Kill! The martial artists of the upper world roared angrily. They took out all kinds of weapons and gathered all kinds of light to meet them. From afar, the two forces were evenly matched. The scene was like a battle between planets. Boom! 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 A moment later, the two forces representing different worlds began a fierce battle in the sky. All kinds of lights rose and fell, dazzling everyone. The experts of the 10 immortal sects did not stay idle either. They locked onto the demon ancestor and rushed over. Whoosh! The top forces attacked, and their auras became even more intense. Trash! The demon ancestor suddenly threw a punch in the void. As the space collapsed, a huge fist shadow was formed and blasted toward the experts of the immortal sects. Under his domineering strength, he directly sent 2 peak truth-seeking realm experts flying. Swish! Swish! Several experts took the opportunity to rush over. They used all kinds of martial arts and secret techniques, forming colorful lights that blasted over. Boom! 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 Space exploded and balls of light gathered. Swish! The demon ancestor dashed out of the stream of light. His arms, which carried the power of true spirit, suddenly turned in midair. The space quickly distorted and produced some kind of deep vibration. Oh no! Retreat! Boom! 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 More than 10 experts from the Lingtian immortal sect and other forces did not retreat in time. They were instantly affected by the spatial vibration and fell to the ground as if they had been severely injured. Then they lost their lives. Jun Changxiao frowned. Those immortal sect experts who were killed were at least in the upper truth-seeking realm, but they were killed so easily. As he had guessed, this guy would definitely become a huge problem if he did not get rid of him. Hee hee. The demon ancestor laughed sinisterly. Let the slaughter begin. 100,000 years of anger, 100,000 years of grievance. All of it would be released today. Old demon ancestor. Suddenly, an ancient voice came from the Lingtian immortal sect. I'll fight you. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, an old man with the demeanor of an immortal appeared with the vast power of true spirit. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of feet away from the demon ancestor. The laws of heaven and earth and attributes of heaven and earth instantly condensed, turning into palm prints that pressed down. Jun Changshao, who was in the sect of all times, twitched the corner of his mouth. He was not qualified to participate in a battle of this level at all. Boom! Boom! The demon ancestor waved his hand in the sky, and the power to shake space erupted frequently, dissolving the palm prints that attacked him one by one. He said disdainfully, "You want to shake me with this little power? What if we join?" The other 9 grand elders of the other 9 sects appeared one after another. 100,000 years ago, the top experts of the immortal sect had once surrounded the demon ancestor above the West Sea. 100,000 years later, history repeated itself. He. The demon ancestor smiled coldly and said, "Your strength is far inferior to that group of old guys. Go." The Grand Elder of the Lingtian immortal sect shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! The remaining experts of the 10 immortal sects immediately launched an attack. Because their strength was above the peak of the truth-seeking realm, their attacks were absolutely earth-shattering. It's over. Jun Changshao was speechless. The catastrophe that the upper realm suffered this time was obviously from the Star Spirit World Fleet. However, the 10 immortal sects had to use their trump cards as soon as they sent out the demon ancestor and a bunch of small fries. How were they going to face the main force next? Boom! Boom! In the sky, the experts of the immortal sect and the demon ancestor fought. The special effects of this level of battle were too high. In order to save money and costs, the camera cut to the middle and low altitude. All kinds of martial artists were fighting with the locust-like drones. Patriarch Ryu Sinan said, "Shall we watch?" Swish! Jun Changshao waved his hand, took out a cigar from his space ring, and threw it into his mouth. Then he lowered his head and lit it, saying, "Attack!" Hum! Hum! The arrayed barrier trembled slightly, and then disappeared into nothingness. Jinrin Tonggu, who was standing in the sky above the Aeon Immortal Mountain to suppress his injuries, sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly looked back, and then his eyes widened, because what appeared in his vision was 20,000 Diablo mechs slowly ascending into the sky, with 1,000,000 Moang soldiers following behind. Ryu Sinan, the black and white Rakshasa, Ding Xingwang and other higher-ups, as well as Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and other core disciples also flew up. Master. Jun Changshao threw away the cigar, rubbed it with his feet, and put on the great sage suit. He grinned and said, "Since the sect of all times is in the upper realm, we must advance and retreat together. So, please forgive your disciple for being unrestrained in his life." Swish! Swish! 20,000 mechs and 1,000,000 Moang soldiers flew out of the Aeon Immortal Mountain. Sect of all times, join the battle! Sect of all times, join the battle! A loud and heroic voice resounded in the upper realm, shaking the world and everyone. Chapter 1607. Even if the sky fell, there would be tall people to hold it up. Therefore, before the astral spirit realm invaded, although Jun Changshao was actively preparing, he did not plan to participate in the battle. The appearance of the top forces of the 10 immortal sects and the demon ancestor in the sky also proved his previous guess. Even if he wanted to play in a battle of this level, he was not qualified. It was better to die than to die. He could only hide. Don't blame Jun Changshao for being too shameless. It was just that his strength did not allow him to do so. However, when the demon ancestor appeared and injured Jinrin Tonggu, his mentality immediately changed. "How dare you hurt my master? I'll fight it out with you." Therefore, Jun Changshao, who had originally planned to stand by and watch, gave the order. The array formation that enveloped the sect of all times dissipated, and 20,000 Diablo warriors and 1,000,000 devil soldiers moved out together. The sect of all times was not qualified to participate in a battle of the top level. But was it not enough to deal with this group of flies? Swoosh! Swoosh! Mechas flew past him one after another, and Jinren Tonggu's expression gradually stiffened. When the third fleet invaded, he had seen the Diablo warriors, but he never expected that so many would suddenly appear after the array formation disappeared. 20,000 mechas, and they were very large, flying out of the sect of all times out of the blue. The scene was absolutely spectacular. It was fine if it was just the mechas, but what shocked Jinren Tonggu the most was that there were 1,000,000 tall and well-equipped soldiers behind them, and their cultivation levels were all at the reincarnation core realm. In the eyes of a peak truth-seeking realm cultivator, the reincarnation core realm was nothing, but so many of them appearing at once was still very shocking. It was not just him. When Daoist Qi and the other experts saw the group of colossal creatures and the densely packed soldiers flying out from the direction of the timeless immortal mountain, they were all subconsciously stunned. The invaders had invaded. The main characters were supposed to be the 10 immortal sects. However, when the Sect of All Times army appeared, they instantly became the focus of the entire scene. Formation. Zhong Yi, who was sitting in Mecha number 1, gave the order. In an instant, the 20,000 Diablo warriors behind him split up and gradually formed a large net in midair. Activate performance mode. Crack! Crack! The sole disciple inside the Diablo mech pushed the lever skillfully, and the formation on the mech shone brightly. The originally dark exterior of the mech became colorful. First squad left wing. Second team right wing. Yes. Whoosh! 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 The thousands of fighter jets, representing the first and second teams, quickly spread out to both sides, like an eagle slowly spreading its wings. Jun Changshao, who was sitting in front of the main hall of the sect, placed his hands on his legs and clasped his fingers together. He said proudly, "Today the Sect of All Times will shine in the upper realm and forge an indelible legend." Swish! Swish! The unmanned mecha flying out from the dozens of battleships seemed to be under deliberate control. They all aimed their spearheads at the mecha in the formation and then rushed over without regard for anything else. The scene was like a school of sardines in the sea, but also like a gathering tornado. "Kill!" Zhong Yi shouted. Swish, 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 swish. With a single command, 20,000 mechas shot forward. Boom! Boom! The mecha and mecha seemed to have merged into one in an instant, unleashing the most intense battle. The sounds of cannons tearing and whistling filled the entire sky. Dazzling explosions rose and fell, one after another incessant. A moment later, all kinds of debris fell like rain. In the past 2 years, the formation inside the Diablo mech had been constantly improved, and its power was increasing day by day. On the other hand, the number of unmanned mecha in the astral spiritual realm did not seem to have changed much, except for the fact that there were more of them than before. Swish! Swish! Jing Ji, who was piloting mech number 66, was very familiar with the operation. She traversed through the densely packed fighter jets, and with a sweep of Fan Yezi's heavy saber, dozens of them were eliminated in an instant. This was a routine operation. This was because any disciple who controlled the Diablo mech could fight with ease. It was normal for one to kill dozens of them. Of course, even if the unmanned mecha were like ants, with their large numbers, they could still cause fatal damage to the mecha. Beep defense failed. Beep power disconnected. After killing 7 of them, Jing Ji heard the notification sound in her ears. She looked through the cockpit at the densely packed fighter jets outside, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then she pressed the red button decisively. Self-destruct mode activate. Countdown 10, 9, 8. In the outside world, the dilapidated mech number 66 was suspended in mid-air. White smoke billowed from its body, showing the world how mighty and tragic it was. When the countdown reached 1, Jingji shouted, "Sect of all times forever!" Boom! Under the eyes of the world, the mech that had exhausted all its power emitted its last light, and nearly 1,000 fighter jets that were approaching were instantly reduced to nothing. All the martial artists were in awe. Swish! A stream of light flew out of the thick smoke and landed on the training field of the Sect of all times. Jingji, who was standing in place, took 2 steps back, and a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. She had shamelessly asked for mech number 66 for the Patriarch. Although she had only piloted it for a short period of time, she had built a deep relationship with it. Now that she had personally detonated it, she must be feeling terrible. Jun Changshao comforted her. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come. Boom! Boom! The battle in the sky continued. After being exhausted, the Diablo Mecha completed their final mission by self-destructing. The mech was not invincible, but the damage it caused was very obvious. According to rough statistics, the loss of one mech would destroy nearly 5,000 fighter jets, injuring 5,000 enemies and losing one mech. This result was within Jun Changxiao's acceptable range. However, the Taishian old man standing in the array hall clutched his chest. The mechs were all made by him, and they were like children to him. Now that he had to send his children away, it was too painful. 7-star array. Just as the mech displayed the strength of the upper realm, the deputy hall master of the war cavalry hall, Tao Yuan, shouted. The Million Devil Army, gathered outside the Aeon Immortal Mountain, finally moved. If this was compared to a secular war, the 20,000 Diablo mechas were just the cavalry in the vanguard. The real main force was these infantry. Kill! Whoosh whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! With an order, the Million Devil Army moved out. Their momentum was huge, and they were wearing second-generation battle armor. They were like rolling black clouds surging from the Aeon Immortal Mountain to the sky. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the demon ancestor, who was fighting with the experts of the 10 great immortal sects, felt a large amount of demonic energy surging out. His state of mind was disturbed, and he hurriedly looked over. It would have been better if he did not look. The experts of the immortal sects were overjoyed. They thought that they would need time to deal with this person, but they did not expect that he would be injured by everyone so quickly. Sorry, you think too highly of yourself. The demon ancestor vomited blood, not because of internal injuries, but because he saw Gue Bajiang and the Million Devil Army, the 8 generals under his command, 1,000,000 troops. Why are they in the Sect of all times? Could it be that they disappeared in the Devil territory because that kid stole them? Uft! The demon ancestor could not hold back the blood and vomited again. Boom, boom! After sending a few experts of the immortal sects flying, he shouted at Gue Bajiang and the Million Devil Army, "All of you, submit to me now!" As the lord of the Devil territory, he had to control his subordinates for his own use. However, the demon ancestor forgot that not only did he not have the innate saint demonic body, but he had also changed his body. So the end result was no one cared. If he were to describe it as an idiot, Gue Bajiang and the Million Devil Army would roll their eyes and say, "Who is this guy?" Damn it. Seeing that his subordinates treated him like air, the demon ancestor gritted his teeth in anger. He could only vent his anger on the experts of the 10 great immortal sects, and his power was even stronger than before. 95-27. The general's voice came from the main battleship. "You have disappointed me." Whoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light flew out of the battleship and appeared in the battlefield between the demon ancestor and the 10 great immortal sects. Boom! The energy of the explosion roared, and the space was mercilessly torn apart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The supreme elder of the high heaven immortal sect and the others seemed to have been severely injured, and they were sent flying in all directions. Then they staggered and hovered in the air, and said in shock, "Heavenly secret!" Whoosh! In the area where the battle took place, a middle-aged man in a neat military uniform waved his cloak elegantly. He sat on a suspended chair with one leg crossed over the other. He gently shook a goblet filled with fine wine and said, "I'll give you 2 choices. 1, become a slave. 2, die." Jun Changshao was silent. He suddenly appeared and defeated 10 top experts, sat calmly in the sky like a king, and said such arrogant words. This person's acting skills are not inferior to mine. Chapter 1608. The sudden appearance of the captain of the first fleet of the astral spirit world sent 10 immortal sect powerhouses flying. Then he sat in the sky confidently. Not only did he show his terrifying strength, but he also showed his terrifying thing. Jun Changshao was hit hard. That thing was usually done by him, but today he was reduced to a background wall. It could not be helped. The other party had a hard core strength. Since he did it, could he trigger the one-punch kill? One had to know that the principle of using it was if the opponent did it in front of Gosheng. Unfortunately, there was no such thing. First of all, the captain was really strong. The 10 immortal sects were not worth mentioning in front of him, so it was natural no matter what. Second, the one-punch kill was completely outdated. Even if it met the requirements, it was just a showy but impractical move. Unless there was an upper realm version or a higher version. I don't like to waste time. The general was still gently swirling his wine glass. No expression appeared on his face as he said, "I'll give you 15 minutes to consider." "Humph." The high elder of the high heaven immortal sect said coldly, "You want us to be slaves? You're dreaming." Anyone with a bit of temper and courage would not choose to be a slave to the invaders. Therefore, the attitude of the powerhouses was to fight to the death. "I don't agree to be slaves." The middle-aged man took a sip of wine. His eyes gradually turned cold as he said, "So, I'm choosing death?" Jun Changshao clenched his fists. This guy was definitely the most impeccable person he had ever seen in his life. "It's normal." The system said, "With the host's current cultivation base, even if you don't release any aura in any lower realm, your words and actions are extremely pretentious." Why? Because of your realm and state of mind. A true powerhouse, after the baptism of time and the nurturing of heaven and earth attributes, will condense a kind of innate momentum, especially when facing the weak. Jun Changshao said, "Are you indirectly saying that I'm a noob?" "You can understand it that way. Get lost." When the two were bickering, the high elder of the high heaven immortal sect said decisively, "I'd rather die than live in dishonor." His words were the thoughts of the upper realm martial artists. Even if the middle-aged man's strength was unfathomable, he was still prepared to fight or sacrifice. "All right." The captain stood up and said, "You probably haven't seen true power, so you don't understand what fear is." Shua. He spread out his hands and said proudly, "My slaves, you can come out now." Swish, swish, from the cabin doors of the 50 warships, tens of thousands of streaks of light flew out. As if they had been professionally trained, they lined up behind the captains of the fleets. When the light dispersed, creatures of various shapes and sizes appeared. These were the same as the fiend ancestor. They were from number 1 to number 9526. Due to their different races, they all looked strange. "It's over!" A hint of despair appeared in the eyes of Masato Kitano and the other independent cultivators. Nearly 10,000 slaves had suddenly appeared. Judging from their auras alone, they were no weaker than mid-level, truth-seeking realm cultivators. If they fought, it would definitely be destructive. Kakik, the devil ancestor, laughed strangely. After living on the main warship for a few months, he had a better understanding of the zombies controlled by the captain, so he did not think that the upper realm had the ability to fight against it. "Not compromising? Don't become a slave? Then all of you will die." The devil ancestor had already begun to imagine the scene of the upper realm collapsing and the people dying. Although it was not his own plan, it was important to participate. Because he hated the 10 major immortal sects and the upper realm to the core, he preferred to see it destroyed. Sai, a patient with severe psychological distortion. Sect of all times. Seeing so many zombies appear and their overall strength explode, suppressing the auras of the 10 major immortal sects and even the entire upper realm, Jun Changxiao's expression became unusually serious. You really can't come out? No. You dropped the ball at the critical moment. Can you blame me for this? The system was also very helpless. After all, his power would disturb the order of heaven and earth and even bring about more serious consequences. It was destined to be used frequently, just like the unstoppable blade. Disciple, Jinren Tonggu said telepathically. Quickly take the disciples and evacuate. He had already realized the seriousness of the problem, so he only hoped to rely on the top forces of the upper realm to support and let the promising juniors leave as soon as possible. Evacuate? Jun Changxiao said helplessly. Where can we evacuate to? You can evacuate to the stone statue region, the system suggested. Do you think that if the upper realm has the possibility of being destroyed, the small worlds that rely on the system will be spared? Jun Changxiao said. Hold on for a while longer, then use the system store to create a miracle. F*CK. It's already at this juncture. Can you stop promoting? It's not promoting, it's the only chance. Jun Changxiao fell silent. Indeed, based on the current situation, the upper realm was simply too weak in the face of the first fleet of the astral soul world. If they wanted to turn the tide, they could only rely on themselves to find a bigger cheat. Maybe you don't think it's scary enough. The general raised his hand and said, I might as well let you broaden your horizons again. Snap! A crisp snap of a finger was heard. Not half of the people in the world died, but small streams of light flew out from the fleet of warships and quickly normalized, like rolling dark clouds covering half of the upper realm. F*CK. Jun Changxiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Through his perspective, the system quickly came to a conclusion. There are a total of 200 million of these unmanned aircraft. 200 million. What kind of concept was that? It's over. Jinren Tonggu, who originally wanted his disciple to leave as soon as possible, looked even more desperate now. There were close to 10,000 truth-seeking slaves and countless flying monsters that filled half the sky. Even if they found a place to hide, they would not be able to escape. Disciple! Jinren Tonggu stopped talking. This was because Jun Changxiao, who was wearing the great sage suit, was already standing in front of him. His gaze was solemn as he said, You and I, master and disciple, will fight side by side today. You, Jinren Tonggu shook his head and said, All right, fight side by side. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a majestic aura emerged from the sect of all times again. The elites of the Stone Statue clan, led by the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers, flew out. The elites of the Dragon clan, led by Long Ao Yin, and the elites of the Ice Phoenix clan, Divine Walker clan, and other clans also flew out. How did they come? They must have used the super teleportation array. During this period of time, the array hall had set up a teleportation array outside the ancestral lands of all the clans. The price to come to the sect of all times was 1 magnetite. Jinren Tonggu and Masato Kitano were stunned again. The million-strong devil army was already shocking enough. How could there be so many clans flying out from the eternal sect? Judging from the fact that they were standing behind Jun Changxiao, it was obvious that they were following his lead. Everyone, Jun Changxiao said loudly, Don't be afraid no matter what difficulties we encounter. Face them with a smile. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Perseverance is victory. Come on, Ollie. The experts of the various clans looked at each other. My son. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Well said. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Whoosh! Gong's son Ruoli flew over and hovered in front of Jun Changshao. Rows of flowers also came with her. Although she had not been out for long and her appearance had not changed, the aura around her was obviously much stronger. "You're here? I'm here." "You shouldn't have come." "I still came." Everyone's mouth twitched. Was this a unique way of communication between husband and wife? The current situation was that 50 battleships were hovering at the highest point, and 200 million fighter jets covered half the sky like dark clouds. The captain stood proudly in front of a seat, and behind him were tens of thousands of truth-seeking slaves. On the side of the upper realm, the 10 great immortal sects and various sects gathered together. The itinerant cultivators gathered together, as well as the forces of various clans led by Jun Changshao on the Aeon Immortal Mountain. Such a scale, such a lineup. If a comic artist were to draw, he would definitely submit a resignation letter. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "You're planning to resist stubbornly. Fine. Since you don't want to be slaves, then go and be dead." At this point, a strong killing intent gradually appeared in his eyes. He said, "Destroy all the living beings in this plane." "Yes, yes." The zombies roared and violent energy instantly erupted. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, the fighter jets gathered in the sky also began to move, indicating that a battle for the survival of the upper realm was about to begin. However, at this critical moment, an old man in a gray robe with a goatee slowly flew over with his hands behind his back. His appearance was very ordinary, the kind that could not be found in a crowd. However, ever since he appeared in their field of vision, all the martial artists unconsciously became solemn. "Oh." The middle-aged man touched his chin and said with interest, "Are you the hidden powerhouse with a combat strength of 10,000 in the upper realm?" "No." Hovering in the air, the old man smiled and said, "I'm just a storyteller who makes a living in the pugilistic world." "Speak? Books? People?" Jun Changxiao's mouth gradually opened. Chapter 1609. He's here, he's here. He's holding a feather fan in his left hand and a gavel in his right. The powerhouses did not recognize this person, and Jun Changxiao had never seen him before. However, when he heard the word storyteller, he immediately recalled the all-knowing man in ganghood that Gu Zhaoxi had mentioned many times but had never met. Very strong. The system said seriously. This was definitely nonsense. Although the appearance of this person was not grand, the tranquility and calmness he exuded was definitely that of an expert. Wait a minute. Could it be the mother that my father is looking for? Hiding her identity for decades and appearing as a savior in the upper realm's moment of life and death? Then putting on a show of family reunion? This won't do. I have to prepare a few tear gas bombs in advance. It'll be awkward if I can't cry. Just as Go Sheng was letting his imagination run wild, the system said speechlessly, "I'm afraid the host's bad habit of wanting to hug a powerhouse's thigh when he sees one can't be changed." Facing that captain, she's not at a disadvantage. Do you think she's a local? The system was speechless. Jun Changshao said, "Since she's from the outer realm, there's a chance that she's my mother." "My son." Gongsun Ruoli said telepathically, "You know this person?" Jie. Jun Changshao, who was soaring in his own fairy tale, suddenly stiffened and broke down. "Father, you don't know him?" "I don't." Smack. Reality slapped Go Sheng, causing him to deflate like a deflated balloon. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the host did not manage to scam a powerful mother, the system laughed heartily, almost sounding like a goose. "This person," Gongsun Ruoli said seriously, "his strength is above mine." There was only one possibility for him to be stronger than someone who was half a step into the third step. This seemingly simple old man had already entered the divine secret state. "Brother," Jun Changshao was shocked. "The person you mentioned is a hidden powerhouse." From the appearance of the top powerhouses from the 10 great immortal sects, he had already determined that they should be half a step or close to it. None of them had truly entered the divine secret state. Otherwise, they would not have been so obedient after the captain's appearance. Reinforcements. Savior. Senior. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and asked, "Do you know Gu Xiaoxi?" It didn't matter if she wasn't his mother. He could still use another angle to get closer to her. Gu Xiaoxi? The old man stroked his goatee. After thinking for a while, he said, "It sounds familiar. Is it the little guy who fused with the reincarnation spirit I gave him?" Jun Changshao froze in place. Jinren Tonggu and the experts from the 10 major celestial sects were also dumbfounded. Gu Xiaoxi had the reincarnation spirit. This was something that the upper realm knew. But they did not know that the special spirit seed that was born in the depths of the universe was actually given by this old man. My brother's reincarnation spirit was given to him by Senior. Jun Changshao asked in astonishment, "Not bad." The storyteller said, "He pestered me for a long time. In order to send him away, I casually gave him a spirit seed." "Send them off. As they please." Jun Changshao suddenly felt a little dizzy. At first, he thought that this fleet captain was already very pretentious. But in the end, the storyteller who appeared was even more valiant. Indeed, there was always someone better than him. He was convinced. He was convinced. Sigh. Jun Changshao said to himself, rather ashamed, "I still have a long way to go." Not only were the martial artists shocked, but the great spy demon ancestor was also shocked. He said in his heart, since when was there such a person in the upper realm? Although he had just been resurrected 100,000 years ago, he firmly believed that the probability of the upper realm giving birth to a divine arcanum was close to zero. Old man. The general kept the goblet in his spatial ring and shook off the cape on his shoulder. He said, "Judging from your aura, you don't seem to be a local." "No." The storyteller shook his head and said, "I was born and raised in the upper realm, but I left in my early years. I learned some decent skills from the outside, and after I came back, I started to focus on storytelling." "Storytelling?" The general said, "A great hermit living in the city?" He definitely did not think that this old man, whose aura was not weaker than his, would really be a storyteller. The decent skills he mentioned must be unfathomable. Otherwise, how could he not notice it? So strange. He Wudi, who was among the disciples, also muttered in his heart, "This person is so strange." What was strange about him was indescribable. "I can't afford to be a hermit," the storyteller said humbly. "I just rely on my mouth to make a living." Everyone was speechless. You can still talk and laugh without changing your expression in the face of a divine arcanum. Tens of thousands of truth-seeking realm, and so many flying monsters. Whoever thought that you were making a living in the martial world must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Fine. The general did not intend to find out his identity and said, "Since you're out, let's fight." He was very pretentious when he appeared, but now he was very serious. Obviously, he was not like Go Sheng, who forced himself to be pretentious for the sake of being pretentious. When he encountered an opponent of equal strength, he would be serious. "That's what I was thinking." The storyteller's expression was very calm, and he was not timid at all. He fully demonstrated what a true expert was. However, he paused and said, "I want to add a bet." "What bet?" "If you lose, leave the upper realm." "What if I win?" "My life and death, and the upper realm's life and death, are up to you." "Okay." The general said, "I'll bet with you." The storyteller glanced at the powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects and the itinerant cultivators and said, "Disperse, lest you be affected by the fight." "Senior, thank you." Jun Changshao cupped his fists and flew down without looking back. The others also retreated one after another. They even retreated far away before stopping. They muttered in their hearts, "It should be safe here, right?" The appearance of the storyteller undoubtedly gave the upper realm a chance to breathe. However, the powerhouses were still on tenterhooks because this reclusive, mighty figure could not defeat his opponent. In the end, he still could not escape death. Jun Changshao did not think so, but his mood was terrible. When the upper realm was in danger, it was a great opportunity to show off, but in the end he could only be reduced to a bystander. If he did not shine in a certain key plot, it would be the biggest failure in the life of a fantasy novel protagonist. Don't be discouraged. The system comforted. I'm here. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and possess me. Sorry, I can't help. Just as Jun Changshao was depressed about the lack of gaming experience, the general gently raised his hand. The surrounding attributes suddenly gathered together, and all kinds of special effects burst out, making the post-production special effects artist cry. Terrifying! Terrifying! The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects were shocked. They had already realized that the middle-aged man's strength was extraordinary. Now that he had gathered half of the heaven and earth attributes in the sky with just a raise of his hand, they were still so shocked that their hearts trembled. The stronger the general's performance, the less Jun Changshao had any gaming experience. Not bad. The storyteller said indifferently, "You have some ability." Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the general gently raised 2 fingers. The gathered heaven and earth attributes were compressed rapidly, forming a bright light. The surrounding space was distorted and folded by the impact. This is a martial art that I created myself. It's called worship from all directions. He said proudly, "I'll show you my incompetence today." Whoosh! He stretched out 2 fingers, and a light burst out like a water droplet. Crack! Crack! Wherever it passed, the space was instantly stirred into an unbearable mess, leaving behind scars that looked like they had been baked. This so-called worship from all directions, from the gathering to the display, seemed very ordinary, but the aura it emitted made all the martial artists in the upper realm feel pressured. The truth-seeking realm, the core transformation realm. In front of the divine secret realm, they were nothing more than ants. The storyteller smiled and said, "Coincidentally, I have a martial art called worship from all directions." Swoosh! After saying that, he waved his hand. Whoosh, whoosh! Powerful heaven and earth attributes flew over from even further away, and then quickly gathered together to form a colorful defensive barrier. From afar, it looked like a rushing waterfall hanging in the sky. Too strong! Under the interference of the 2 forces, Jun Changshao was shocked. Yes, he often used cheats. However, after witnessing the battle between 2 third-step martial artists with his own eyes today, even if it seemed like a probing exchange, it made him feel insignificant. Boom! At this moment, the light collided with the light curtain, and there was an ear-shattering sound, and the surrounding space instantly collapsed, as if it was the end of the world. Whoosh! Whoosh! The aura of the stormy waves lasted for a while, and then gradually disappeared into nothingness. Jun Changshao and the other powerhouses hurriedly looked over, but they did not find the storyteller, so they all guessed in their hearts. Did he dodge it? Wait a minute. When did a huge pit appear underground? Everyone subconsciously released their spiritual senses, and soon found the storyteller in the pit with his eyelids rolled up and foaming at the mouth. Jie! The atmosphere suddenly froze. Even the general was dumbfounded. No way! After a while, Jun Changshao held his head and roared. He appeared so casually, and he was defeated so casually. I understand now. He Woody, who could not figure it out, spied on the storyteller's aura again and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Patriarch, this guy is bluffing. His true strength is only at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. P.S. The update will resume tomorrow. Chapter 1610. From the moment he appeared to the moment he attacked, the storyteller gave everyone the impression that he was a reclusive cultivator with unfathomable depths. In the end, he was knocked to the ground by a single move. This reversal was so fast that Jun Changshao and the other martial artists almost fell to the ground. Peak of the truth-seeking realm? Gong Sun Ruoli's expression became interesting. That was not right. He looked unfathomable just now. Why was his aura not as good as hers now? F***CK. Jun Changshao broke down. Don't tell me this guy's so-called decent ability is to stick 2 onions on his nose and pretend to be an elephant. My turn. I can do it too. Back then, Go Sheng went to the alchemy hall and specially spent 500 reputation points to buy a bluff suit. In terms of bluffing, he was definitely not weaker than anyone else. Why was it useless? The storyteller came from the star spirit realm to cause trouble. If he used it to impersonate him, unless he had an overwhelming aura, he would definitely be exposed in a real battle. Besides, even if the bluff suit could disguise oneself as an expert, why would it pretend to be a third-step powerhouse? Therefore, this kind of prop used to bluff had to be used according to the occasion. If it was used carelessly, the outcome would be the same as the storyteller. Of course, it was already good enough that the storyteller was at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. However, the upper realm was in danger at this moment. A powerhouse of this level obviously could not create miracles, let alone become a savior. Damn it! Anger gradually appeared in the general's eyes as he stood in mid-air. When the storyteller appeared, he regarded him as a strong opponent, but in the end he was deliberately playing with him. Die! Whoosh whoosh! The general raised his hand angrily, gathered the surrounding energy of heaven and earth, and blasted it toward the sunken ground like a cannonball. Boom, boom, boom. The power of anger bombarded the ground again and again, and the sunken area continued to extend. The corners of Jun Changshao and the other martial artists' mouths twitched. Since the storyteller was not at the truth-seeking realm, he would definitely die after being bombarded so crazily. However, when the general stopped and the dust gathered around dissipated, they saw that the storyteller was still lying in the deep pit that spread even wider, still rolling his eyes and foaming at the mouth. This, Jun Changshao and the others were stunned. The general also had a look of disbelief as he said, "How is this possible?" The top experts present here had basically determined the true strength of the storyteller, but it was truly inconceivable that he was still able to remain unscathed after suffering a round of bombardment. Unless, can this guy take a beating? Boom! Boom! The general continued to gather power and attack. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth howled, and the space was stirred up to the point that it was gradually collapsing. After a while, the storyteller was still lying in the deep pit. Although he looked a little miserable, he still maintained that state, like a cockroach that could not be killed. Impossible! The general roared angrily, "Impossible!" This fellow's strength was clearly far inferior to his, and killing him could be said to be a piece of cake. But why was he still able to withstand the bombardment for so long? AI. At this moment, the storyteller stood up slowly from the deep pit. He first brushed off the soil and flew out. He sat cross-legged on the ground and summoned a small table. Pa! The gavel was placed down. Schwa! He gently waved the feather fan. After a short period of preparation, the storyteller began to speak in an exaggerated tone. Speaking of which, a long, long time ago, when the upper realm was first opened and the heavens and earth withered, the first batch of living beings were born. Jun Changshao and the martial artists were speechless. Big brother, why are you talking about books at such a critical moment? Understood. The general seemed to have understood something and sneered. If I'm not wrong, you should be deliberately stalling for time. The storyteller's eyes flickered slightly. Obviously, his thoughts had been guessed. However, the general said indifferently, to be able to withstand so many bombardments and still be able to stand up, your strength shouldn't be so weak. Could it be that it's not your original body? Not my original body. Jun Changshao was stunned. Sigh. The storyteller shook his head and said, "Have I been discovered?" That's right. He generously confessed, "This is just an incarnation of mine. Because of my attachment to my hometown, I left it in the upper realm." Damn, this was a little explosive. Jun Changshao and the martial artists were dumbfounded. They originally thought that this fellow was a bluffing liar, but they did not expect the plot to turn around again. TSK. The general said, "Even an incarnation has such a cultivation base. I'm very curious. How strong is your original body?" "You'll see soon," the storyteller said. The general crossed his arms and said proudly, "Don't disappoint me." He had already guessed that the storyteller was deliberately stalling for time, probably waiting for his original body to rush over. Since that was the case, he would give the upper realm a chance to survive. Although he had come on orders this time to take revenge, he still wanted to fight with a combat strength of more than 10,000. "Don't worry," the storyteller said. "I guarantee that you'll be satisfied." The general insisted on waiting for his original body to come, so the slaves gathered around him and the fighter jets that filled the sky did not attack. The storyteller's stalling tactic was very successful. However, he was worried in his heart. "It will take some time for my original body to come to the upper realm. I'm afraid that this fellow won't be able to wait and will destroy all living beings first." Sigh. He was too careless. If he had known that the invader was very strong, he would have rushed over earlier. The general was waiting for the storyteller's original body. Jun Changshao and the various martial artists were also waiting, hoping that he could save the people from the fire and water. Buzz! A few hours later, the space suddenly trembled slightly, as if it had been cut open by a sharp sword, and fine sword marks appeared. Whoosh, whoosh! A special airwave emerged from the crack and instantly filled the entire upper realm. His original body was here? The general turned his head to look, his eyes flickering with fighting spirit. The aura that appeared was not strong, but his intuition told him that his strength should be extraordinary. Jun Changshao and the various martial artists also locked onto the torn crack, their expressions extremely serious. "What's going on?" The storyteller was stunned. At this moment, all the martial artists present thought that his original body had come. In fact, he knew best that it would take at least a few days to reach the upper realm. Moreover, even if he had come in advance, he should not have torn space. Crack! Crack! The space continued to tear, and the traces gradually expanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 3 streams of light flew out from the crack and stopped in the sky of the upper realm. When the light dissipated, a middle-aged man with an honest appearance, a woman with a child in her arms, and a monster with a human body and a crocodile head appeared. Everyone was stunned. There was more than one original body of this storyteller. There were men and women, old and young, and there was even someone who was neither human nor ghost. In-law, the crocodile head who had just arrived in the upper realm, was rather surprised. "I didn't expect that the end of the space-time tunnel would be connected to a plane." "Yeah." The middle-aged man said, "It's a little unbelievable." At this moment, he noticed countless fighter jets and dozens of steel warships gathering in the distant sky. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This thing looks a little familiar." The woman beside him whispered, "Not long after our son was born, similar warships appeared in the mountain and sea realm. They were all destroyed by our husband's axe." "Pa!" The middle-aged man slapped his forehead and said, "I remember now." Mountain and sea realm? The general's gaze gradually turned cold as he said, "Could it be that you were the one who destroyed the 4th fleet of the Star Spirit Realm?" Chapter 16:11. The main purpose of the Astral Spirit Realm fleet was to explore the unknown universe and plunder the energy of the planes. The 3rd and 4th fleets entered the vast ocean system at the same time. One discovered the upper realm, and the other discovered the mountain and sea realm. In the end, one was destroyed and the other was destroyed. Although they failed, they sent the location of the 2 realms back to the astral spirit realm before they were destroyed, so they would definitely retaliate. The first fleet came to destroy the upper realm, and then the mountain and sea realm. Now, the middle-aged man who suddenly ran out of the crack mentioned the battleships. So, the general guessed that he was the murderer? That's right. I was the one who destroyed them. Since he did it, he had to admit it. That was the true colors of a man. At this point, the identity of the martial artists who came out of the crack was self-evident. They were the Gu couple and the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm. As for Gu Xiaoxi, who was lying in his mother's arms, he stared at the familiar environment with mixed feelings. After another reincarnation, he left the upper realm. However, just 2 years later, he came back in a special way. Home! My home! Gu Xiaoxi's eyes moistened. After experiencing countless reincarnations, his state of mind should be very strong. But at this moment there was an invisible force that made him want to cry. Gua, his mother, comforted him. What's wrong? Gu Xiaoxi could not tell the truth, so he pointed at the dozens of battleships in the sky and burst into tears. These things are too scary. His mother, who was originally kind, suddenly looked cold. Father, your son is crying. What do you think we should do? Understood. Gu Tianxing waved his hand, and the axe appeared out of thin air. The general gritted his teeth and said, You destroyed the astral spirit realm fleet, and you will pay with your life. Strictly speaking, the third and fourth fleets were his subordinates. They fell one after another in the vast ocean system, which was a heavy loss. Now that the murderer had appeared, there was no way they could survive. What? Gu Tianxing said, You're with them. Jun Changshao seemed to have turned invisible because they were not on the same level. To be exact, the invasion of the outside world was beyond his ability. If not for the Moang soldiers and mechas, he would not even be qualified to give the camera a close-up. Gu Xiaoxi, who was in his mother's arms, saw Jun Changshao and was stunned. He looks a little familiar. There were countless martial artists in the upper realm. To be able to see them in the vast sea of people, this was probably the special power that came from the brothers of life and death. Unfortunately, although Jun Changshao had discovered Gu Xiaoxi, other than thinking that he was very cute, he did not notice anything else, let alone think that he was his brother who had reincarnated. Who are they? The storyteller muttered in his heart. Very strong. He woody frowned and thought to himself, Could it be from a higher plane? Who? Right at this moment, the general gathered the power of heaven and earth, transforming it into an incomparably huge palm print that pressed down on Gu Tianxing, saying, Star Spirit Heavenly Suppression. Star Spirit Heavenly Suppression? Mrs. Gu came to a realization. So they are from the star spirit world. In the face of the vast palm print pressing down, Gu Tianxing acted as if he did not see it and said indifferently, This world seems to like to plunder other planes. They should be here to cause destruction. Father, Gu Xiaoxi cried out, So scary. This guy was definitely acting. He definitely wanted his father to take care of him quickly. Sure enough, when he heard his son's cry, Gu Tianxing could not suppress his anger and directly slashed over with his axe. Whoosh! A saber light that seemed to pierce through heaven and earth tore out, and the huge palm print was instantly cut in half, leaving a deep saber mark in the entire sky. Damn! Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. When the storyteller and the general fought just now, the special effects were already maxed out. However, compared to this honest-looking middle-aged man's axe strike, it was simply dwarfed. Whoosh! The axe burst out and directly hit a warship. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, and clouds rose. Gah! The upper realm was completely silent, and the atmosphere was a little scary. The general turned his head in disbelief and saw that a secondary warship had been destroyed. His heart was in turmoil. General! At this moment, his subordinate reported in his ear. According to the latest analysis of the data, the man and woman who suddenly appeared have a combat strength of more than 10,000. More than 10,000? This concept was very vague, because 23,000 could also be classified as more than 10,000. Whoosh! Suddenly, an axe flew out from nearby again and hit the second warship with a powerful force that cut through space. The entire fuselage quickly split in half and then fell to the ground with a boom. One axe, one kill. How terrifying! All the martial artists in the upper realm, including the storyteller, were shocked at this moment. Gu Xiaoxi was a little arrogant. At this moment, he wished he could announce his identity in his previous life loudly and let the upper realm envy him for having an awesome father. You! The general turned around stiffly, his eyes flickering with fear. Boom! Boom! At this moment, dozens of axe lights brushed past him, and dozens of warships in the sky were quickly cut in half. Bang, bang, bang! Bang, bang, bang! One by one, the drones were attacked by some kind of pressure and exploded on the spot. The sky flickered, showing a spectacular scene like fireworks. Swoosh! After a while, Gu Tianqing put away his axe and said lightly, "I'll spare your life today. Go back and tell the realm master of the Star Spirit Realm that I, Gu Tianqing, am in the Sea Department. If he dares to invade again, I'll personally go and ask him for a lesson or two." The fear in the general's heart grew stronger. This person actually mentioned the realm master of the Star Spirit Realm. Could it be that he was on the same level as the old man? He could not afford to offend him. After coming to the upper realm, he had been very calm from beginning to end. However, in front of Gu Xiaoxi's father, he no longer had the demeanor of a powerhouse. He was more like a frightened bird. Scram! Gu Tianqing said lightly. He could easily kill this general, but if he did not send him back to deliver the message, with the Star Spirit Realm style, they would definitely send people to kill him. Go! The general hurriedly shouted. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, nearly 10,000 slaves returned to the only remaining warship, and then quickly fled the upper realm with their tails between their legs. Damn it! The demon ancestor, who was in front of the cabin window, looked at the world that was gradually fading away and roared unwillingly, "I'll be back!" We're safe. We're safe. Seeing the invaders escape with heavy losses, the martial artists in the major cities of the upper realm cheered. Sigh. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "There's no sense of experience, no sense of participation." The system said, "This also means that the host's path to becoming a powerhouse is still very long." Yes. Jun Changshao clenched his fists and said, "I will always work hard to become stronger until I have the strength to compete with powerhouses of this level." The storyteller was also hurt. After hiding in the upper realm for so long, it was not easy for him to encounter a scene of saving the world. In the end, it was snatched away by a simple and honest middle-aged man who suddenly appeared. Sigh. What a failure. In the future, it was better to tell stories honestly. If it really did not work, he would change to writing books. Chapter 1612. The Upper Realm. The dozens of axes that were left behind in the sky were extremely eye-catching. 49 warships were cut in half at the waist, falling in different positions between the mountains and rivers. The fact that they could remain intact after falling from a high altitude showed how strong their defense was. In the end, they still could not withstand the axes of Gu Xiaoxi's father. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not long after the catastrophe in the upper realm, several Diablo warships flew over. There were at least a few thousand of them. Under the command of Zhong Yi, they stopped in front of the broken warships and used their strength to lift them up. Then they carried them back to the Sect like ants moving house. These damaged flying warships were nothing more than a pile of scrap metal to the various martial artists. However, to the Taishan Taoists, they were definitely treasures. That was because there were various formations left on them that could be used for research. After half a day, except for a few warship wreckages that were taken away by the 10 major immortal sects, the rest were moved to the ancient Immortal Mountain. The members of the array hall moved out together. They stood in front of the wreckage as if they were professional technicians, analyzing and calculating all kinds of data. Grand Elder. After a while, Shangguan Xinyao said, although the main warship was damaged, according to preliminary analysis, there is a backup formation inside. It should be able to be repaired and activate some of its functions. The Taishan Taoist smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad." There was a limit to the technology that a drone could study. Now that there was a main warship that still had a formation that could be activated, if they could learn a thing or two from it, they would definitely gain a lot. The array hall began to work overtime on the research. Jun Changshao was relieved to leave this kind of research to the Taishan Taoist, so he focused all his attention on entertaining the Gu couple. At this moment, he stood shamelessly in front of the spatial rift and said, "Senior, if you don't mind, please come to my sect." The powerhouses of the 10 major immortal sects who stood in the distance all rolled their eyes. He destroyed almost all of the warships and saved the upper realm from the catastrophe. He was definitely their savior. However, because Gu Tianqing's strength was too strong, they did not dare to take the initiative to talk. Instead, that guy beat them to it. The old saying was right. A shameless person was invincible. No need. Gu Tianqing declined, saying, "We still need to return to the mountain and sea realm." At this moment, he had completely lost the ferocity and aggressiveness of the destroyer battleship. He had returned to being a seemingly simple and honest middle-aged man. Protecting the upper realm from disaster is a great kindness. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "On behalf of the upper realm, I would like to hold a banquet to express my gratitude. Please do not decline." His words were beautiful, but the 10 great immortal sects and the martial artists of various paths weren't happy. What right did a Xian sect have to represent the higher realms? Where were they supposed to be? Jinren Tonggu was also speechless. He thought to himself, "This disciple is really shameless." Only now did he realize. This, Gu Tianqing looked at his wife, seeking her opinion. Mrs. Gu said, "Our son must be hungry after such a long journey. Since they are inviting him, why should he refuse?" "All right." Gu Tianqing smiled and said, "Then I will have to trouble you. Senior, save the upper realm from disaster. Even if I have to spend all my savings, it is only right for me to hold a banquet." At this point, Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Please, please." Go Sheng led the Gu couple and the mountain and sea realm lord to the sect of all times. This made the experts of the 10 great immortal sects envious. They were all annoyed. If they had known this would happen, they would have shamelessly greeted them in advance. Sigh. Compared to that kid, they were too thin-skinned. Sect of all times. Lu Wanshi led the members of the cafeteria and began to get busy. The banquet was still the same as the Manchu Han imperial feast. Jun Patriarch, Gu Tianqing, who was sitting in the main hall, retracted his spiritual sense and praised. To be able to manage a sect to such an extent, it is not easy. He had already scouted the strength of the sect's disciples and found that many of them did not seem to have high aptitudes, but they were all in the core transformation realm. This was a bit unbelievable. Martial aptitude determined the upper limit. An ordinary person shouldn't have such a high cultivation base. "Senior Gu, you flatter me." Jun Changshao said humbly, "Junior's current achievements were built on the blessings of my ancestors." "Oh." Gu Tianqing was interested and asked, "Who are your ancestors?" "This." Jun Changshao pretended to be troubled. "If it is not convenient for you to reveal, I will not force you," Gu Tianqing said. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Senior Gu, to be honest, the sect of all times was founded by the 7 profound sage." "Who?" Gu Tianqing's eyes widened. 7 profound sage. The one who created the 7 profound sunglow break. That's right. Jun Changshao was overjoyed. So he had heard of the 7 profound sage. This made things easier. The Gu couple and the mountain and sea realm lord were shocked. If such a powerful expert was so shocked after hearing about the 7 profound sage, could it be that his cultivation was above theirs? June Patriarch, Gu Tianxing said in a doubtful tone, "Is this sect of all times really a martial arts legend created by Senior 7 Profound?" When he said the words martial arts legend, his tone was obviously filled with respect. Of course. Jun Chang smiled and said, "This kind of swindling under the name of a powerhouse is something that this junior disdains and would never do." Tui, the system could not help but spit. However, it had to admit that the host was able to say it without batting an eyelid under the questioning of a powerful expert. It was truly outstanding. Gu Tianxing laughed. Obviously, he would not believe it. "Senior Gu, if you have any doubts, please, let's eat." Gu Tianxing was sure that this kid was bragging, so he forcefully changed the topic. Jun Changshao said that's fine. After using this trick thousands of times, he finally suffered a setback. Why? Why does it feel so familiar? Gu Zhaoxi walked around the sect of all times alone, and his mind was in a mess. From the moment he stepped into the sect of all times, he felt that this place was familiar, but he could not remember where. It was a bit painful. "I've been here before." Gu Zhaoxi stopped and held his head. He said firmly in his heart, "I've definitely been here before." Because he was only 2 or 3 years old. The disciples of the sect of all times did not stop him and allowed him to walk around the sect. 15 minutes later, Gu Zhaoxi arrived at the back mountain of the sect of all times. Jun Changshao had stored the sect's facilities in his spatial ring in advance, so this place was quite desolate. He could even clearly see deeper inside. Creak! Suddenly, Gu Zhaoxi stopped in his tracks. His expression was stiff. His clear eyes were fixed on the tombstone in the back mountain, because the words "Tomb of Elder Gu Zhaoxi of the Sect of all times" were engraved on it. My tomb? Or was it just a coincidence that they had the same name? Gu Zhaoxi hurried over. When he saw the picture pasted on the tombstone and the chains placed below, his mind seemed to explode. Memories flooded in like a flood, interweaving into a bizarre scene before his eyes. Ah! He hugged his head and squatted on the ground. His cute face gradually turned sinister. I remember now. I finally remember. Chapter 16:13. Gu Zhaoxi remembered the upper realm. He remembered many things, except for the most crucial memories. Therefore, when he came to the sect of all times, he felt a sense of familiarity, but he could not recall it no matter how hard he tried. I've been here before. Gu Zhaoxi always believed in this. As expected, when he saw his tomb and saw the finely crafted chains, the memories sealed in the depths of his consciousness emerged. What did this mean? The best way to treat amnesia was to bring the patient back to the old place. Gu Zhaoxi stood up and said, "No wonder it feels so familiar. I was an elder of the sect of all times in my past life." But he said blankly, "How did I join? How did I die?" This guy remembered that he was an elder of the sect of all times in his past life, but he could not remember how he joined or how he died. It seemed like he needed a professional treatment to completely recover. "Gua, it's time to eat." Mama Gu's voice rang in his ears. Gu Zhaoxi stopped thinking and went to the cafeteria. Because most of his memories had recovered, he was familiar with the way there. It even felt more like home. The Manchu Han Imperial Feast was served. Light shone everywhere, and the special effects were maximized. Jun Changshao said humbly, "It's just plain tea. Please forgive me." The Gu couple's expressions became interesting. They had not seen such a luxurious feast since they lived in seclusion. "Please, please." As soon as they finished speaking, Gu Zhaoxi ate without hesitation, looking very funny. Under the deep stimulation of the delicious food, more of his memories were unsealed, allowing him to remember a lot of his past life in the sect of all times, especially when he often pestered Lu Wanshi to cook for him. The taste was the same, and the recipe was the same. "It's so delicious. Gu Xiaoxi raised his little head, and tears flowed out uncontrollably. He ate memories, he ate feelings. Gua, Mama Gu asked, why are you crying? Gua. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched slightly. Were all the names given to the children of powerful figures so simple and unadorned? My nickname is also very low-key and introverted. Why am I not lucky enough to have parents who are so powerful? Some people would ask Gong Sun Roli. I'm sorry, he was an imposter. AI. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, comparisons are odious. Mother. Gu Xiaoxi wiped his tears and said, this meal is so delicious. He muttered in his heart, I must restrain myself and not let the cat out of the bag. He recalled some memories of his life in the sect of all times, but he did not intend to acknowledge the patriarch. After all, his parents were present, and it would be bad news if word got out. Gu Xiaoxi had already planned out his future life. He would first be a strong second generation without any worries, and when he was stronger, he would go to the Jianghu. As for his previous life, he had to forget it, and he could not let his parents know. Jun Changxiao and Yi Xingqin were obviously reincarnated through possession, while he was truly reincarnated. Although he could face the Gu couple calmly, he still felt a little guilty. After all, the reason for his reincarnation was the spirit of reincarnation. Husband Gu. Mama Gu smiled and said, Gua is so happy that he's crying. She loved her son deeply. If Gu Xiaoxi was happy, she would be happy too. Ha ha ha. Gu Tianqing raised his cup and said, Jun Patriarch, thank you for your hospitality. As the husband with the least status in the family, if his wife and son were happy, he would definitely be happier. Senior Gu. Jun Changxiao drank a cup of wine, then looked at the crocodile monster beside him and said, This is... The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm was still putting on airs. He did not even pick up his chopsticks. If it were not for the Gu couple, he would have already gone back. He would not lower himself to eat at a sect. I forgot to introduce you. Gu Xiaoxi put down his chopsticks and said solemnly, This is the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm. Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. He had learned about the existence of the mountain and sea realm from the star map in the fighter, but he did not expect that this ugly guy sitting next to him would be the realm lord. Excuse me. Jun Changxiao hurriedly stood up and raised his cup. Excuse me. Humph! The realm lord of the mountain and sea realm snorted coldly. Gu Tianqing knew that this guy was a beast and did not understand the ways of the world, so he smiled and said, His daughter is engaged to my son, so we can be considered in-laws. It was over. This sentence provoked Go Xing again. His parents were super powerful, and his father-in-law was the realm lord. He was truly the reincarnation of a god. However, if the father looked like this, how good could the daughter be? As expected, with a supreme status came a loss of happiness. If it were me, I would definitely consider it. The meal took about an hour. Although the Gu clan couple were very satisfied with the food, they didn't lose the demeanor of a powerful expert, nor did they follow the rules of taste. Instead, the haughty realm lord of the mountain and sea realm took a bite of the food and then lost control of himself. Jun Patriarch. Outside the sect, Gu Tianqing cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your hospitality. Senior Gu saved the upper realm from disaster. This is what this junior should do. Jun Changxiao said, but in his heart he was screaming, You wiped your mouth and left after eating. You didn't even give me a chance to make friends. Goodbye. Goodbye. The Gu couple and the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm flew out of the sect of all times and merged into the spatial rift in the sky. Before leaving, Gu Xiaoxi looked back at the sect of all times reluctantly and said, Just treat it as if Gu Xiaoxi is already dead. He did not miss the food. Instead, he yearned for the martial Dao. Pain. Heartache. Gu Xiaoxi followed his parents into the spatial rift. A strong sense of loss surged in his heart. He only remembered some things in the Sect of all times. He did not remember that he and Jun Changshao were sworn brothers, nor did he remember that the reason for his death was to protect the people of the upper realm. He thought that they would reunite as brothers, but in the end they were strangers. Sigh. Jun Changshao was also a little disappointed. As for the reason, there was no need to mention it. Patriarch. At that moment, Zhan Dajuan transmitted his voice. I have a new discovery. Below the array formation peak, the main battleship from the star spirit world that was broken in two lay there quietly. Due to the activation of the backup array in the cockpit, some of the facilities were operating. Jun Changshao walked in. Looking at the structure that resembled a spaceship, he exclaimed, What a perfect combination of martial Dao and technology! Patriarch, Shengguan Xinyao said, this main battleship has a more complete map of the universe. Oh. Jun Changshao walked over and saw a concave platform in the middle. A screen was projected on it. There were many planes and notes on it. Obviously, it was a more professional map of the universe. Furthermore, it included the lower realm. Jun Changshao only took a casual glance and found the Tianyuan continent. He frowned. A plane that exists in the upper realm has the ambition to touch the lower realm. He observed carefully. There was no falling star continent. This meant that the exploration of the lower realm had not extended to the entire universe. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a sound similar to an alarm sounded. Jun Changshao turned to look at the screen in front of the cockpit. A line of words that he could not understand appeared on it. He asked the system for help. Translate it. Take a look for yourself. Whoosh! A special force surged into his sea of consciousness, allowing Jun Changshao to instantly understand the words that appeared on the screen. The content was, the 10th Fleet of the Star Spirit World has explored the lower realm and discovered a world called the Falling Star Continent. We are preparing to launch an attack. General, please give us instructions. Chapter 1614. The system gave Jun Changshao the ability to read the language of other planes, but it caused his eyes to be filled with murderous intent. Patriarch, what's wrong? Zhan Dajuan and Shengguan Xinyao were stunned. Everything was fine just now. Why was he suddenly filled with murderous intent? Boom! Suddenly, Jun Changshao slammed into the inner wall of the cockpit and said angrily, If you dare touch my home, I'll destroy the astral soul realm. Don't say that. The system said, Hurry up and send instructions as a general. Tell them to give up attacking the falling star continent. Yes, yes. Jun Changshao hurried to the screen, but immediately roared weakly. This isn't a phone or a computer. There's no input method. How am I supposed to send instructions? The system fell silent. Although they knew that the 10th Fleet was attacking the falling star continent, how could they stop them if they did not know how to use it? Moreover, this kind of relatively advanced transmission must have identity recognition. It would be difficult for anyone who was not a general to be recognized. Patriarch. Zhan Dajuan asked, What's wrong? Jun Changshao read the words on the screen. When he and Shengguan Xinyao learned about it, they were extremely angry. Although the upper realm had stronger attributes and higher realms, to most people in the Sect of all times, the falling star continent was their home. Now that it was targeted by a higher plane, the situation was definitely not optimistic. Patriarch, Zhan Dajuan said anxiously, We have to go back and help. How do we go back? This question stunned him. It was easy to come up, but difficult to go down. At this moment, even though they knew that the falling star continent was in trouble, they could not sneak down because of the heavenly axiom's restrictions. Right. Jun Changshao thought of something and immediately called the black and white Rakshasa over. These two had been to the lower realm before, so they should have some special way to go back. After learning about this, the white Rakshasa said awkwardly, Patriarch, we can use the heaven and earth reversal technique to sneak down to the lower realm. However, there's a limit to the number of people, and we can't escape the heavenly axiom sanctions. Our realms will be suppressed to the void-piercing realm. How many people can you send? 2. Jun Changshao felt depressed. He didn't care about the realm restriction because he didn't believe that martial artists from the higher planes would remain at their peak when they came to the lower realm. As long as he brought enough people, he should be able to deal with them. At the same time, he could also act prettily. "Too right." Jun Changshao said, "Hurry up and send me to the lower realm." "Patriarch," the Black Rakshasa said, "the universe reversal grand technique can only transport revolving core realm martial artists." When Jun Changshao heard this, he slumped back into his seat. It didn't matter if there was a limit to the number of people, as long as he was sent down. Even if he couldn't destroy the First Fleet with his own strength and cheat, he could still destroy the 10th Fleet. "Master," Jun Changshao looked at the silent Taishan elder and asked, "Is there any way?" "There's no other way." The Taishan old man shook his head. There was a way to get up, but there was no way to get down. At this time, the system said, "It's still more reliable to refresh the store." That's the only way. Jun Changshao could only focus on the store. After all, when he first came to the upper realm, he relied on items to return. However, at this moment the Taishan old man said, "I can try to repair this battleship. Maybe there's a way to return to the lower realm." Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. Don't listen to him. The system said, "Who knows if the research will succeed? Even if it succeeds, it's too late." Indeed, Jun Changshao fell into deep thought. The falling star continent was in trouble. He couldn't waste any time. Although this battleship has been cut open, the overall structure hasn't been damaged. If it's moved into the space-time secret realm, it should be repaired in 4 to 6 hours, the Taishan old man said. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "Good, repair it quickly." The system broke down. This Taishan old man is deliberately going against me. On the same day, the battleship was sent into the space-time secret realm, and all the members of the array hall entered to repair it. Jun Changshao was very relieved to leave this matter to the Taishan old man, but because he was worried about the safety of the falling star continent, he deliberately came in to take charge of commanding and even actively participated in the research. Sect of all times, the atmosphere was extremely tense. The disciples all knew that the 10th Fleet of the Star Spirit World was about to attack the falling star continent. At this moment, they were very worried and anxious because their families were in the lower realm. Second senior brother, Su Xiaoma said, "Can we go back?" Yes. Li Qingyang's eyes were firm. His and Su Xiaoma's parents were in the lower realm, especially their beloved women in Ironbone Town. Although they were burning with anxiety, they could still remain calm because of their trust in the patriarch. At this time, whether it was Long Xiang, Li Fei, or Li Tiantian, they were all anxiously waiting, praying that the falling star continent would not be attacked. Faster! Faster! In the space-time secret realm, Jun Changshao looked at the laborers while urging the members of the array hall to speed up the process. Unlike Li Qingyang, he did not have any blood relatives in the lower realm, but he had Aunt Wang, family head AI, City Lord Xia, and others. Naturally, he would not allow them to be hurt. In the lower realm, 10 steel warships were suspended in the darkness. "Captain." In the main warship, a subordinate said, "The general hasn't sent any instructions yet." Sitting in the command chair, a man in his early 20s held the side of his face with one hand and said, "It only takes 15 minutes to teleport from the lower realm to the upper realm. Why hasn't there been a reply?" "Captain," the subordinate said, "this falling star continent is a bit strange. There are actually many more advanced teleportation arrays inside." Oh, the young man was quite surprised. The star spirit world he was in also had a teleportation system, but it was also created after a long time. It was beyond his imagination that a lower realm world had it. "We're not waiting anymore." He stood up and said tack. Asking the general to give instructions was nothing more than a routine matter. now that the warship was in the lower realm. As the captain of the 10th warship, he naturally had the absolute authority to give all kinds of orders. Yes. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, it was as if the 10 warships docked at the port quickly retracted their anchors and set sail. Falling Star Continent. In the few years since Jun Changshao left, there had been quite a lot of changes. First, because of the super teleportation array, many things had become much simpler than before. Second, because of the 12 patrol envoys, the entire world was harmonious and stable. On this day, southwest Yangzhou was especially lively, because the original Ironbone clan had officially been established a few decades ago on this day. In order to commemorate this clan and to remember the legend of ascension, many forces and families spontaneously came to Qingyang City and Ironbone Town. Jun Patriarch. In the Yunlai Inn, Xie Guangquan sat by the window and raised his wine glass to look at the sky. He said to himself, I wonder if we will have a chance to meet again in the future. It's impossible. Ai Shang shook his head and said, a legend like Jun Patriarch is destined to make a name for himself in the upper realm. To him, the Falling Star Continent is nothing more than the most inconspicuous temporary residence in the long years. Impossible. Songshan's Sect elder Ma Yunting walked in. Because they were familiar with each other, he sat on the empty seat and said, with Jun Patriarch's personality, he will definitely come back to visit us old friends. That's right. Master AI said rather shamefully, I said the wrong thing. I'll punish myself with a cup. Suddenly the wine glass trembled, the table shook, and the entire Yunlai Inn trembled. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they hurried out. In the sky, the space gradually tore apart, and one after another huge behemoths flew in. Creatures of the Falling Star Continent, you are about to become slaves of the astral spirit world. This is a supreme honor. You should be grateful. Chapter 1615. 10 battleships appeared uninvited and hovered in the sky of the Falling Star Continent. The powerful aura they emitted immediately suppressed all living beings. This is bad. He walked out of the Martial Alliance's main hall with a terrible expression. Before Jun Changshao ascended with his sect, he was worried that the Falling Star Continent would encounter trouble in the future. Hence, he had set up various defensive formations outside the universe in advance. Now, it did not stop them, and they did not even notice them. It was obvious that they were very powerful. Swish, swish. The 9 great martial emperors flew out from their seclusion and hovered below the battleships. Their expressions were also very serious. Currently, the Martial Alliance, which was founded by Jun Changshao, had absolute authority in the Falling Star Continent. However, the 9 of them were respected martial emperors after all. They would definitely stand out when the continent was in danger. What's wrong? A voice came from the main battleship. You're not convinced. Swish. Yunhee flew over and cupped his fists politely. Friend, let's talk nicely. I've already said, you'll become slaves. It was very arrogant and overbearing. It did not give the Falling Star Continent any chance at all. Yunhee frowned and said, I'm afraid you don't know that the Falling Star Continent is related to the Upper Realm. From the beginning, he had concluded that the other party did not come with good intentions. Moreover, the aura they emitted was extremely powerful. He could not go against them, so he could only scare them with his background. Ha ha ha! A laugh came from the main battleship. I'm afraid the upper realm you mentioned no longer exists. He had received the news that the First Fleet had attacked the upper realm. According to the time, they should have arrived at their destination and successfully destroyed it. The upper realm no longer exists? Yunhee's expression stiffened. My patience is limited. A voice came from the main battleship. I'll give you 15 minutes to consider. Otherwise, swish, the main battleship's hatch suddenly opened. A beam of light shot out and landed in an uninhabited area of the Falling Star Continent. It caused a deafening explosion and a majestic mushroom cloud. Yun-hee, the 9 great martial emperors, and the others felt a chill down their spines. This power was enough to wipe out everything. It's over. Ma Yunting, Ai Shangyao, and the others who were in Ironbone Town lamented in their hearts. It's over this time. The 10 warships were emitting an absolute pressure, and the powerful beam of light that was shot out just now made them feel hopeless. Sect of all times, space-time's secret realm. Jun Changshao wiped the sweat from his forehead as he burned all kinds of ores with the power of the fire spirit. Taishian could repair the intricate array system inside the main battleship, but he would have to fuse the 2 broken sections back together. It's about time. Fan Yezi, who was standing to the side, said, "It can be repaired." Shua. Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out the lava. "Close." Zhong Yi ordered. Hoo-hoo. The 10,000 mechas, standing in front of the 2 halves of the battleship, pushed them together, gluing them together. Zzz. Molten lava seeped into the cracks, and after cooling down, the cracks were completely closed. The system praised. With the host skills, you're at least at the level of a special grade welder. It's a bit of a waste of your talent to build aircraft carriers and space stations. Scram. Jun Changshao didn't have time to banter with him. He looked at the Taishian elder and said, "Master, I'll leave the rest to you." Yes. The Taishian elder led the formation team into the main battleship and began to connect the various formation systems. Time passed little by little. All the participants, all the disciples waiting outside, were burning with anxiety. Outside, 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. Second senior brother. Su Xiaoma clutched his chest and said, "I have a bad feeling. Don't think too much." Although Li Qingyang looked calm, his heart was in a mess because he also felt a bad omen. Whoosh! At this moment, a huge battleship flew out of the space-time secret realm and hung above the sect of all times like rolling dark clouds. Because it blocked the sun, everything was dark. Success! We can go back to the lower realm. All the disciples were excited. Click! The bottom cabin of the main battleship gradually opened. "Everyone," Jun Changshao's voice came. "Follow me back to the falling star continent." Yes. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, 100,000 disciples flew up to the main battleship, followed by Sun Muching and other new members. When the falling star continent was in trouble, the whole sect was mobilized. In the control room, after racking his brains, the Taishian elder still put his palm on the formation mark. Whoosh! The steel battleship was activated and instantly entered the void. "Please set the coordinates." A mechanical voice came. "The lower realm. The falling star continent. Coordinates confirmed. Activating shuttle mode. Estimated time of arrival is 15 minutes. Whoosh! In the deep space, the battleship turned into a stream of light and flew toward the seemingly endless area at high speed. Soon, it reached the connection point of the upper and lower universes, ignoring the restrictions of heaven and earth and forcibly merging. Hum! Hum! The hull shook and quickly recovered. Go to the lower realm. The Taishian elder's mouth twitched slightly when he heard the notification. How powerful is the formation technology in the astral spirit realm? It can be so easy to sneak in. Patriarch, Su Xiaoma said in surprise. My realm is not suppressed. Me too. The disciples inside the battleship were all stunned. When they went to the lower realm, they were prepared to have their realm suppressed, but nothing happened. This is troublesome. Jun Changshao frowned. If his and his disciples' realms were not suppressed, the 10th fleet of the astral spirit realm would definitely be able to avoid it. Not to mention the truth-seeking realm. Even a rebirth core realm cultivator could kill the falling star continent in an instant. Hurry! Hurry! Whoosh! As they rushed forward anxiously, the falling star continent gradually appeared in their vision. We're about to reach our destination. The mechanical voice sounded on the battleship, instantly stirring the hearts of the disciples of the sect of all times, making them even more worried about whether their home had been destroyed. Whoosh! A moment later, it merged into the falling star continent. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others saw the dilapidated mountain see through the cabin, and their expressions gradually stiffened. Kill! Jun Changshao stood up and said with his eyes wide open, Kill them all! Crack! Crack! The bottom cabin slowly opened, and the disciples of the ancient sects who were born in this world and then ascended to the upper realm flew out in anger. They gathered all kinds of forces and blasted at the drones that were constantly flying around. Captain! In the main battleship of the 10th Fleet, a subordinate exclaimed, The main battleship of the 1st Fleet is here! What? The middle-aged man who was tasting wine was stunned. He had sent instructions earlier, but the general did not reply. Why did he suddenly come in person? Boom! Suddenly his outer body was violently attacked, sending him flying and crashing into the wall. When he stood up with difficulty, he saw a young man with endless anger in his eyes hanging outside the cabin. Boom! Boom! The 9 battleships nearby all exploded. Under the illumination of the flames and energy, that guy looked like a devil descending to the world. Captain! The subordinate said in horror. All 9 battleships are destroyed! Bang! Suddenly, Jun Changshao broke the glass of the cabin door with a punch and rushed in. He grabbed the neck of the man whose cultivation was only at the 9th refinement Dan realm and said in a cold voice, Contact the headquarters immediately and tell them that I, Jun Changshao, am not a man until I destroy the astral spirit world. He was furious. He went berserk again. The reason was that the falling star continent was torn apart in a short time. Countless creatures died under the bombardment of the drones, and countless sects and cities turned into nothingness. Jun Changshao no longer cared whether his and his disciples' families were hurt or not. There was only one strong thought in his mind. The astral spirit world. I must destroy it. Chapter 16:16. Under the absolute power of the upper universe, the falling star continent couldn't even withstand a single blow. In a short time, the mountains and rivers were shattered, and the earth collapsed as if it was the end of the world. Jun Changshao floated in the air, blaming himself in his heart. Although he had torn apart the 10th warship and the captain, he had not arrived in time to save the people from the fire and water. He believed that he had an unshirkable responsibility for that. The systems said, At least the host saved this world. Although the interior of the continent was severely damaged, the heavenly axiom system still existed. At least it meant that he came in time. If he was a step later, the falling star continent would definitely be gone. Ding! The host spent 1,000 reputation points and obtained the Mountain River Recovery Machine X1. It has been transferred to the spatial ring. Swish! Jun Changshao waved his hand and took out the item he just bought. It was a big iron box that hung in the air. All 4 doors opened, and elf-like creatures flew out and gathered in the falling star continent. Buzz, buzz! The shattered space gradually healed, and the collapsed mountains and rivers gradually reconnected. The Mountain River Recovery Machine, bought with reputation points, was much more professional than the Terrain Modification Machine. It could completely restore the ruined world in a very short time. However, the destroyed cities and buildings couldn't be repaired, and the dead creatures couldn't be repaired either. This was a debt. Jun Changshao wrote it down in a small notebook. He didn't have the strength to challenge the astral spirit world now, but he would definitely destroy it in the future. As the most valued martial arts holy land, Ironbone Town wasn't spared. Nearly 90% of the buildings were destroyed. The only thing worth celebrating was that there weren't too many casualties. City Lord Xie, Family Head AI, and the others were safe. In fact, although the falling star continent suffered a fatal blow, not many creatures died. The reason was that the 10th Fleet's order wasn't to destroy creatures, but to conquer them. Therefore, they mainly destroyed their homes. June Patriarch. Yun, he blamed himself. I've disappointed you. He was the acting leader of the Martial Alliance, and his duty was to maintain world peace. The enemy is too strong. Jun Changshao said, It's not your fault. Ma Yunting, Ai Shangyao, and the others stood at the side. It was a happy thing to see Jun Patriarch again. But because of the disaster the falling star continent suffered, they all put on a bitter face. The next day, the cracked space and collapsed mountains and rivers had basically been restored to their original state. However, traces of mending could still be seen, and it would take time to slowly smooth them out. Taishian Xingzong, Bright Light Holy Sect, and other major sects began to rebuild after the disaster. After the disciples of the sect of all times cleaned up the battlefield, they reunited with their loved ones in Ironbone Town. The atmosphere turned from harsh to warm. Li Qingyang first paid his respects to his father before looking for Sister Qiao. The scene of them showing off their affection was not shown to the camera, in case it deeply stimulated some of the single people. Aunt Wang. Sitting in the half-collapsed Yunlai, Jun Changshao wiped his mouth and said, Another bowl of noodles. With a golden chef like Lu Wanshi taking care of him, the food would definitely not be bad. However, he still had a special liking for Aunt Wang's noodles. This was because he had been rescued many times when he was at his worst. When are you leaving? Andy Wang asked as she cooked the noodles. In a few days. Jun Changshao did not plan to stay in the Falling Star continent for long, because this place could no longer provide him with a higher martial realm. If he wanted to become stronger and settle the score with the star spirit world, he could only develop in the upper universe. Annie Wang said, A few years after you left, the palace lord of Miaohua Palace often came to Ironbone Town and often stood in a daze in the empty space of Ironbone Mountain. Now that you're back, don't you plan to visit her? She picked up the noodles and turned around. Jun Changshao was already gone. Miaohua Palace. Zhang Sunfenghua and Leng Xingyue were organizing the disciples to rebuild the damaged sect. The space trembled, and Jun Changshao appeared out of thin air. Jun Patriarch. The Miaohua Palace disciples exclaimed. Zhang Sunfenghua and Leng Xingyue's expressions turned ugly. Both of you. Jun Changshao retracted his spiritual thoughts and asked in confusion, Where's Palace Lord Shi? This question made Zhang Sunfenghua and Leng Xingyue's expressions turn even uglier. There was even pain in their eyes. What happened? Palace Lord, she's missing. Missing. Jun Changshao frowned. Just as Annie Wang said, Shi Jingxian would come to Ironbone Town every once in a while, but she never appeared again. The reason was that she was missing. One night 5 years ago, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky, and Palace Lord disappeared. Zhang Sunfenghua recalled that day, her face already covered in tears. Have you looked for her? I've been looking for her for the past 5 years. Jun Changshao was silent. He released his spiritual thoughts and instantly enveloped the entire Falling Star continent. But he did not find Shi Jingxian. He immediately came to an answer in his heart. She's not in this plane. Could she have gone to other planes? The system asked. After the Starry Sky Fortress was destroyed and replaced by the Falling Star continent, many planes often came to trade, so it had become very easy for martial artists to leave. I'll go look for her. Jun Changshao left Miaohua Palace and blended into the universe. Soon he toured the surrounding planes. After entering the truth-seeking realm and not having his realm suppressed, he, who was in the lower universe, could cross the void with a snap of his fingers and spread across all the planes. He could be said to be an omnipotent god. However, after searching for a few days and hundreds of planes, Jun Changshao still did not find Shi Jingxian, so he stopped in the universe and guessed, she's not in the lower realm? Could it be that she went to the upper realm? The system said, that girl can reach the Grand Emperor level in just a few years. Maybe she used some method to sneak up. Jun Changshao guessed. The system was silent. It was not impossible for a low-level martial artist to sneak up by relying on a warship to bring an entire sect back to the lower realm. Jun Changshao returned to the falling star continent. The traces of the stitches in the sky had completely disappeared. The order of heaven and earth was operating normally, and the lost spiritual energy was gradually recovering. Jun Patriarch, City Lord Han said, "You're finally back." He hurried over when Jun Changshao went to Miaohua Palace, but he ended up waiting for several days in Ironbone Town. "What's the matter? Let me show you something." City Lord Han took out a treasure that looked like a bronze mirror, and the scene of the sky being torn apart repeatedly appeared on it. "This is?" Jun Changshao asked. City Lord Han said, 5 years ago, there was a natural anomaly, and it just so happened that the dragon-tiger battle for hegemony was holding. This Han used a projection array to record the scene. Jun Changshao hurriedly took it and looked at it carefully several times. The captured anomaly only existed for a short period of time, but the entire process was as if space was torn apart by a large hand. "It's man-made," Jun Changshao confirmed. The system said, "To be able to tear space so easily, this power definitely came from the upper realm." Natural anomaly, Palace Master Shi's disappearance. Jun Changshao held his chin and said, "Could it be that she was taken away by the person who tore space?" "That's possible." It was rare for the two of them to agree. Jun Changshao was puzzled. Palace Master Shi's strength is not high. Why would an expert spend so much effort to take her away? The system said, "There is a special energy in that girl's body. Could it be hiding some secret?" Jun Changshao fell silent. Ever since he cured Shi Jingxuan's eye disease, he did not think about that special attribute. After all, it did not bring her any harm. Now that the system mentioned it, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Is it a blessing or a curse that she was taken away? It should be a blessing. If it's a curse, then why would the person who tore space go through so much trouble to take her away? I hope so. Miaohua Palace was one of the 2 allies of the sect of all times, so Jun Changshao naturally did not want Palace Master Shi to be in trouble. "Qingyang, pass down the order. We'll return tomorrow." "Yes." Chapter 16-17. The next day, Jun Changshao and the disciples of the sect of all times left on Eternal. Eternal was the main battleship of the First Fleet. As it was completely controlled by Go Sheng, it became the private property of the sect of all times. In the future, he would have to rely on it to go to the astral spirit world. After all, it had detailed coordinates and could save a lot of time. The relatives of the disciples were still in the falling star continent. They could have gone to the upper realm, but because of their mediocre aptitude, living in a lower realm was the best choice. Jun Changshao did not force it. Since they had Eternal, the disciples could come back to visit at any time. Moreover, there were many secondary battleships that were cut in half in the sect. He could let the Taishian elder try to repair them and build a fleet of battleships. "Master." Sitting in the cockpit, Jun Changshao asked, "Can the 10 battleships that were shot down in the falling star continent be repaired?" "There shouldn't be a problem," the Taishian elder said. "However, these battleships are made of ordinary materials. Although they can be used to travel through the universe, they might not be able to withstand the bombardment of a top powerhouse." The 10th Fleet was ordered to enter the lower realm to search for slaves and realm energy. Therefore, the battleships were not of a high level, which was why Jun Changshao was able to destroy them one by one. If it were the 3rd and 1st Fleets that invaded the upper realm, it would definitely be difficult. After we go back, we have to develop diligently. The astral spiritual world appeared one after another, threatening either the upper realm or the lower realm. This made Jun Changshao feel powerless. Therefore, he decided to work hard and wait for the sect to become stronger. After completing the main mission, he would go and blow it up. Go Sheng was a petty person. As long as it was recorded in his little notebook, he would definitely settle the score, even if it had nothing to do with the mission. The vast universe was endless. In a certain galaxy, there was a realm surrounded by flowing light. This was the astral spirit world that Jun Changshao had recorded. As the camera zoomed in, large battleships could be seen flying or hovering in the air. Strange creatures of all shapes and sizes were walking around the city. The creatures here came from various realms. Some were slaves, some were natives. In terms of overall strength, it was obviously much higher than the upper realm. Inside the palace, a slender man leaned back in his chair and looked at the words that appeared on the light screen with interest. The content was, I, Jun Changshao, swear not to be human until I destroy the star spirit world. Jun Changshao? He rubbed his nose and said disapprovingly, how arrogant. My lord. At this moment, a subordinate walked in and cupped his hands. The captain of the First Fleet has returned. Humph, the man said coldly. You still have the face to come back when you haven't completed your mission. My lord. The general of the First Fleet walked in and knelt on one knee. He said respectfully, when I was attacking the upper realm, Gu Tianqing suddenly appeared. Gu Tianqing? The man said in surprise. Didn't this guy already live in seclusion? Why would it appear in the upper realm? The general said, Gu Tianqing has said that the upper realm will be under his protection. If our star spirit world invades again, we will look for the realm master to discuss it. TSK, the man said disdainfully, do you really think you're a big shot? You dare to argue with the realm master? The subordinate, standing beside him, said, My lord, Gu Tianqing is one of the top experts in the upper universe. You must not underestimate him. All right, the man said indifferently. Then I'll give him face and let the upper realm off for now. Swish! The Sect of all times traveled through space and hung in the Aeon Immortal Mountain. The nearby martial artists were stunned. If not for the fact that they saw the disciples of the Sect of all times jumping out of the hatch one after another, they would have suspected that the star spirit world had sent another warship to attack. Master, after returning to the Sect, Jun Changshao reminded, Please pay more attention to the repair of the warship. Needless to say, the Taishan elders would also be very attentive. After all, the joy of a technological geek was to research technology. Jun Changshao called Shui Rengui over and instructed him to train the members diligently. The upper echelons and disciples realized that the Patriarch was preparing to attack the star spirit world in the future, so they consciously focused on cultivation. Patriarch. As soon as he returned to his residence, Li Qingyang sent a voice transmission. The storyteller is here. Why is he here? Jun Changshao was surprised for a moment and said, Please invite him to the main hall. Yes, in the main hall of the Sect. The storyteller sat down and said with a smile, I've long heard of Jun Patriarch's great name. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. The corner of Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. He cupped his hands and said, Senior, you flatter me. If he had not been beaten up by the Star Spirit World General, he would definitely be very respectful. But now he felt that this guy was a little unreliable. Jun Patriarch. The storyteller smiled and said, I'm here today to tell you something. Senior, please speak, Jun Changshao said. The storyteller slammed the gavel on the table and said, Do you remember the expert who appeared in the sky and saved the upper realm? I remember. This person is not simple. Jun Changshao muttered in his heart, Isn't that obvious? Who among the martial artists who had experienced the previous calamity could not tell that Gu Tianqing was not simple? Especially his 2- or 3-year-old son, the storyteller said. Jun Changshao would not deny this. His parents were awesome, and his father-in-law was the realm lord of the mountain and sea realm. He was only 2 years old, and he was already at the void-piercing realm. When he grew up, he would definitely be even more terrifying. Sigh, why am I not as lucky as him? The storyteller said solemnly, according to my observation, there should be a reincarnation spirit in that child's body. What? Jun Changshao stood up. No matter what spirit seed it is unique in the universe, the storyteller said. Senior, you mean? Jun Changshao could not control his emotions and said, That child is my life and death brother, Gu Xiaoxi? That's right. The storyteller nodded. Jun Changshao sat down again and began to think seriously. During the meal, Gu Tianqing had said that his son was 2.5 years old. According to the time of Gu Xiaoxi's death, if he was reincarnated, he should be at this age. Patriarch, Su Xiaomao ran in a panic and said, The chain in front of Elder Gu's tomb is gone. Who took it? Some fellow disciples saw that Senior Gu's son had gone to the back of the mountain. Did they think it was fun, so they took it away? If the reincarnation spirit could not confirm Jun Changshao's suspicions, then if the chain was taken away by the other party, he would firmly believe that it was his brother, Gu Xiaoxi, because that thing was a testimony to the friendship between the two of them. Jun Patriarch, the storyteller said, The upper realm is very small in the vast universe. If you want to become stronger, you need to go out and gain more experience. Senior, you have a point. Through the fighter jets and battleships left in the star spirit realm, Jun Changshao realized that there were stronger existences outside the upper realm, and he still had a long way to go. Goodbye. The storyteller left. Although they did not talk much, he gave Jun Changshao a piece of breaking news, which was comparable to a spoiler system mission. Brother, Jun Changshao walked out of the main hall, looked up the sky, and said secretly, When I complete the main mission of the upper realm, I will go to the mountain and sea realm to find you. The storyteller came this time to tell him that Gowa had the reincarnation spirit and that the upper realm was extremely small in the universe. Obviously, he intended to let Go Shen go out to gain experience, but he did not have the intention to start an interstellar journey for the time being. He still prioritized the development of the sect first. Besides, he had just entered the realm of truth-seeking, so it was not enough for him to go out. Chapter 1618. For the sake of Gu Tianqing, the astral world would not attack the upper realm for the time being, so it would be relatively peaceful for a period of time. However, after experiencing 2 invasions, Jun Changshao felt powerless. He did not even have the gaming experience, and this was because he was too weak. What should he do? He must become stronger. The storyteller provided Jun Changshao with a path to become stronger, which was to start interstellar navigation and travel the universe. Not now, because of the restrictions of the main mission. Therefore, the first thing to consider was to develop the sect into an immortal sect. The arranged battle between Master and Gu Hongjinren is coming soon. How can I leave the upper realm? There were too many things bothering Jun Changshao, so he had no choice but to stay in the upper realm, even if he desperately wanted to reunite with Gu Xiaoxi. Brother, you were born into a good family. As your brother, I'm happy for you. It's just that, Jun Changshao said seriously, when we reunite, I won't be weaker than you. Some people would think that after Go Sheng learned that Goa was Gu Xiaoxi, he would shamelessly suck up to him. But in fact, after experiencing 2 incidents, he felt that his cultivation was too weak and decided to work hard, rely on others. In the end, it was better to rely on himself. Moreover, Gu Xiaoxi's father was very strong, but was his system weak? Rather than saying that the astral world's first fleet did not give Jun Changshao a chance to suck up to him when they invaded the upper realm, he recognized his own shortcomings. A few days later, Gong's son, Ruoli, came to the sect of all times. It's over here. I'm going outside to look for your mother. Jun Changshao knew that she had made up her mind, so he did not stop her. Whoosh! That day, Gong's son Ruoli turned into a stream of light, flew out of the upper realm, and merged into the endless universe. During this time, I'll manage the sect you can cultivate in peace. Rows of flowers, who was standing behind him, said. After a trip to the falling star continent, she could feel that Jun Changxiao's behavior had changed. His naughtiness was gradually replaced by maturity and steadiness. Then I'll have to trouble you. Rose of Flowers was in charge of all the internal affairs. Jun Changxiao entered the space-time secret realm and took out all the martial skills of the demonic tribe that his father had given him before he left. Then he crushed a talisman of insight and started to cultivate. The path of martial arts was not about the number of secret manuals one could learn, but the pursuit of perfection. Since he could learn it in an instant, the more the better. Furthermore, the martial arts of the Moang clan were similar to other people's martial arts. After cultivating, one could also increase one's martial arts knowledge. I still can't understand the special Upanishads inside. After finishing his cultivation, Jun Changxiao habitually took out the 7 remaining scrolls. For the past few years, every time his realm increased, he would take out the 7 mysterious sun glow break to study it. It was not to learn martial arts, but to pry into the profound meaning. However, as his realm increased, not only did he not understand the main points, but he also felt that it was more unfathomable. From Gu Tianxing's words, Jun Changxiao had already learned that the 7 profound Saint Sovereign was known as a martial arts legend. His strength should be extremely terrifying, and for him to leave behind 7 incomplete scrolls that contained profound mysteries, there might be some sort of great opportunity there. The internal affairs of the sect were handled by Rose of Flowers and the upper echelons. Jun Changxiao focused on cultivating and formulating a development plan. There was nothing much to plan. With the current way the sect of all times operated, as long as there was the support of the elixir store, the resources would only increase. Because of the new sect missions, the disciples would also participate in them while cultivating, and they could also continuously obtain sufficient 3 points. As for the most crucial realm increase, as long as he could form a core at 1 rotation speed, the entire sect's core transformation realm would definitely not be a problem. This was the strength of the lower level, and the upper echelons and core disciples could not be left behind. Therefore, Jun Changxiao reloaded the VIP account for a year, which would be crazily refreshed every month to purchase martial arts facilities to increase one's realm. Ding! Host has spent 5,000 reputation points and obtained Elder's exclusive cultivation room X1. It has been transferred into the spatial ring. Ding! Sect reputation points, 12,000. After 2 months and a total of 60 refreshes, Jun Changxiao finally obtained a brand new tool for cultivation, but it was only available to elders. Other than the newly joined Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho, the senior elders like Ding Xingwang and Jiang had not entered the truth-seeking realm, even though their strength was steadily increasing. The appearance of the elders' exclusive cultivation room would undoubtedly help them improve. Of course, this kind of martial arts facility was not something that could be entered casually, and merit points would be deducted. The disciples obtained contribution points from completing sect missions and then used them to exchange for items in the store. The elders also had similar values. If not for the appearance of the exclusive cultivation room, Jun Changxiao would not have realized it. In the exclusive cultivation room were majestic heaven and earth attributes gathered. Jiang placed his palm on the screen. When he saw the 460 value that gradually appeared, he could not control his emotions and laughed loudly. Ding Xingwang broke down. Why is this guy higher than me? The value displayed on the screen was the merit points. If one wanted to cultivate inside, they would need to spend some points every day. Let me try. Old Ge walked over and placed his palm on the screen. The number displayed was 1,500. Damn! Jiang was dumbfounded. Elder Jiang. Old Gu cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for letting me win." The Ning brothers also came to take the test. Their merit points were around 400 to 500. Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun were the last to take the test. The result was 0, so they walked out of the cultivation room dejectedly. When Jun Changshao heard about it, he came to comfort them. The two of you have only been in the sect for a short time. It's normal that you don't have any merit points. If an elder wanted to obtain merit points, they had to contribute to the sect. This contribution depended on whether they could provide martial arts assistance to the disciples. For example, Old Go was able to earn 1,500 merit points because he joined the Eternal Sect. Almost every day he would go to the martial lecture hall to teach the disciples. Moreover, he would often replace the other elders. Although his presence was not high, his contribution was high. On the other hand, although Jianya and Ding Xingwang occasionally came to give lectures, they spent more time on cultivation. Therefore, they did not have many merit points. The Ning brothers did not give lectures to the disciples, but they were in charge of disciple recruitment. They had contributed a lot. Understood. Ryu Sinan said, I'll teach tomorrow. Gongsun Ho rolled his eyes at him and said, You're just a dabbler. You'll only mislead the disciples. I'll be the one teaching the disciples. The two of them had not been in the sect for long, but they had benefited from all kinds of martial arts facilities. Therefore, when the special cultivation room appeared, they began to contribute to the sect and actively taught the disciples. They even had conflicts in the Wu-Tang class many times. It would be great to be taught by two middle-level truth-seeking realm cultivators. As for Ding Xingwang, Olga, and the others, it was rare for them to have free time. They used the merit points they had and frequently went to the cultivation room. It was only a matter of time before they improved their realms. Since there are elders' cultivation rooms, there should be hall masters' cultivation rooms, right? Jun Changshao sat in the study and thought. Everything is available. The system said, as long as the host is brave enough to refresh. Jun Changshao was speechless. You're really promoting it every time you have a chance. Ding. Epic quest triggered. It's finally here. Jun Changshao almost cried. The first fleet of the astral spirit realm invaded the upper realm, and the 10th fleet invaded the falling star continent. What two good opportunities to issue missions. In the end, he didn't even get a side mission. Swoosh! He opened the panel and clicked on the introduction. Upper Realm Epic Quest 6 Mission Details. The host must improve the overall strength of the sect within 2 years. Mission Requirements. Upper Truth-Seeking Realm 0/1. Middle Truth-Seeking Realm 0/5. Core Disciple Lower Truth-Seeking Realm 0/10. Mission Reward. After reading the conditions, Jun Changshao said gloomily, Don't Xingqian and Menjing count? The system said, It should be counted from the time the mission is issued. Those who break through in advance are not counted. 2 years. Jun Changshao muttered to himself, This is a little difficult. Chapter 1619. Judging from the new epic quest. Jun Changshao was forced to improve the strength of the sect. He couldn't be lazy anymore. 2 years. Not too long. It would definitely be a little difficult to meet the quest requirements. Elder Lu. Jun Changshao said, If you are given enough martial arts resources, how long will it take for you to reach the upper level? 2,000 years. Go Shing almost fell off his chair. 2 years and 2,000 years, the difference between. God knows how many times. Jun Changshao asked Gongsun Ho again, but the answer he got was still a few thousand years. So he broke down and pressed his face on the table, saying sadly, It's too difficult for me. There were still 5 middle-level truth-seeking realm cultivators and 10 lower-level truth-seeking realm cultivators. Don't be discouraged. The system said, As long as your mind doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than difficulties. That's right. Jun Changshao raised his head and said, I can go outside and recruit ready-made strong masters. It was impossible to train them in 2 years. However, wouldn't it be easy to recruit high-level, truth-seeking realm cultivators and directly appoint elders? The system was speechless. You're cheating. After having an idea, Jun Changshao began to think about who to recruit. The first thing he thought of was naturally Jinren Tonggu and his family and friends. If he recruited them all, not only would he successfully meet the target, but he would also exceed it. The completion rate might exceed 1,000% by the settlement. Opportunity. Jun Changshao's eyes lit up. A good opportunity to skip a level. He could recruit elders and disciples. When the epic quest was completed, he might be able to enter the divine secret realm from the lower-level truth-seeking realm. Host, you're dreaming. Although the system had been slapped in the face countless times, this was the only time it was the most confident because it didn't think that the author would dare to let Go Sheng directly enter the third step from the second step. Because of the cheat, it was simply crazy. The appearance of the epic quest meant that Jun Changshao was stuck at the critical point. No matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to improve. So he gave up cultivating and hurried to the extreme cave abode to rope in his master. I disagree. After learning the purpose of his visit, Jinren Tonggu said, I'm indifferent to fame and fortune. I won't join a sect. Master, there's no need to say too much. Experts like Jinren Tonggu yearn to be free and unrestrained. They yearn to play chess and take back their moves. Naturally, they would not join a sect because it was an invisible shackle. All right. Jun Changshao left dejectedly. Even if Master didn't agree, what about the 7 sages of Ethereal Hall? In order to tempt them, Go Sheng brought rich gifts and persuaded them with his glib tongue. In the end, he successfully recruited one of the upper-level, truth-seeking realm cultivators. Even after the procedures were completed, the requirement for the epic-level quest did not increase. Ha ha ha. The system could not help but laugh out loud. F***CK. Jun Changshao cursed in his heart. He originally thought that he could use the bug to complete the mission, but in the end, he didn't get what he wanted. Senior, you're free now. Jun Changshao expelled one of the newly recruited 7 sages of Misty Mountain from the sect. He sat alone in the main hall, sad and lonely. Are you in trouble? Rows of flowers jumped up and sat beside him. You can say that, Jun Changshao said listlessly. Over the years, he had done many epic-level quests. Some were easier, some were more difficult, but this was the only one that could be called Hell Mode. In fact, he was confident that he could promote the upper echelons, but 2 years was too short. I followed Senior Gong's son to cultivate. The trouble I encountered shouldn't be less than yours, right? Rows of flowers said, didn't I survive in the end? She and Jun Changshao were only husband and wife in name, so she always addressed Gong's son Ruoli as senior. Right. Go Sheng's eyes lit up. How did you cultivate? Before rows of flowers followed Gong's son Ruoli to cultivate, she was only at the core transformation realm. In just over a year, she broke through to the lower-level truth-seeking realm. This speed was even faster than cheating. Senior Gong's son brought me to a forbidden area. What forbidden area? Abyss of life. Abyss of life. Jun Changshao had never heard of this forbidden area. Rows of flowers said, there are rich heaven and earth attributes and laws of heaven and earth inside. It can be absorbed at will, so I can improve by leaps and bounds in such a short time. Where is it? Jun Changshao was instantly tempted. The damned upper realm version of the system store had a limit on the number of refresh times. If there were no good items, he had to wait for another month, so he could only choose another reliable method. You want to go? The upper echelons and disciples will go. Stuck in the realm, Jun Changshao did not need to improve, nor could he improve, so he could only let the upper echelons and core disciples go. No. Rows of flowers shook her head. You'll die. I'll die. Jun Changshao was confused. Rows of flowers said, the abyss of life is actually an ancient formation that has existed for a long time. It needs someone to be the formation eye to activate it. It's not just the formation eye, right? It also consumes lifespan. If it can make them stronger, it doesn't matter if it consumes lifespan. Jun Changshao said. Rows of Flowers said, in order to make me stronger, Senior Gongsun personally became the formation eye. In just over a year, it consumed 1,000 years of lifespan. So much? Jun Changxiao's eyes widened. For a powerhouse like his father, who was half a step into the divine secret realm, 1,000 years of lifespan was nothing, but for an ordinary martial artist it was a bit too much. A martial artist's lifespan would naturally increase with the increase of the realm. Losing 1,000 years was equivalent to losing 1,000 years of cultivation opportunity. If they could not improve in the future, it was equivalent to committing suicide in advance. It's just one person. Rows of Flowers said. Senior Gongsun said that if more martial artists enter, the lifespan consumed will also increase. Jun Changshao was silent. According to the epic mission's quota, he needed 16 people to reach the standard. If he let them all go in and be the formation eye himself, how much lifespan would that consume? To put it bluntly, a forbidden land like the abyss of life was actually to use one's lifespan to increase the experience of others. So many powerhouses had heard of it, but almost no one had gone there. Because no one would selflessly contribute unless it was a special situation. Go. Jun Changshao said, let's give it a try. If they cultivated step by step within 2 years, they might not be able to meet the quota. At that time, their realm would be stuck, so it was better to consume their lifespan to improve. At least there was absolute hope. This forbidden land can only promote martial artists to the lower level of the truth-seeking realm. As for whether they can succeed or not, it depends on their luck. It was precisely because it was full of uncertainty that no one was willing to go to the abyss of life to waste their lifespan. That works too. The mission was to promote 10 core disciples to the lower level. Jun Changshao planned to do his best to get them up first, and then consider the problem of promoting the higher level. The road, one step at a time. The next day, on the training field, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, Su Xiaoma, Li Fei, and the other core disciples flew onto the ancient warship. Whoosh! The warship cut through the void and headed for the abyss of life. Rows of Flowers also followed. After all, she had been there once and had experience in this area. However, when they arrived at the abyss of life hidden in the mountain range, Jun Changshao realized that her goal was not to follow the path, but to be the formation eye. So he shouted, hurry up and come out. Rows of Flowers said, with so many disciples going in, they will need a lot of lifespan. Husband will have to manage the sect of all times in the future, so let me contribute. Chapter 1620. Who created the abyss of life was a mystery in the upper realm. The function of the internal formation was very magical. By consuming the lifespan of the formation eye, there was a chance that martial artists could be promoted to the lower level of the truth-seeking realm. Jun Changshao rushed over when he heard about it. However, Rows of Flowers took the initiative to walk in and act as the formation eye. What do you mean by a good wife? This is it. The system was touched and even wanted to take the opportunity to scold Gosheng. Can your lifespan be as long as mine? Jun Changshao said with a straight face, hurry up and come out. Gosheng dared to come here and consume his lifespan because he was very young and had an easier time breaking through the realm than ordinary people, so he was willing to squander it. If it were Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho, they would definitely be terrified. After all, they had lived for too long and had no hope of entering the third step in this lifetime. If they squandered it, they might die immediately. I want to help my husband share the burden. Rows of Flowers did not know that Jun Changshao was trapped in the epic mission, but she could see that he wanted the sect to become stronger, so he was willing to sacrifice his life to help him. There was no need to exaggerate. In her opinion, this was what a wife should do. Moreover, Gong Sunroli also consumed 1,000 years of her lifespan to promote her realm. There's no need. Jun Changshao said, I can handle it myself. The formation has been activated. Let them go in quickly. Rows of flowers said. Seeing that she was so determined, Jun Changshao finally said after tens of thousands of words of inner conflict, "Go in." Yes. Li Qingyang and the others stepped into the flowing light formation. Hum, hum. As the 10 core disciples all entered the abyss of life, strands of strange attributes appeared on rows of flowers, who was in the formation eye, and then integrated into the entire formation system. This was lifespan. Losing a strand was equivalent to losing a day. Inside, Lu Qianqian, Li Qingyang, and the others were shocked. After the formation was strengthened by the lifespan, it turned from an illusory and ethereal state into a starry sky. Gradually, the boundless nature and laws of heaven and earth appeared, like scattered stars and wandering spirits. This is amazing. Su Xiaomo raised his hand. As soon as he touched the attributes and laws, they uncontrollably drilled into his mind. His martial arts instantly experienced a subtle rise. Although the martial arts facilities that Jun Changshao had provided in the past were very powerful, they could be found everywhere in the abyss of life. The martial arts knowledge that could be easily obtained was obviously more powerful. The items in the system store were not made out of thin air. They came from different worlds and different universes. Therefore, this was sufficient to prove that there was nothing too strange in the boundless universe. Cultivate. Lu Qianqian sat down cross-legged. Li Qingyang and the others recovered from their shock, and one after another, they concealed their spirit and qi. The abyss of life contained extremely complete martial arts knowledge and profound meanings. They only needed to absorb and accommodate it. As for whether they could break through the truth-seeking realm, it would depend on themselves and their luck. Outside, Jun Changshao sat on the stone, his eyes never leaving rows of flowers who was in the eye of the array. He looked calm on the surface, but in fact he was panicking inside. Buzz! Buzz! Wisps of lifespan flew out of rows of flowers' body and then merged into the array, replenishing the attributes and laws of heaven and earth for the 10 disciples. They could really burn themselves to warm others. 10 days. 50 days, the 10 core disciples in the abyss of life seemed to have turned into meditating old monks, crazily absorbing the martial arts power inside, and their realms were also rising. As a price, rows of flowers had to pay 10 times her lifespan. Therefore, after being in the eye of the array for half a year, her black hair gradually turned pale, and her tender skin gradually aged. Lifespan was the foundation of a martial artist. Because they did not live long enough, how could they comprehend more profound martial arts realms? And if there was a serious consumption, they would naturally experience the side effect of aging. Damn it! Seeing this, Jun Changshao hurriedly rushed in. Although he was quite a straightforward man, he understood that appearance was very important to women. Let me do it. Jun Changshao pulled rows of flowers out. Don't blame him for being a little rude. After all, this method was obviously the most direct and effective. Buzz! Buzz! As soon as Jun Changshao stood in the eye of the array, he suddenly felt that the blood in his body seemed to be burning, and then something special was drawn out. This is lifespan, the system said. Can you calculate how much lifespan I have now? About 20 to 30,000 years. Okay. Jun Changshao said, then I'll sacrifice until there are only 100 years left. This lifespan just corresponded to the time specified in the main mission. Anyway, if he could not complete it, he would die, so he might as well use it all to help his disciple. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wisps of lifespan were absorbed. The process was not painful, but Jun Changshao looked at the deteriorating rows of flowers in the outside world, and his heart seemed to be stabbed by a knife. To let a woman who looked to be in her prime suddenly age to 50 or 60 years old. He was annoyed that he should have done it himself. It's okay. The system said, you will also decline, and then we will be an old couple. Strangely enough, After Jun Changshao replaced rows of flowers, the heaven and earth attributes and laws in the abyss of life became stronger than before, which made Li Qingyang even more focused on cultivation. Because he was too immersed, he forgot about time. One day, Lu Qianshan's body surged with a majestic aura, and she successfully stepped into the lower level of the truth-seeking realm from the peak of the core transformation realm. Li Qingyang, Su Xiaoma, and the others followed closely behind and stepped into the truth-seeking realm. She broke through. Unbelievable. Even the martial arts facilities in the sect are not so magical. Let's go out. After breaking through to the truth-seeking realm, they could not accommodate the heaven and earth attributes and laws, so they could only leave the abyss of life. However, when they came out and saw the aging rows of flowers, they were all stunned. Ma'am? If not for their clothes, it would be difficult to recognize Li Qingyang and Su Xiaoma. Rows of flowers said, "Let's care about the patriarch." Li Qingyang and the others clearly remembered that Am was the array core. Now that she was standing at the door with an aged face, it meant that the patriarch had gone to replace her. Therefore, they hurriedly looked at the array core area, but they saw nothing. "I'm here." Suddenly a voice sounded. Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads and saw a child about 3 to 5 years old standing in front of them. Because his clothes were too loose, he looked like he was wrapped in a layer of bedsheets. His eyes were big and watery. Not only did he look cute, but he also looked like Jun Changshao. F***CK. Su Xiaoma blurted out in shock. "Is this the son of the patriarch and Ma'am? We've been cultivating inside for 3 to 5 years." Bang, plop! The side of his face flew out and landed beautifully. The child maintained his punching posture and said angrily, "I'm your patriarch." The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. The patriarch's wife looked old, and the patriarch had regained his youth. Was this a side effect of consuming his lifespan? Let's go! Back to the sect. On the same day, the sect of all times was in an uproar. The patriarch, who had been away for a year, had returned as a child, and the patriarch's wife, who was a great beauty that could cause the downfall of a country, had aged. System. After changing into a fitting set of clothes, the young Jun Changshao jumped onto the chair and asked, "Is there a way to restore that woman's appearance?" "Your wife's problem isn't that big. A beauty pill can solve the problem." The system said, however, if the host's body shrinks into a child's appearance, I'm afraid. Puhaha. Chapter 16:21. The 10 core disciples all broke through to the lower level, truth-seeking realm. As the price, Jun Changshao became younger, and rows of flowers became older. Strange. It also consumed a lot of lifespan. Why was the side effect of Go Sheng turning into a child? Was it because his skin was too thick and could not age, so he could only be forced to output in reverse? Jun Changshao did not care about his own changes, because his strength and realm were still there, but when he thought of rows of flowers' aging face, he would fall into deep self-blame. Especially, he had lost his lifespan. The system said the lifespan of the soul race is longer than that of the human race. There should be no problem for the host to pull her out after her face has aged. Buffed, haha. When it thought of the host turning from a young man to a kid, it could not help but want to laugh. Jun Changshao was still a little worried, so he went to the courtyard where rows of flowers lived. Women valued appearances very much. She should be very sad now. Their courtyards were very close to each other, but Go Sheng rarely took the initiative to come here. After entering, all he saw were roses. Bursts of fragrance filled the air, making him feel refreshed. Rows of flowers was trimming the branches and leaves in the garden, looking as if nothing had happened. Jun Changshao was speechless. Why was this woman not sad at all when she looked old? Why was she still in the mood to tidy up the roses in the courtyard? As the empress of the soul race, Rose of Flowers had experienced a lot and had long lost the mentality of a young girl, so it was not important whether she was young or not. Besides, didn't she become a disciple of the entire sect even if her appearance declined? What's the matter? Nothing. Why are you here if you have nothing to do? Can't you come if you have nothing to do? Oh. After the two of them had a special conversation, the atmosphere became awkward. From the beginning to the end, Rose of Flowers did not turn around. She kept trimming the rose branches and leaves slowly and carefully. Although she said that she did not care about her appearance, it seemed that she did not want her husband to see her. Looking at her back with white hair, Jun Changshao felt even more guilty, so he said seriously, "I will find a way to make you young again." "Thank you," Rose of Flowers said. Jun Changshao stood at the back for a while, then turned and left. "Husband," Rose of Flowers stopped him and said, "Everything I did was what I should do. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Restoring your appearance is what I should do. I'll wait for you." Rose of Flowers knew Jun Changshao well. Since he said he would restore her appearance, he would definitely do it. "I'll go think of something." It was rare for Go Sheng to say goodbye before leaving. "Wait." Rose of Flowers stopped him again and said, "Say, if we have a child, will he look like you now?" Plop! Jun Changshao tripped over the threshold and fell to the ground. In the main hall, Jun Changshao, who was barely 1 meter tall, was sitting on the patriarch's throne. His little hand was holding his little chin, and his little eyebrows were furrowed. He looked very cute. Ryu Sinan, Gong Sunho, and other high-level officials were sitting in the lower seats, looking very serious. It was not that there was something wrong. They were trying hard to hold back their laughter. A big guy had turned into a little kid. Any trained professional who saw Go Sheng's appearance would instantly break down their years of cultivation. Even when Jun Changshao flew in the ancient warship yesterday, many high-level officials had the same thought as Su Xiaomao. Was this child the result of the love between the patriarch and his wife? That was not right. He had only been out for a year. Even if he had been pregnant for 10 months, he would have just been born. How could he be 3 or 5 years old? Was it that the patriarch was extraordinary and so was his son? Or could it be that this child was not actually born by Rose of Flowers, but the patriarch's illegitimate child? When Jun Changshao returned to the sect, of all times as a child, the high-level officials and disciples who did not know the truth gave full play to their powerful imagination. Patriarch Ryu Sinan suppressed his urge to laugh and said seriously, "Pills that can restore one's appearance are very common in the upper realm. You can order the procurement hall to search for them in the major cities." "That's right," Gong Sun-ho said. "As far as I know, many cities sell beauty pills such as the moon-setting flower shaming pill and the beautifying pill. The price is not particularly expensive. Hall Masterly, purchase these pills as soon as possible." "Yes." That day, the members of the procurement hall began to get busy. Because of the teleportation formation and professional procurement staff, in just half a day, beauty pills from different cities and pharmacies were all sent to the sect. In the room, Rose of Flowers was speechless, because the table was filled with various pill bottles, as well as many natural treasures for beauty. "Try it," Jun Changshao said. "Maybe it'll work." Rose of Flowers took out a beauty pill, but there was no effect after taking it, so she tried a second one, a third one. In the end, it did not restore her lost appearance. "Do you believe me now?" the system said. In the beginning, it told Jun Changshao that if he wanted to completely restore Rose of Flowers, he had to rely on the pills in the shop. However, he did not believe it and insisted on spending manpower and resources to purchase pills from the upper realm. It was not that Go Sheng was stingy, but that he had already used up 30 times and did not get any beauty pills. He could only wait for the cool down to cool down and pin his hopes on the upper realm's alchemy. Sigh. Jun Changshao sat listlessly in the main hall. When he thought of that woman's back facing him, his heart felt uncomfortable and guilty. "Patriarch." At this time, Ryu Sinan walked over and said, "I have another way. Maybe it can restore Madame's appearance. What way? Jun Changxiao hurriedly asked. If there are any difficult cases, look for Bailey Qianqiu. Who? My colleague with Gongsun Ho. Demon exterminator. That's right. Where is he? The Realm Hall, the City of Sin. The City of Sin? Jun Changxiao had heard of all the famous cities in the Upper Realm, but the City of Sin was the only one he had never heard of. Ryu Sinan said, Bailey Qianqiu's cultivation is about the same as mine. He has been studying unorthodox methods for many years, and his medical skills can be considered one of the best in the Upper Realm. However, his personality is extremely strange, and he is both good and evil. Back then, he caught a fugitive and destroyed a city with his own hands, causing millions of lives to perish. He was imprisoned in the City of Sin by the Realm Hall for punishment. He can restore the appearance of old people? Jun Changxiao did not care about the story behind this demon exterminator. He just wanted to know if it could be done. Ryu Sinan said, Bailey Qianqiu's medical skills are unorthodox and often have unexpected effects. However, the patriarch's wife has lost her life and her appearance has aged. I cannot guarantee that she can recover. After a short silence, Jun Changxiao jumped down from his seat and said, Let's go to the City of Sin. Whether it worked or not, at least it was a chance. Ryu Sinan said, The City of Sin is not a city, but a small independent space. If the Patriarch wants to enter, he must get permission from the Realm Hall, and they will allow Bailey Qianqiu to be released from prison early. Then let's go to the Realm Hall and ask for permission to let him go. On the same day, the ancient warship turned into a ray of light and flew towards the central area of the Upper Realm. On the ship were Ryu Sinan, Gongsun Ho, Gue Bajiang, and the core disciples who had entered the truth-seeking realm. There were not many people, but the quality was good. If they fought, they would not be weak at all. It had been almost 10 years. Jun Changxiao had finally gone to the Realm Hall. The two of them actually had a conflict in the lower realm. Although it was temporarily resolved due to the invasion of the Star Spirit Realm, it did not mean that the hatred had disappeared. Chapter 16:22 World Mountain, a famous mountain in the central region. Later, the 10 great celestial sects built the World Hall here for the sake of world peace. As an official organization, the headquarters of the World Hall was located at the peak of World Mountain. Naturally, it was magnificent and majestic. Father, a child stood in the distance and looked at the mountain peak surrounded by clouds. Is this the World Hall? That's right. The father patted the child's head and smiled. Don't do bad things when you grow up. Otherwise, the World Hall will send people to catch you. The child was a little scared. In the eyes of ordinary warriors in the upper world, the World Hall was an unreachable existence. It symbolized power and dignity, so anyone who passed by World Mountain would be afraid. Whoosh! Suddenly a strong wind blew. The father and son who had just passed by World Mountain looked back and saw a huge warship hanging in the sky. An ancient warship? The patriarch of the sect of all times. Why is he here? The passers-by stopped and looked shocked. Because it was an official organization, it was common for forces to visit. However, this scene of a warship hanging in front of the World Hall's mountain peak had never happened before. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. The patriarch of the sect of all times, Jun Changxiao. At this moment, a young voice came from the warship. I'm here to visit the World Hall. The warriors who were looking at the ancient warship quickly locked their eyes on the child standing at the bow of the ship. Their expressions froze. This guy is Jun Changxiao? Although they had never seen the patriarch of the sect of all times, they had heard that he should be a young man in his 20s. Why did he look like a kid wearing diapers today? No. He should be a disciple or servant of the sect, right? Whoosh! Whoosh! Several streams of light flew out from World Mountain. They were obviously strong warriors of the World Hall. They stopped 100 feet away from the ancient warship. There was anger and confusion in their eyes. They were angry. Since the establishment of the World Hall, there was a no-fly zone. They were confused. Since the patriarch of the sect of all times came, why didn't they see him in person? Or did they send a kid to replace them? F***CK. Who are you looking down on? Humph, an elder said coldly. I'm sorry, our Jia Hall is not receiving any guests today. Please come another day. Although the Jia Hall was a little afraid of Jun Changshao as an official organization, they still cared about their reputation. Sending a child to visit was simply a blatant humiliation. No, Jun Changshao said today. Because of the grudge between him and Jia Hall, Go Xing spoke in a neutral tone, giving people the feeling that he was here to fight. In the past, when he had just ascended, his strength was too weak to compete with such an organization, so he could only choose to eat chicken. Now, things were different. Not only did the sect have strong cultivators in the truth-seeking realm, but they also had the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan behind them, not to mention a mere Jia Hall, even if it was the 10 great immortal sects. Jun Changshao, would still dare to fight them. Confidence. They were feet. Deacon Wang. Ryu Sinan walked out of the cockpit and said, My patriarch is here to discuss something important. Please don't deliberately make things difficult for us. It would have been better if he didn't come out. As soon as he came out, Deacon Wang was furious. He said angrily, Ryu Sinan, as a demon exterminator of the Jia Hall, don't you know the rule that flying is prohibited in the Jia Mountain? Now you're swaggering here in a warship. Who is making things difficult for whom? Doryman said, I'm on the Jia Hall side. They're right. Don't care who's making things difficult for whom. Jun Changshao said lightly, I'll give you 3 seconds to get the Jia Hall master to come out. Otherwise, he paused and said with a cold look, I'll fight my way in. He changed his attitude and became the king of guns. When the first fleet of the astral spiritual realm attacked, he didn't seem to be so capable. The Jia Hall cultivators were even angrier. If it was the patriarch of the sect of all times himself, they might have backed down. But this little brat was so arrogant and domineering. He was a bully. 1, 2, 3. Jun Changshao shouted 3 seconds, as fast as he could. All the warriors almost fell. With this speed, it was obvious that he didn't want to give the other party a chance to think. He was going to fight his way in. Since the establishment of the Jia Hall, it represented authority, and no one had dared to fight their way in. If the sect of all times did it, it would definitely be a little exciting. All the warriors were the typical bystanders. They sat on small stools and ate melon seeds and watermelons. They almost added happily, This melon is so sweet. Time's up. Jun Changshao said lightly, Then don't let me break into the Jia Hall. Swish, swish. In an instant, more than 10 core disciples, led by Li Qingyang, flew out. Their cultivation of the lower level of the truth-seeking realm completely erupted, instantly filling the entire Jia Mountain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The array around them twisted and gradually appeared. The Jia Hall was not a sect, but it had a mountain-protecting array. Now, in front of the disciples of the sect of all times, it seemed to be trembling a little. Boom! Su Xiaomo was the first to fly over. He raised his foot and punched the barrier, directly shattering the first layer. Boom! 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 Li Fei, Long Xiang, and the others were not willing to fall behind. They all gathered the martial arts of their sects and formed a brilliant light to forcefully break the array. Damn! A passerby exclaimed, They're really going to fight their way in. The sect of all times is too fierce. If they really break into the Jia Hall today, it will definitely cause a huge sensation in the upper realm. How can the 10 immortal sects tolerate this? Many people began to consider the worst outcome if this incident happened. Boom! In the end, the mountain-protecting array completely collapsed. Swish! Swish! Inside the Jia Hall, a large number of experts flew out angrily. The true strength of this official organization was displayed. There were no less than 10 lower-level, truth-seeking realm cultivators and core transformation realm cultivators everywhere. If not for Jun Changshao forcefully breaking the array, the world would not have seen such a scale of combat power. "How dare you offend the Jia Hall?" Deacon Wang shouted angrily. "Unforgivable!" Whoosh! Whoosh! The experts of the Jia Hall fully unleashed their cultivation, and their eyes flickered with strong fighting spirit. A great battle. It was about to begin. However, when Gui Ba flew out of the warship, the cultivation of the lower-level truth-seeking realm cultivators and majestic demonic chi erupted, immediately suppressing all the auras that emerged from the Jia Mountain. "TSK," Jun Changshao sneered. His small appearance was very cute. If it was in the past, he might be a little scared when he saw so many truth-seeking realm cultivators in the Jia Hall. But now he did not care at all. "Come on, let's have fun." In the sky above the Jia Mountain, the Sect of all times and the Jia Hall were hundreds of feet apart, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Swish! At this moment, a stream of light flew over, revealing a dignified middle-aged man in brocade clothes. He said coldly, "Did Jun Changshao order you to invade?" "Patriarch," Ryu Sinan said. "He's the hall master of the Jia Hall." "Someone from the Lingtian immortal sect?" Jun Changshao vaguely remembered that this person was among the many experts sent by the Lingtian immortal sect when the star spirit world invaded. Ryu Sinan nodded and said, "According to the internal rules of the Jia Hall, the position of Hall Master is rotated by the 10 major immortal sects. This time, it's the Lingtian immortal sect's turn." "Oh," Jun Changshao nodded and said, "That's right, it was this king's idea." The Hall Master of the Jia Hall took a closer look and found that this guy looked a bit like the patriarch of the sect of all times, so he blurted out, "Are you Jun Changshao's son?" Go Sheng's little face was angry. His mouth did not keep up with his thoughts as he roared, "I'm his father!" The upper echelons and disciples of the sect of all times were confused. Chapter 16:23. I'm your father. When Jun Changshao said this, the higher-ups and disciples of the sect of all times were stunned. Was he crazy? No, there was nothing wrong with him at all. The Boundary Hall leader guessed that he was his son based on his appearance and body size. If Jun Changshao really had a son, wouldn't he be his father? Could there be someone else? Then it would be a grassland. No. Go Sheng realized that he had said something wrong and quickly corrected himself. Jun Changshao is my son. Uft. Su Xiaomao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others' mouths twitched. They thought, how many dishes did the patriarch eat today? F***CK. Jun Changshao said angrily, I am Jun Changshao. His head finally came around. The system sighed. It seems that the shrinking of the body didn't affect the host's cultivation and realm. Instead, it affected the host's IQ. You are Jun Changshao. The Boundary Hall leader looked doubtful. Jun Changshao knew that it was hard to convince people that he had shrunk, so he looked at Ryu Sinan and Gongsun Ho and said, Tell them, am I? That's right. The two of them said in unison, he is Jun Changshao. If it was a disciple of the sect of all times who said it, the Boundary Hall leader might not believe it. However, since it was a demon exterminator, it should be believable. F***CK. This guy is crazy. It was common for strong cultivators to pretend to be young in all the major realms. However, to disguise oneself as a 3 to 5-year-old child, he must have some special hobby. All the other cultivators were also thinking the same thing. As they looked at Jun Changshao, goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Disgusting. Shameless. Jun Changshao didn't expect to become a weirdo in front of everyone. Instead, he suppressed his bad temper and said calmly, Since you are here, I will be frank. The hall master of the Boundary Hall was also suppressing his anger. Since the establishment of the World Hall, No one had ever dared to attack it, let alone break the great protective mountain formation. The sect of all times was getting more and more impudent and daring. Did they think that they could do whatever they wanted just because they had Jinren Tonggu's backing? I'm sorry. Jinren Tonggu was only one of Goshung's supporters. Actually, the real reason why he dared to fall out with the Jiahao in front of the world was because of his sect's own strength and the Stone Statue clan and the Dragon clan. The hidden strength of the Jiahao was not weak, but it was at most a mid-level, truth-seeking realm cultivator. The most tragic thing was that 2 of the 3 demon exterminators had sided with him. If they did not seek help from each other, how could the sect of all times be weaker than the Jiahao? Actually, the Jiahao was not as strong as they had imagined. Or rather, they were very strong at the beginning, but only Jun Changshao was weak. Now that they had developed, the situation was different. Furthermore, the truly terrifying thing about the Jiahao was that it had the backing of the 10 great immortal sects. As for themselves, because they represented authority, even if they symbolically put a dog at home, no martial artist would dare to attack them. The best representative was the buried Moon Pavilion. They had fought with the Jiahao for so long, but they were just playing tricks in the dark. If they really attacked, they would not dare to do so, even if they were given 10 guts. They did not dare, but Jun Changshao dared. As long as one's wings were strong, there was nothing one did not dare to do. I'm not here to cause trouble today. I just hope that the Jiahao can cooperate and hand over a person, Jun Changshao said. The warship was in front of them, and they had broken the great protective mountain formation by force. How could they say that they were not here to cause trouble? Indeed, only a shameless guy would force himself to become a child. Who? The hall master of the Jiahao had been controlling his emotions. This was also because Jun Changshao had stopped attacking and the atmosphere had eased slightly. Bailey Li is asking for a beating. Patriarch, it's Bailey Qianqiu. It's all the same. Ryu Sinan was speechless. The sound was the same, but the literal meaning was very different. The hall master of the Jiahao said coldly, "This person violated the Jiahao's laws and is being punished in the City of Sin. If you want to find him, please wait until he is released. I'm taking him away now." Jun Changshao knew that that guy had been sentenced to a few thousand years, and it would be a long time before he could be released. As long as the Rose of Flowers did not recover her appearance, he would suffer for another day, so he had to deal with him as soon as possible. Of course, he added, I'm bailing him out in the name of the patriarch of the sect of all times, and I'll send him back to the City of Sin to serve his sentence after I'm done here. These words were still reasonable. However, the Jiahao said with a straight face, What do you think the Jiahao is? You think you can take him away and send him back just because you want to? You don't agree? Jun Changxiao's eyes gradually turned cold. It's not that he doesn't agree. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded. It's the Ling Tian celestial sect that doesn't agree. In the sky above the Jie mountain, more than 10 elders in long robes appeared out of nowhere. From their uniform, one could tell that they were from the Ling Tian celestial sect. The celestial sect is here. Things are going to get out of hand. This melon is so sweet. The passers-by started to sit down and watch the show. The Jiahao was the enforcer of the upper realm, and the celestial sects behind them were no different from gods. Now that Jun Changxiao was here to cause trouble, they would not let him go so easily. Jun Changxiao laughed. He was not surprised that the 10 celestial sects had appeared. Jun Patriarch, the Ling Tian celestial sect elder, said coldly, Since you've protected the upper realm, we won't pursue your crimes. Leave the Jie mountain quickly. Leave? Sure. Jun Changxiao said calmly, hand over by Li Yuyu. The executioner must be released after serving his sentence, or else he will be imprisoned in the City of Sin. The Ling Tian celestial sect elder said. Cut the crap. Jun Changxiao lost his patience and said, I must take Bai Li Yuyu away today. If you don't hand him over, Don't blame me for destroying the Jia Hall. Awesome. Too awesome. The martial artists almost gave him a thumbs up when they heard that. The celestial sects behind them were here, and the sect of all times patriarch was even more arrogant. How dare you? The Ling Tian celestial sect elders' eyes flashed with anger. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, streams of light flew over from afar and hovered near the ancient warship. Who were they? The 3 ducal ministers and 9 ministers of the stone statue tribe. When Jun Changshao went to the Jia Hall, he was worried that the 10 celestial sects would be alerted, so he sent a letter to the stone statue tribe in advance, asking them to come as soon as possible. What did you just say? Jun Changshao turned his face and put his hand in front of his ear, saying, I didn't hear you clearly. With the support of the 3 chancellors and 9 ministers, Gou Sheng was even more unyielding. Of course, they were not his legs, but his subordinates. Because he was the leader of the stone statue tribe, he had the right to mobilize them. The Ling Tian celestial sect elder, who was originally angry, fell silent. The 3 chancellors and 9 ministers of the stone statue tribe were all at the peak of the truth-seeking realm. They were definitely not weak compared to a celestial sect. Patriarch! At that moment, a voice came from the sky. Your disciple is here! Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as the voice fell, huge dragons of different colors roared from the clouds and circled above the Jia mountain in a majestic manner. Vast dragon aura filled the air, causing the onlookers' expressions to change. The human form of little Long Long stood on the dragon. Although it had not been long since he ascended the throne, the aura of a king was especially strong. The Ling Tian celestial sect elder's mouth twitched. There were stone statue tribe powerhouses in front and dragon tribe powerhouses above. He had never thought of such a situation when he came. I'll ask you again. Jun Changshao jumped onto the chair, put his hands together, and rested his chin on them. Are you going to hand them over or not? Chapter 16:24. In the extreme cave abode, black and white chess pieces were scattered all over the ground. Old man. Masato Kitano first set up the chessboard, then took out a new chess piece and said, Ever since the invasion of the astral spirit realm, I've noticed that you've been quite happy every day. This familiar movement, this familiar preparation. That was right. Halfway through the game, the 2 of them saw that the situation was not right and flipped the chessboard again. Haha. Jinren Tonggu laughed. Indeed, ever since the catastrophe, his state of mind had been very stable, and there would not be any bad omens for no reason. The reason was that Jun Changshao had a stronger backer and stronger strength. In the future, when he caused trouble in the upper realm, he, as his master, would not have to take the blame. Needless to say, if Gou Sheng did not have the support of the 2 clans, Jinren Tonggu would have already reacted by now and would not be playing chess happily. The camera turned to the realm mountain. The 3 dukes and 9 ministers of the stone statue clan fully activated their cultivation, and the powerhouse of the dragon clan transformed into his true form, suspended in the sky, exerting a huge pressure. This scene. Was the immortal sect moved? Jun Changshao sat at the bow of the ship, waiting for the other party's reply. If they insisted on not letting Bailey Qianqiu go, he would definitely give the order and destroy the realm hall. For his disciple, Gou Sheng could do many unreasonable things, not to mention the rows of flowers who had sacrificed a lot of her lifespan. Damn it! The elder of the Ling Tian immortal sect was furious. Answer quickly. Jun Changshao said lightly, My patience is limited. Therefore, he could not let this guy be arrogant, otherwise he would be asking for a beating. All right. After weighing the pros and cons, the elder of the Lingtian immortal sect said with difficulty, Allow bail! Was he scared? Was he scared? The main reason was that they had just experienced the invasion of the astral spirit realm, and the 10 major immortal sects had not recovered yet. If they fought with Jun Changshao today, it would mean that they were going to war with the 2 clans. Forget it, forget it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. The more he took a step back, the more he thought about it. For the sake of the stability of the world, hand over Bailey Qianqiu. After all, the Ling Tian celestial sect still cared about their reputation. Therefore, they did not admit defeat so openly. Instead, they compromised and agreed to bail them out. AI. Jun Changshao shook his head. Why bother? City of Sin. It was a small, independent world that was similar to a city. The area here was not very large, and there were all kinds of defensive array formations set up all around. It could be described as an impregnable fortress. Hua! Hua! The sound of objects colliding could be heard from the entrance that connected to the outside world. A disheveled man with unkempt hair and an indistinct appearance walked out with a chain on his ankles. You may leave, the warden said calmly. Huh! The prisoner raised his head, revealing a deep look in his eyes. His tone was full of ridicule as he said, There are still 1,000 years before my sentence ends. Why are you letting me out in advance? Someone bailed you out. Who? Stop talking nonsense and get out. The prisoner did not say anything else. He then walked toward the teleportation array. Before he left, he brushed his hair aside and smiled. Before I leave, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't eat meat for 3 days or else. Whoosh! Before he finished speaking, he disappeared into thin air. The warden's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly checked his body. After making sure there was nothing wrong, he said, Is this guy trying to scare me? Sir, the underling said in a low voice, This person's medical skills are strange. You must believe him. Outside the World Mountain, light flashed in the array. A man with unkempt hair appeared out of thin air. He raised his head and took a deep breath of fresh air. He sighed. What a nostalgic smell. Swoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a hand grabbed his collar and he stumbled over. Who was it? Jun Changshao. He had been squatting at the teleportation array for a while. Now that he saw the person in question, he had to quickly drag him back to the sect of all times to treat rows of flowers. Wait, I dropped my shoe. Bailey Qianqiu, one of the 3 demon exterminators. This person did not have a special spiritual seed, but he had special medical skills. Back then, he accidentally destroyed a city while hunting down a traitor. He was sentenced to a few thousand years and imprisoned in the City of Sin. Today, not only was he released from prison, but he was also brought to the sect of all times. If he had to describe his current state of mind, it would be that he was dumbfounded the entire time. What's going on? After being placed in a separate courtyard, Bailey Qianqiu looked at Ryu Sinan and Gong Sanho. As former colleagues, they must know each other. Isn't that all you can do? My patriarch invited you here to treat your illness. Your patriarch. Bailey Qianqiu was stunned. The 2 of you who like to be unrestrained have joined a sect? That's right. Ryu Sinan and Gong Sanho said. In the past, they would not have bothered to join any forces. Now, oh my God, it was so tempting. TSK, TSK. Bailey Qianqiu said, What kind of sect can make the 2 of you interested? The sect of all times. Jun Changshao walked in from outside and jumped onto a chair. He crossed his legs and said, as if he was chatting, As long as you can restore her face, I will not mistreat you. You are my patriarch. Ha ha. Bailey Qianqiu suddenly laughed. He laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. He said, The leader of the sect is actually a little kid. No, this is too funny, ha ha ha. Jun Changshao frowned. He really wanted to send him to the Tianyuan prison pagoda to add more scenes for the prison trio. Sorry. Bailey Qianqiu went from laughing to being serious. He said, Ever since I was put on trial, I swore not to treat anyone else. You should find someone else. Before he could finish, he was lifted up. What? Send you back to the City of Sin. No, no, no. I just regained my freedom. I bailed you out of the prison to let you treat your illness. Since you have already washed your hands of the gold basin, you should go back to prison obediently. I'll treat you. I'll treat you. Bailey Qianqiu originally wanted to put on airs, but Jun Changshao did not buy it. For the sake of his freedom, he could only cooperate. Swoosh! In the treatment room of the medical hall, a spotless white coat was draped over his body. His messy hair was combed back, making him look especially dark and shiny. Professional. Sun Bukong was surprised. As the disciple with the best medical skills in the sect, he could tell at a glance that Bailey Qianqiu, who looked like he was reborn, was definitely a Qi Huang expert. Rose of Flowers walked in. Although her appearance had deteriorated, she had a good foundation after all. She was not the kind of person who was old and had one foot in the grave. June Patriarch. Bailey Qianqiu observed for a while and said, I'm afraid the deterioration of your wife's appearance is not caused by illness. That's right. Jun Changshao told him the details of the matter. Bailey Qianqiu held his chin and said, no wonder she's aging. It turns out that she has sacrificed a lot of her lifespan in the abyss of life. Is there a way to save her? Jun Changshao asked. I'm sorry. Bailey Qianqiu said, your wife's illness is caused by the consumption of her lifespan. Conventional medical skills or pills can't cure her at all, unless she breaks through a major realm and obtains more lifespan to make up for it. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes. It was not that he did not know this method, but it was extremely difficult to enter the divine secret realm from the truth-seeking realm. Of course, Bailey Qianqiu said, I have a folk prescription here that can cure your wife. What folk prescription? This folk prescription was accidentally obtained by me when I was traveling the world. It only recorded the effect without a name, so I'll name it Soul-Tempering Longevity Replenishing Pill. Ryu Sinan and Gong Sun Ho were speechless. Naming it now was very particular. Jun Changshao said, what herbs do you need? I'll find them for you now. The herbs are very common, so there's no need to go through so much trouble to find them. However, Bailey Qianqiu said with a serious expression, someone needs to sacrifice part of their soul as the catalyst, and it must be extremely powerful to meet the refining standards. I'll do it. I'll do it. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others rushed to be the first. In order to make everyone stronger, Mistress had sacrificed a lot of her lifespan. It was natural for him to use his soul as the catalyst today. At this time, Jun Changshao clenched his small fists and roared, she's my wife. Of course, she'll use my soul as the catalyst for the medicine. Go to hell. Yeah, makes sense. Let's go cultivate. The disciples quickly disappeared from the medical hall. However, on the way they were puzzled. The patriarch actually admitted that Rose of Flowers was his wife for the first time. Oh, heavens above! Elder Wei, who was standing outside the courtyard, looked up and said solemnly, the patriarch has finally been enlightened.